if you take a very neutral review of the data, these things may be harming more people than they're helping.
Right, and I just wanted to stress, because I think it doesn't end up in the mainstream media, and I think a lot of people viewing your evidence will be surprised to learn that the state of Florida in the United States has basically ceased all COVID-19 vaccines based on the adulteration that they found in your work. I appreciate there may be some other factors, but that was a major factor.
Yes, yeah, and I just wanted to emphasize that I don't think the DNA is the only, if you clean up the DNA, they're not out of the woods. All right, the DNA is just a forensic marker for the extraordinary amount of slop that's going on, and it's showing us that the regulatory agencies are running cover for the pharmaceutical clients, if you will. But if they cleaned it up 100%, there's still other issues to contend with. The LNPs are probably toxic. The N1-methylpseudouridine creates frame-shifted proteins. We've got the spike protein potentially having all types of negative externalities with it, and even just the transfection of foreign proteins into your epithelial layers can create all types of havoc that Mark Giardo's put a really nice work around, and he's got a nice book out there I encourage people to take a look at. John Bodwin's another person to look at. He has great evidence of the harm that's going on. So if you guys ever want to call the testimony other people, I would point you toward John's work and Mark's work, because I think they're onto things that show, even if they clean up this DNA, we've got problems.
And I just, so you said the LNPs are toxic. So just those viewing your evidence, you're referring to the lipid nanoparticles that are used to basically encase the RNA, and now we know the DNA fragments, so that they're long-lasting in the body. But that technology itself, the lipid nanoparticles, are themselves toxic, is your evidence?
They are toxic, and they were never designed for repeat injections. And then, so we now have people taking 5 or 6 of these things. This is they're meant to be given once.
And we'll start again with the mic on. Welcome to day 1 of the Regina hearings of the National Citizens Inquiry. My name is Sean Buckley. I'm lead counsel for the National Citizens Inquiry. Like the other lawyers here, I'm a volunteer. The commissioners are volunteer. We are a completely volunteer and citizen-run organization that is banded together to inquire into topics important to Canadians. So I thank you for participating. As I'll explain later, this is a historic set of hearings. This is a historic event. Nothing like this has ever happened before in the history of the world, where citizens have banded together to create an independent inquiry. The commissioners are completely independent of administration. They are completely independent in their reports, in their findings, and in their conduct of the proceedings. Commissioners, before I begin and we go on the record, I want to make some opening comments. I do want to indicate to the public and introduce this panel. So our former chairperson, Mr. Ken Drysdale, has stepped down as a commissioner. We're anticipating that he is going to personally attend these hearings. We, the commissioners, under the inquiry rules, select their own chairperson, again, because they're independent of administration, and they have selected Patricia Robertson to be the new chairperson of the commissioners. So Commissioner Robertson is sitting on this panel today. Commissioner Stefan Larson is sitting for this set of hearings. Commissioner Miriam Bohemier is sitting for this set of hearings, and we have a new commissioner, Mr. Paul Jaffe, who is sitting for this set of hearings. The topic of this set of hearings is a continuation from the Vancouver topic, Are Children Safe? We held 3 days in Vancouver in October. Those hearings and the evidence are available on the National Citizens Inquiry website. But I can tell you that the commissioners that sat, the lawyers that sat, everyone who participated found that to be an extremely difficult set of hearings. They found the subject matter to be difficult. The commissioners who are having to relive that evidence to write the report are finding that to be a difficult set of hearings. And that's interesting. I mean, this inquiry basically held 24 days of hearings in 2023, marching across Canada on the topic of, well, how all levels of government dealt with the COVID event. And we were hearing evidence day after day where the entire room was weeping. And at the end of those hearings, everyone who was involved, everyone who traveled for the whole set of hearings was suffering post-traumatic stress disorder. We were all deeply troubled and deeply affected. So I share that just to put in context that the Vancouver hearings affected us more than the COVID hearings. There's something about finding out about how our children are being harmed, how our children are being killed, how our children are basically being put in a situation where they're not able to compete, they're not able to thrive as adults. It's extremely troubling. And so I thank you for attending. Your attendance privileges the witnesses. It privileges the speaking of truth, which is something that this country and this world sorely needs. I'm going to ask everyone to share us on your social media. So go to the National Citizens Inquiry website, nationalcitizensinquiry.ca. If you are on social media, follow. Those are our official channels. There are channels that pretend to be us that aren't, so please follow the official channels. We have always been shadow banned, and I'll go into that a little more later, but we actually had our Twitter account, I think, literally taken away, where people can't see our posts and, you know, our whole history isn't showing up. And we find ourselves in a position where we're not going to be live streaming on our Twitter account or our X account, or we're not anticipating that live stream will work. So there'll be other places you can find the live stream at nationalcitizensinquiry.ca as you share this with others, but we've always been shadow banned. For whatever reason, the National Citizens Inquiry, there's an intention to suppress us. But it doesn't work because you share us with your network, and your network shares us with their network. And as a grassroots effort, this gets out. So we're going to be live streaming on some other platforms. I know that I was asked to use my Twitter platform, which is just at Sean Buckley Law. Rebel News has stepped in, and they're going to be live streaming the proceedings, and we thank Rebel News for doing that. I think we have to, as I was preparing this morning, and my wife will tell you that we were late because I was just getting this opening together, the outline, and we just had time to get in the car and come here. But it came to me that I need to share with you that you should be extremely grateful for what's happening here, and you should be extremely grateful that you're able to participate. This is something larger than ourselves. There's something else going on here that we're participating in, we're not creating. And I think we need to be extremely mindful of that. And the NCI itself is really just a case study in how impossible things happen. You know, there were 11 of us that got together in the fall of 2022 with this grand idea, let's march independent commissioners across the land. Our intention was to have 5 actually at the time, not 4. For 3 days of hearings in each city, and let's just have witnesses from all over. Well, none of us had ever done this before. None of us actually had any idea that this was impossible. We had no money. We had no experience. We were planning on doing this strictly with volunteers. And now looking back, the whole thing seems absolutely preposterous and ridiculous, because it was preposterous and ridiculous. But there was something larger going on. And we were just being invited to be part of something larger that was going on. And so what we experienced is just time after time after time, when the entire adventure was about to collapse and fail, exactly what we needed came through exactly when we needed it. You know, for the Quebec City hearings, I think we got our lawyers about 2 days before the hearings. So here we have, witnesses coming from all over the place. We've got, volunteers busily setting things up. We can't hold hearings without lawyers. It's kind of a funny thing, but we learn as we go. Well, we've got volunteers setting up in Saskatoon, and nobody bothered to tell the volunteers, why don't you make sure every witness is here early? Like, don't expect, oh no, you're to start at this time, you're to start at this time. The first 2 days of hearings in Saskatoon, when we started, so we're live, I'm giving the opening, that, we have this huge, tens and tens of thousands of people watching. We didn't have a witness in the building both of those days. We were just kind of praying somebody would show up, and somebody did. Now that's a little bit more, in my mind, of a humorous story. But before the NCI started, when we were going through this long process of setting up, my wife and I we had the same prayer. And that was that God would use the NCI as a light on the hill. So just symbolically, that he would use this to reveal truth to the nation, to reveal truth to the world, so that people that, literally the symbolism is you're living in darkness, you don't know, you can't see what's really going on. So we prayed that the NCI would be a light on the hill. We had no idea that God would use this to bring those participating together in healing. When we started in 2023, and let's just put this in context, because now we forget how afraid we were. The nation had just been locked down for 2 winters in a row. And then the truckers step in. And for the first year and 2 years, we're not locked down, because the truckers and their sacrifice and their courage basically bought Canada a reprieve from the lockdowns. And so the NCI stepped into that opportunity to start holding hearings, and we wanted to basically reveal that there was a different narrative, that there was more evidence out there, to start a dialogue that wasn't happening, so that hopefully we wouldn't get locked down again, so that we could start making better policies. We were never there to grind an axe. Our mantra is listen. So listen to what people have to say, learn from that, and then come out with positive recommendations. But we had no idea that it would be used to kind of bring us all together. Remember the hatred between the vaxxed and the unvaxxed? You could taste it, you could feel it at the hearings. I shared earlier this week that, it was listening to people's stories that changed things. The vaccinated that hated the unvaxxed, they watched Sheila Lewis testify in Ottawa. And Sheila Lewis is the lady from Alberta that needed an organ transplant to survive. And she's on the stand weeping. And she's just saying, I just want to live. I just want to see my grandbabies grow up. And we're all weeping with her. And for the vaccinated, there was no more room for them. To hate. There was no room. There was just love. And for the unvaxxed, we experienced the exact same thing, listening to vaccinated people weep on the stand about their stories. So we didn't anticipate that. I'm just making the point that we found ourselves involved with something larger than ourselves. And it's not often that we find ourselves involved in something much bigger than ourselves. And we need to be thankful and grateful for that. So the NCI has been used to bring healing. It's been used to bring light. We also needed to hear each other. So we know that because of the healing. We actually needed to hear other people's stories. We needed to hear other people's opinions, even if we disagree with them, because we found ourselves, part of the lie, part of the control mechanism is intolerance and hatred, so that we're no longer hearing each other's voices. But my wife and I came to understand, as odd as this may sound, that actually we believe that God needed to hear people's voices. And why that's odd is if you believe in God, obviously he knows everyone's experience. He knows even what they would say. But there's something about people saying it. There's something about people just pouring themselves out in a public place, sharing their stories. And we actually believe that there was something that he wanted to hear the stories. We're now in a change. I think everyone in this room, everyone watching, understands that the world is shifting. I think we're in a great revealing. I think we're in a shaking. We all feel that things are changing, that things are shaking, that we can't expect the world to be, tomorrow as it is today, and certainly not like it was before the COVID event and before the things that this hearing is going to start examining, because the things that this hearing is going to examine, most of them are extremely recent. MAID is extremely recent. The sexualization of children in schools is extremely recent. Just two examples that come to mind. The education problems created by the lockdowns, those are extremely recent. And now, when I say we're in the middle of a revealing, something else has come to me, and I've only shared it once publicly. And we have had a great shedding of blood in the last several years because of the COVID event. And I'll just share a story. There are a lot of volunteers in this room, and in fact, the person I'm speaking about is in the building. It takes a lot of volunteers to actually put on a set of hearings. And one of the new volunteers was over at my house a little over a week ago, working with my wife. And I just asked, so why are you volunteering? Just curious, why are you volunteering? Body stiffens up. Breaks eye contact. She breaks eye contact. And there's a hesitation. So now the canter in the dialogue has been broken. She doesn't have to tell me anymore why she's volunteering. I know why she's volunteering. What I don't know is who was it that was close to her that was killed by the COVID shot. And then she tells me. She says that her husband was killed by the COVID shot. She says that her best friend was killed by the COVID shot. She said that a teenage son of another really good friend was killed by the COVID shot. And that's why she was volunteering. I shared this story in Calgary on Monday, and we get a call the next day from a Nicole Morier, who we've decided to sneak in as a witness just before Dr. Macus on Saturday. And she calls and she shares that her 24-year-old daughter, after taking the shots, basically got diagnosed and died of turbo cancer within a month and a half of diagnosis. So went from being this extremely healthy, vibrant 24-year-old to horribly dying of cancer in 6 weeks. And so we thought, well, we better put her in front of Dr. Macus, who's going to be talking about all these new cancers, so we have a face to put to it. And I can tell you that she couldn't see us, so we had her on speakerphone, but both my wife and I were weeping as she was sharing her story. Now, that's what I mean when I said there's been a lot of bloodshed. There has been a lot of bloodshed. And And I think what's happening now is that blood is starting to speak. I know we've all been afraid to speak out about what's happening. But I think that blood is starting to speak. And I'm reminded of a story in the Bible of Cain and Abel. And for those of you that aren't familiar with the story, it's really the first two brothers. So Adam and Eve, they have Cain, and then they have Abel. And as the story goes is, Cain presents a sacrifice to God, and God rejects it. This says, this isn't a good sacrifice. And Abel, does the sacrifice to God, and God accepts it. Now, it's a very short story, and obviously you have to understand, Cain gives us a sacrifice he doesn't want to, he's not giving his best, and that will be reflective of him not loving God, not giving his best to him. So when God tells Cain, I am not accepting your sacrifice, God already knows in advance. He knows Cain's thoughts, he knows the motivations, he knows why he selected the animals he did with defects and all that. He knows it all. So why is he telling Cain? Why is he bothering to tell Cain, I'm not accepting this? Well, he's telling Cain because Cain needs to know. Cain has forgotten that nothing's secret from God. If Cain otherwise, if God didn't tell Cain, Cain would go on with this little dialogue in his head, thinking that a lie is truth, that things are different than they are. And so God's really doing Cain a favor by saying, hey, no, I do know what's going on. I'm not going to accept your sacrifice. Your heart's in the wrong place. And that enables Cain to understand, wait a second, this isn't hidden, and I need to change things. And I was thinking this morning, wow, aren't we kind of in that situation? Just using the COVID vaccine as an example, in Alberta, it's on our childhood schedule. So of 60 days old, as of 2 months of age, it's on our schedule to vaccinate children in Alberta. So literally babies, newborn babies, with the COVID-19 vaccine. Well, we understand, unless you're from another planet, it's clear that those babies are in zero danger of dying from COVID. And it's also clear that we're killing some of them and we're injuring others. But you see, we're not speaking out. So those that don't know can't change their behavior. And they actually can't know the truth. And you see, the NCI is about shining truth, light into the darkness, sharing truth. And I think that we're being called on to start sharing truth. Now, Abel's sacrifice was accepted because he was giving his best. He loved God. It'll just be reflective that he was living his life the way he was supposed to live, and he was pleasing. Now, what happened in the story is Cain was extremely jealous of his brother Abel and murdered him. And then God comes to Cain and says, Cain, where's your brother Abel? And Cain says, literally, well, how am I supposed to know I'm not my brother's keeper? And God says, your brother Abel's blood is speaking from the earth. He's hearing it. So when innocent blood is shed, apparently it speaks to God. And I think that's what's happening now, that the blood is crying out. And I think you need to appreciate that that's happening. And I think that you need to start speaking out, that you cannot allow this lie to be perpetuated anymore, because it's only happening because we're allowing it to happen. This set of hearings, what we're experiencing right now, is supposed to be happening. I'm going to take the closing statement on day 3 to kind of sum up what's happened and what God's been doing with the NCI. I'm going to share with you a story of something that happened in the preparation, a clear signal to the NCI that we were supposed to proceed with these hearings despite adversity that we were facing. And you're going to go, it's just going to touch you, like you're going to feel it. we have had unprecedented resistance for this set of hearings. And so we know, and we've been given clear direction there to proceed, as I'll share with you on the closing on Saturday. So we know that something significant is going to happen here. And we know that we're going to have an amazing experience here. I just want to share with you some interesting things that happen as far as resistance goes for the preparation of these hearings. It was impressed on my wife that we need some people to speak about MAID, which is this medically assisted dying thing. So this where you can go to a doctor, and if you fit within this program, the medical system literally will put you to death. They'll assist you in committing suicide. And it was just a feeling we need to have some witnesses about this, because the federal government is looking into and has already created a position paper in that on extending medically assisted dying to mature minors. Now, a mature minor will basically be somebody over the age of 12 who, if a healthcare professional thinks that the 12 and up understands what the procedure's for and all of that, that they could say, oh, no, this person is competent to consent. So literally you could have, a 13-year-old girl that's, I won't go into the example. But it's outrageous. It's outrageous that we would be extending that down to minors. So we wanted to get some witnesses on that, and I'm pleased to announce that we do have some witnesses coming. But before we got the witnesses that have agreed to come, my wife had contacted one person who, has some real expertise in this and has testified before Parliament on it. And the person's complaining, when the person speaks to their colleagues say, well, I'd never refer a child for this program. I'm just thinking they're totally against it personally, but they won't voice their opinion. They're afraid of voicing their opinion. And this person's complaining. No, everyone's afraid to voice their opinion. Now, they're going to testify, and then we get a call a week later, no, I won't testify. I can't afford to lose my job. I have a mortgage. Now, we're talking about the lives of children. And if we're going to protect children, there's going to be a cost. But I'm just sharing with you some of the hurdles we had. And I thought it was ironic, the person's complaining people won't speak out because this is so important. And then because there was going to be a cost, the person wouldn't speak out. We were going to have a sitting MLA, I won't tell you of which province, who goes against the narrative on COVID issues, goes against the narrative on many of the issues that we're going to be dealing with. And as a member of the governing party, so that's called member of the caucus, and there's caucus privilege. And so we weren't going to violate caucus privilege, and we weren't even going to go into really any dangerous areas. I just wanted the MLA to testify about how it works. We've got the premier, we've got cabinet, we've got caucus. How much influence does an MLA who's not a member of cabinet have? And just so that we can actually appreciate why sometimes we're ineffective when we approach MLAs, and then better understand perhaps how we can influence government. Should have been completely objectionable. But that person let us know that it was made, without coming out and saying it, it was made clear to them that they would be kicked out of caucus if they testified at the National Citizens Inquiry. We had one witness that, all ready to go, had gotten through initial vetting. I'd spent quite some time on their materials. I was very excited about their story. And then we find out there's a court order basically preventing anyone, not just that person, anyone from sharing certain information that would make it impossible for us to actually navigate that person on the stand without being in contempt of court. And that was interesting. We'll speak about that later on, about the law and about that order. But I had to tell that person they couldn't testify, although it's a story that you should be told, but we can't tell it. We had arranged an expert in bullying. and actually, invested a fair amount of time on this, and was very excited, and the expert was very excited about coming to testify on bullying. And, slotted into a witness slot, provided slide deck, we're all good to go. And then we're told that the university they're affiliated with is not approving, and that it's better if the witness doesn't attend and share with us, because the university affiliation is important. Now, and I shared this with the witness by way of email, as I said, I can't stop, I can't get away from the feeling that what's happening here is that our expert in bullying is being bullied. Do you see that? Because our expert in bullying is being bullied. Part of what's happened is we're not allowed to share opinions. Oh, you lose your job if you start speaking out against MAID. You get professionally disciplined by your college. Oh, no, we might discipline you or not allow you to affiliate with the university if you testify. I don't know why I'm not despondent about it and all of that. Like, in the past when we've lost social media channels and that, it really upset me personally, because I see all this good work going into the NCI, and then it's attack after attack after attack to make us less effective and less of an outreach. So I think it was yesterday or, late the night before, we learned our Twitter account literally, there's a page there, but you can't see any of our posts. Like, it's not just shadow banned, it seems to be blocked by Twitter, and we're not being told why. Like, usually, let's say somebody said you're violating copyright or something, they might stall you for a while, but you have a dialogue. No, we've just been blocked. Now, that is a significant way for us to share these hearings, to share the testimony. It's just a big blow, but I think I'm not upset because I understand that something bigger is happening here. I'm sorry, you can't stop the blood from crying out from the ground. You can't stop individuals from sharing what's going on. And we're creating a permanent record, and it's not going anywhere. In fact, we invite everyone to make a copy. And, there's one website, I think it's called They Lied. Like, they're doing a wonderful job of reposting the witness testimonies, because that doesn't belong to anyone. This is all public, right? So, but what happened is Rebel News learned about this, and they said, we'll live stream you. Well, Rebel News has a bigger following by far than our Twitter account. So now there will be people watching this live on Rebel News, and isn't that actually a sign that something bigger is happening here? And so I'd like to thank Rebel News. We are part of something much larger. And we are actively right now participating in truth being basically shown into the darkness. And so on that very happy note, I'm proud to announce that we'll go on the record with the National Citizens Inquiry and call our first witness. So commissioners, let's go on the record. For the record, my name is Buckley, initial S. I'm attending as lead counsel this morning at the inquiry. I can advise you that our first witness, which is in person, is a Sherry Widenowski. Commissioners, our second witness, Dr. David Martin, will be attending virtually, and he has a hard start at 10 o'clock. So if I'm not finished with Sherry, we will just adjourn her at 10 and then re-pick up with her after Dr. Martin's evidence is finished. So, if, I'm cutting her off and we're standing down and you haven't had opportunity to question her yet, we will get back to that immediately after Dr. Martin. So, so we'll call our first witness, Sherry Widenowski. Sherry, thank you for joining us this morning. I'll ask if you can state your full name for the record, spelling your first name for the record, and spelling your last name for the record.
For sure. Sherry, S-H-E-R-R-I, Widenowski, W-I-D-Y, Nowski.
And Sherry, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Now, I'd like to introduce you to the commissioners. You have a Bachelor of Education with distinction.
Yes.
You have a Master's in Counseling Psychology.
Yes.
You have taught in the school system for 22 years.
Yes.
And that includes being a kindergarten homeroom teacher.
Yes.
But you also, your primary focus was being a music and dance teacher for all grades in the school.
Yes, mostly dance, music with early education.
And it's you're primarily have been in the elementary school system.
Yes, I've taught at a school that's K to 12, but my work directly was with elementary children.
You spent 4 years as program director for Happy Heart Preschool.
Yes.
You most recently were vice principal at Edmonton Christian Northeast.
Yes.
And so basically, I'm just trying to bring to the commissioners' attention that you basically spent your entire career working with children.
Yes.
And primarily elementary school children.
Yes.
Now, I'm going to ask you to share with us a story of your teenage daughter involving sexualization in schools, because here you're a teacher, but you've got a daughter in the public school system, or you had.
Yes.
And something happened that actually really alarmed you, not just because it was happening, but because of the consequences for your daughter. I'm wondering if you can share with us what was going on.
Yeah, for sure. My daughter was in grade 7, so she was 12 years old. And even though I taught with Edmonton Public Schools, she wanted to go to school in St. Albert because there was a cheerleading program that she could attend. So I thought it was a really good fit. Early on at the start of grade 7, I had a meeting with her teacher, and I was a bit concerned about a few things, but I thought, okay, I'll just step back and be respectful and let things transpire.
Can I just stop you? Can you share
Yes.
with us what were the things that you were concerned about?
The teacher who was supposed to be teaching curriculum and core was talking a lot about gender ideology, also such things as, climate change and oil and gas, and anyone who works in that sector is evil. And of course, my father at the time, my late father, worked in that industry. So it was bringing up some things in our house where my daughter was confused. But the bigger thing was the gender politics. She was invited by this teacher to join a club on Fridays and basically to find herself. So yeah, it was a very, very challenging time.
Can I just break in, because
yes.
when you say a club to help her find herself, that's not really being very descriptive.
No,
so can you actually share what exactly the club was for, and what do you mean, like,
for
find
sure.
yourself how?
So this particular teacher had said, I think you would benefit from joining their SOGI or their LGBTQ club, because, you're new to the school, you don't know, this is a way to meet people, have friendships, maybe get you more connected, because she's quite a quiet, introverted child. And this is coming from a male teacher. Another part that was very troubling to me is she would come home and say, this teacher says that his child presents, as lesbian or then non-binary. And I think these are the things I am, Mom. And I'm saying, sweetheart, you're 12. You're 12 years old. I don't even know why we're talking about how you would present or anything to do with sexuality. So it became really big in our household, and there was quite a bit of backlash. I had also, I'm trying to be aware of what's going on with my child, and I saw that there were emails sent directly to my daughter as part of this club with memes and basically just a viewpoint that I was not comfortable with, that I totally disagree with, and I still don't understand why this would be talked about in school in a club. I tend to be really involved with my children, so I thought, I wonder if other parents have any idea what's happening here.
And can I just slow you down?
Yes.
It's just, you yourself are a teacher.
Yes.
Do teachers, so here, your daughter at this point is age 12. Are adult teachers in a position of authority? Do they basically have a lot of influence on these young minds? Because you're sharing with us that basically this teacher is inserting gender ideology, basically telling your daughter that maybe she's not a female. And should we be concerned, or should the commissioners be concerned just because of the position of authority teachers hold? Can you share with us kind of your experience on that?
Oh, 100%. I think the challenge that I've always had is, I think as teachers, we're called to love all children. The narrative right now is safe and inclusive, welcoming spaces, but we should be doing that naturally anyway. And there's so much context here. I'm thinking of it personally, where my daughter is always really searching for that male figure and that male role model. This teacher happens to be a male. He's reaching out. He's connecting with her. You wield a lot of power. Again, yes, we are supposed to include and love everyone, but my challenge has been, I feel it's more of an indoctrination, and I don't know why we're putting this type of content on children. It's very much like a lot of the other narratives, even the COVID narrative that you, Mr. Buckley, alluded to, is it's under a certain guise, but the truth is actually flipped and presented in a way that I believe causes harm to children. And yes, I think all teachers are in a place of power, and that's why the job is so very important. And as parents, I think a lot of parents just don't have any idea what's going on in the classroom.
Okay, and I'm sorry to interrupt, and then I'm also sorry to get personal, but you kind of already brought it up. So there was no father figure in the household?
No.
So when you say that your daughter also was having a need of a father figure, that's because there wasn't a father figure. So this male teacher actually had a lot of influence over your daughter? Yes,
for that year, he did have a lot of influence.
Okay. Now, when you were sharing with me in preparation for this, you had mentioned that your daughter was being taught at that time, and I appreciate this is years ago, but back then that there were 43 genders?
Yes, that's another thing she told me, that, right, Mom, there's all these genders. And I'm like, no, honey, there's not. I don't know what you're talking about. People can choose to express themselves in this world in the way they want, but there's male and female. And it caused a lot of angst with us, because she's like, no, you should know better. You're a teacher. What are you talking about, Mom? This is not right. And obviously it caused a lot of strife and tension in our household. It caused a lot of strife and grief with her and her mental health. Yeah, on the whole, it really created a divide at that time in our family between her and I.
And it's interesting because you're a parent, but you're also a teacher, but you had lost authority on this issue to the other teacher.
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that the teacher basically completely, let me ask, before she went into grade 7, was there any gender identity confusion?
No.
So how would you have described your daughter before she interacted with this teacher?
So sweet, gentle, kind. We did a lot together as a family. We would travel. People would meet her and just say to me, your daughter is incredible. She's so sweet. She's so friendly. She was outgoing. She was just a little light. So yeah, it was a really hard time. I remember saying to a good friend, like, it feels like something or someone ate my child, like took this person away, and I don't know what's happening, right? That year was literally one thing after another, one challenging thing after another.
Before she had interaction with this teacher, what gender did she identify with?
Female.
And, was there any issue prior to that with her identifying as a female?
No.
Okay, but that changed with this teacher. Can you tell us
Yes.
what changed?
Well, she just became really quite confused. I remember on Valentine's Day of that year, she said to me, you know, Mom, I like girls. And I said, well, of course you do, honey. You always have. So do I. We were surrounded by a lot of women in our life. And she said, you know, no, I really like girls. And I said, you know, where is this coming from? And of course, I've already alluded to that.
Can I just clarify, when
Yeah.
she's telling you that she likes girls, she's basically communicating that she believes she's a lesbian?
Yes.
Okay, it's just, you're using very soft language, and I just don't want the commissioners
sorry.
to misunderstand.
Yes, she did say that. And then it changed, I don't know, maybe a couple months later, okay, maybe I'm not a lesbian, maybe I'm bisexual. And again, I'm going, but you're 12, you're not even having sex. I don't understand why we're talking about this. And yeah, the other one was non-binary or some polyamorous thing. And I'm thinking, what is going on here? Why in the world are we talking about this in grade 7 or even thinking about it in grade 7? So yeah, that led to a lot of stress and strife. Yeah, I don't know what else you would.
Well, let's parse this out. So prior to this, how was she doing academically, and how was she doing after this?
Well, that year was pretty rough. I wouldn't say she was ever my, I have one child who school and academics is his thing. She was happy and a very social child. She was never a huge, like, get 100% academic child, but she enjoyed school. She was happy. She liked to go. Then junior high, starting with that year in grade 7, following with grade 8 and 9, she just became very withdrawn. Everything about her changed. The way she dressed changed.
How did that change?
So she was a gymnast, and quite a really good gymnast. So she, you know, would be kind of looking like what a gymnast would look like going to school, her leggings and her shirt. And then she started wearing everything black and big and baggy. And her teachers would say to me that, you know, she has her hood on in class, and you know, she doesn't really seem to be engaging. So she just went from someone who was excited and happy and full of life to someone who was sullen and quite dark.
Tell us about the cutting.
Yes, that was another part of this whole repercussion is she started cutting her legs and her arms, and I had a suspicion something was going on. And when I noticed it, her and I chatted, and I did take her to see a therapist in hopes to turn things around, but it didn't turn it around. Yeah, it was just, I could see all her pain and internal strife, and I wasn't at that time in my master's, but always having a passion for health and mental health and psychology and understanding human behavior in the brain. I knew this was a big sign, and she wasn't coping well. So that too was really hard to see. It's in some aspects been quite normalized in our world, but I think it's a cry for help and sort of an outward expression of what's going on inside. And it's easier to learn about it in a master's program or talk with someone outside of yourself. But when you see your own child, who you think is the most beautiful, perfect little person that you love, destroying their body, it's a bit more challenging. Sorry.
No, don't apologize. And on a box to your left are Kleenex if you need them. So, and I just want to be clear for the commissioners. When you're talking about cutting, you're talking about basically her cutting into her flesh, causing, you know, bleeding and scarring on both her arms and her legs.
Yes.
And there'd never been any behavior like that before.
No.
What about Did you start to become concerned in other ways? That maybe you might lose her?
Oh, yes. She did, I think this was more grade 8. She did have thoughts of suicide and, said, I don't, like, she just didn't feel like she belonged anywhere. And it was very, very, very confusing for me, both as a mom and a professional in this world. I thought, what am I missing? Like, what is going wrong here that you could feel this low and this distraught? So she also did go through a period of time of talking and thinking about suicide, which again, it was just I felt like I was living a nightmare. Like this was not my kid. And I'm well aware I'm not so naive to not think that there's social media and other influences in our world too, but it was just like I would have never dreamed this would have been the walk we would have walked. If someone had asked me, when she was in grade 5, would this ever happen? I would say absolutely not, right? I have 2 very loving parents that we spent a lot of time with. I have relatives and she loved to ride horses. We'd go out to the farm. I tried to include as many wholesome, engaging activities with really good people. I just never dreamed in a million years that would be the junior high years we would live.
Is it fair to say that you actually had very severe concerns that she might commit suicide?
Yes.
Okay, because I don't want you to understate your evidence. So if I was to say to you, basically, there was a little over a year period where you were severely concerned that because of this confusion that was created over her gender identity, that she might kill herself.
Yes.
What turned this around? Because it's been turned around. Right?
I'm trying to think how her really good friend came into our life. I started going to a church, and somehow, I don't know how I got my daughter there, but I did. And she went to a youth camp, only because an older friend she met who was a year older had said, hey, and she was, for lack of better words, kind of an edgy girl who didn't fit the typical norm. And my daughter really connected with her, and she said, Mom, my friend told me about this. Could I attend this summer camp? And I was like, hallelujah, yes, you can. So she went to camp, and she was very tight-lipped about it, but a couple of the adults who had been there, one working as a pastor, one as a nurse, had told me about sort of this experience that Aaliyah had. And when I picked her up, I could see her sparkly eyes again. I don't know if, I guess for parents in the audience, when your kids are really happy, like I feel like summertime, if you're outside, they have this glow to them and this sparkle. And when I picked her up, she looked like my child again. Like I said, she didn't share much about the experience, but some people had come to me to share. And this older friend, who is still a really good friend of hers, had just been a lifeline. My daughter was very much, Mom, I don't believe in the stuff you believe in. I don't believe in God. There is no God, anything like this. And after camp and after connecting with this good friend who she's still very good friends with, it was almost like the visual for me was just one of those floating rings that you toss out to someone and pull them back in. So this friend has a very soft spot in my heart too, because she's been someone who understands the struggles and understands what my daughter went through. She went through something quite similar, but was that little lifeline that pulled her out from that time.
And so since that switch, have there been any problems with her gender identification?
No.
And otherwise, how is she doing? So is she still cutting?
Nope.
Is she basically idealizing suicide?
No.
And is she, I guess she's finished school.
Yeah,
How does she do and how is she socializing?
She's a gymnastics coach and just loves it. She's really, really good with young kids. She actually does quite a bit of work with children who have more severe needs at the gym. So yeah, she's loves making money. She's happy. I'm really grateful. It's nice to see her being productive and, you know, enjoying just giving back and being a contributing part of the world, because it was a couple of years of a very steep and very unenjoyable roller coaster.
And is there any gender confusion?
No.
How does she identify?
As a female.
Now, commissioners, we don't have our next witness turning his camera on, so I'm going to continue with this witness until we're ready to go. So I'd like us to switch gears. So, let's wait, we're ready to go. So actually, this is a good time for a break. So Sherry, we're just going to stand you down and pick you up after Dr. David Martin has testified.
Of course, thank you.
So I'd like to call our next witness, who is Dr. David Martin, who's attending by video. Dr. Martin, can you hear us? Yes, we can hear you fine. I know you sent a CV either late last night or this morning, which we will enter as an exhibit, but I spent some time without the benefit of that CV trying to figure out how on earth do I introduce you. And I have to say that you are one of the most difficult people I've ever had to introduce before. And I'm going to go through some things that you have done. And so you were an assistant professor of radiology and orthopedic surgery at the University of Virginia at one time.
That's correct.
Your first invention was a laser integrated system to target and treat inoperable tumors.
That's correct.
Your mathematics helped unravel the way the human body processes hormones, and this has led to the detection and treatment of many diseases.
Hang on a second. Turn on the time. There you go.
Right, so I'd said that your mathematics helped unravel the way the human body processes hormones, and this has led to the detection and treatment of many diseases. Is that correct?
That is also correct.
Right, and we were speaking earlier in the week, and you were sharing that you're involved in technology that you've developed to basically take creosote out of wood and help clean up oil sands, ponds, and the like.
Yes, indeed.
You've set up top-performing global equity funds.
Yes, it was a CNBC IQ, which then became a series of traded funds. That's correct.
You have expertise in biological weapons.
I do indeed. Late 1980.
Right. You first wrote your first classified briefing about bioweapons and corruptions in 2001, and you've been presenting and sharing evidence since then.
Yeah, we'll go over.
Okay, now, and here's where and I'm touching on things, like we're going to go into how you basically founded this company called M-CAM that basically, tracks what's going on with patents and has expertise in basically intangible assets and basically how to promote those.
Yeah, M-CAM was established in 1998 as a mechanism to provide underwriting of assets for what became a principal underwriting in 68 countries, so that intangible assets could be collateral in banking transactions.
Right, and so you're kind of all over the place, and I was thinking last night, who is David Martin? And I don't know if you'll like what I came up with or not, but I thought, if Aristotle had actually been a financial philosopher, you would actually be kind of a cross between Aristotle and Nikola Tesla.
There you go.
So, so like it or not, that's kind of what I came up with. Now, I'd like to swear you in, because at the National Citizens
Indeed.
Inquiry, we take evidence under oath. So Can you please state your full name for the record and spell your
Yes,
first?
David Earl Martin.
Okay, and then do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Now, we were talking about this MCAM that you formed. My understanding is basically you've got a system that watches what's happening as people file patents, and it will flag things for you if you've asked things to be flagged.
So there are two things that it does, Sean. The first is that we can set information triggers which allow us to have something detected. We can also flag something a little more interesting, which is when we see things that are written in a way that clearly appear to be trying to obfuscate the ordinary meaning of a thing. And that's actually quite a more interesting thing, because you're interested in what people are disclosing, but you're even more interested in what they're trying to hide. And so that second function is something that has been exceptionally important in law enforcement and in a number of other applications.
And I want to flesh that out, because it's something that I skipped over when I was introducing you, but you've basically been involved in creating this model that helps detect when people are lying by omission or obfuscation.
Yeah, so I'll give you a good example. Sitting here on my desk, I have a thing called a cup. We would all agree this is probably a cup or a mug. But if I actually found a document that referred to a porcelain cylindrical vessel for the temporary containment of an aqueous solution, which would be how a cup would be described in a patent, then what I know is that somebody is trying willfully to make sure that the concept of cup is not found. And so in those kinds of situations where we have what we consider to be normal linguistic signatures, just like we think of DNA or we think of any of these other models of information, what we do is we're looking for patterns of non-normal communication behaviors. And one of the things we've done is mapped what we call the base pairs of communication, roughly 86,000 across every known language. And we will look for normal patterns of expression, and then we look at non-normal patterns of expression. And it is the non-normal patterns that we often like to flag just because we want to know why somebody seems to be intent on hiding something.
Right, so your system will automatically be checking patent applications that have been filed and bringing this type of thing to your attention.
That's correct.
And that's some things that you're going to share with us today. And so maybe I'll just cut you loose, because my understanding is you kind of have some slides to share with us in a presentation. But I just wanted the commissioners to understand, how is it that David Martin came to see things like patents and start investigating this?
Well, and I think, Sean, it's important to point out, if you think of the work that we're going to make reference to a little later on, some of the most alarming patents that we've seen are when we see science clearly being manipulated. So, and I'm going to get into this a little more, but I'll use this as an example. If you see somebody say an infectious replication defective virus, well, there's something interesting and highly problematic about that linguistic signature, because viruses, by their definition in the model that will promote around viruses as a construct, rely on replication as a criteria for a virus to be a virus. So what is a virus that doesn't replicate? Well, it isn't a virus using the definitions that people use as a viral model. So it's important to realize that these kinds of linguistic subtleties, which you might look past and you might have no real even possibility of detecting or understanding, those kinds of things become highly problematic when you see them, and then you go in and you understand that you're not searching for a target. One of the key things I've said throughout all of the COVID scam is that the difference between what I've been doing and what most others have been doing is I haven't been doing any inquiry or investigation. I've had machines that have been surfacing these problems actually for quite a long time. In this particular instance, we have been surfacing this particular allegedly coronavirus problem since the whole spike protein vaccine patents that Pfizer filed back in 1990. So this has been something that, has been on our radar for a long time.
Great. So I'll ask you to go into your presentation, and then I'm going to have some further questions for you.
Yeah, so I think I can share a screen here. I just pop this out here. And all right, now can you see the slides?
We don't, yes, we see a slide that's labeled An Injection of Truth, Bioweapons and Their Creators.
Yeah, perfect. So I made reference to this presentation just a few days ago, but I do think it's worth putting out into the context of what we're talking about. In 1979, Friedrich August von Hayek talked about the fact that the use of an emergency in the public sector is really about having the pretext to suspend liberty and to suspend the ordinary rule of law. And it's important to realize that this information, this observation made by von Hayek, is actually an observation that was made based on his review of a number of things going back largely to the Second World War and what happened across the Second World War in both the Allied and the Axis powers, where the construct of emergency was used as the context in which you could suspend liberty. But it's important to realize that this goes much further back than this. I pointed out in a previous presentation several months ago that if we go back to the 17th and 18th century in the United States, specifically the use of quarantine powers, and these were typically wielded by people who had port authority or port agency, ultimately what in the United States became what we call the Department of Health and Human Services now, which back in the late 1600s and early 1700s were the port masters' offices of quarantine. The minute you allege that there is an emergency or you allege there is a problem, the derivative of that allegation is emergency powers which suspend liberty. And it's important that we understand that this has been around, for a long time. This observation obviously published in 79, but it's important to point that out. This slide that I have on the screen now is probably problematic at its core because it lays out the long duration of this attempt to get to a coronavirus vaccine program. But what's important about this is this was a statement made by Peter Daszak during the gain of function moratorium, while Ralph Baric, Peter Daszak, and Anthony Fauci were all violating the gain of function moratorium under a letter that NIAID sent to the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill in October of 2014, where Anthony Fauci authorized Ralph Baric's lab at UNC Chapel Hill not only to pursue the gain of function on coronavirus, but specifically added that it should be increasing its activities during the gain of function moratorium by placing the research in vivo, meaning to put it into living organisms. So while the world thought that there was a moratorium on gain of function research, at that very time, Peter Daszak, Ralph Baric, and Anthony Fauci colluded with the following mandate, and I'm going to go ahead and read it. To sustain the funding base beyond the crisis, we need to increase public understanding of the need for medical countermeasures such as a pan-influenza or pan-coronavirus vaccine. A key driver is the media, and the economics will follow the hype. We need to use that hype to our advantage to get to the real issues. Investors will respond if they see profit at the end of the process. Now, the reason why this particular quote is so alarming is at the time, the World Health Organization had declared that the coronavirus and SARS-CoV infectious conditions in the human condition were eradicated. So it seems quite odd that there would be a need for medical countermeasures, which is a legal definition term out of the 2005 PrEP Act. It's very bizarre that we would need medical countermeasures for a eradicated disease, because obviously, if it's eradicated, you actually don't need a pan-coronavirus vaccine. And the use of the term pan-coronavirus vaccine itself is problematic, because at that point in time, we had already allegedly isolated and CDC had patented SARS 1.0, that patent we're going to get to in a minute. But why do we need to have a broad spectrum coronavirus vaccine when allegedly the human exposure and the human risk with respect to a potential pandemic or pandemic enabling pathogen was declared eradicated? There's a very problematic quote, and it was published in the National Academy of Sciences March 2015 publication from the Countermeasure Response to Infectious Disease Program that was done in 2014. Now, I've made reference to the fact that there were a series of exceptionally problematic documents that come out of a variety of places, but we're going to start with the most problematic of them all, and that is the patent that Ralph Barrick, Christopher Curtis, and Boyd Yount filed from the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, which was filed in its Patent Cooperation Treaty application April 19th of 2002, but the priority of the filing, the provisional filing, was April 20th, 2001. And if we go back to look at that patent, we see that there are two grant numbers, AI 23946 and GM 63228 from the National Institutes of Health, which gave the United States government what's called march-in rights under the Bayh-Dole Act, such that there was an ability to have the federal government access this innovation and this invention without any restriction by virtue of the fact that it was funded by NIH. This also was done with support coming from the Carolina Vaccine Institute at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, which has very strong ties to GlaxoSmithKline. The problem with this particular patent, if we look at patent 7279327, which was ultimately issued October 9 of 2007, but remember, the priority date was April 20th, 2001, and the PCT, or the Patent Cooperation Treaty global filing, was April 19th, 2002. What makes this problematic is that it says the invention may be carried out with any coronavirus, such as human respiratory coronavirus. And the reason why that particular phrase is problematic is that when you look at actual material in this patent, you find that what historically had been canine and porcine coronavirus, which was the thing that was the greatest commercial and public concern back in 2001, now became a human respiratory coronavirus, specifically targeting lung epithelial cells. As we all know, the first alleged outbreak of the respiratory problem, which we called SARS, severe acute respiratory syndrome, in 2002 going into 2003, was in fact the first time we had a infectious replication defective, which is what this patent is, outbreak, according to the official records, of a respiratory coronavirus in humans. We did not have any of the evidence of that happening prior to the disclosure and the technology disclosed inside of this invention, which we know was actually established by work done starting in 1999. If we look at the grant numbers, we know these grant numbers were specifically funding research that Ralph Barrick and his team were doing starting in 1999, moving through 2002. And what makes the research associated with these grants most problematic is that in all of their research, they knew that not only were they targeting human respiratory tissue, but they also published and were very aware of the fact that what they had done manipulated the coronavirus model such that they could actually harm the myocardial tissue in mammals. Most notably in this particular research, they showed that they could create cardiomyopathy in rabbits. Now, you know that we have the original filing of this patent in April 20th of 2001. That's the priority date. But then you see at the peak of what we called the coronavirus outbreak that we associated with SARS, the winter of 2002 going into the spring of 2003, that on April the 25th, 2003, we have the Center for Disease Control and Prevention filing a patent on coronavirus isolated from humans. What makes this particular patent, and this one is patent 7220852, what makes this patent most problematic is that it's actually illegal to file this patent. The CDC broke the law when it filed it. And the reason why I say that is because it's actually technically correct. Under 2 rejections of this patent, when it was being considered by the Patent Office, it was rejected for unpatentability of subject matter. And the reason for that is that the information that they used to file this patent was already in the public domain prior to the filing of the patent, meaning that it was not available to be used as part of a patent filing. They even make reference to those conditions with the GenBank filings that had been done by the Chinese well in advance of the application that was filed by CDC. And if we go back and we look, we find out that the vast majority of the information that was covered in this particular patent subject matter was allegedly materials that were a result of collaboration between researchers at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, and researchers and samples of research taken in China. So what we know about this particular set of patents, beginning in 2001, going through April of 2003, we happen to know that essentially the patented subject matter of turning the coronavirus model into what became what we call now a severe acute respiratory syndrome was an invention, not a natural transmission or a natural evolution of what we now call the coronavirus, disease or pathogen model. And this is such a critical point that I'm going to pause and allow you to ask a question before I move forward, because this one is so absolutely essential that people understand. We did not have SARS until we invented SARS.
When I was trying to interrupt you earlier, that was just the point I wanted to make, is I wanted people to understand. So we have this SARS outbreak in 2002, 2003, but that was basically a man-made virus.
Well, let's be technically correct. As I said, we actually can't quite get away with calling it a virus here for the simple reason that we now know, based on everything in the patent that I have here, 7279327, that they specifically used the viral model and they used attributes of the both cDNA as well as what ultimately became things that we associated with RNA. They used information that they derived from their model of coronavirus, but what they made was not a virus. What they made was what we'll get to in my next slides. What they made is something that they described as biowarfare enabling technology.
Right. So, but people can understand that back in 2002, 2003, when they or people close to them were sick with SARS, that they were sick with something that had been created with US government funding and then released to the public.
That is absolutely correct. There is no There is no evidence at all that this was a natural evolution at all. And so the debates that took place in 2019, 2020, and 2021 about whether these were naturally occurring mutations from bats in China, all of that was theater to cover up for the published facts. And this is why it's so problematic in the public facts to show that we know that beginning in 1992, and I have it now on this slide, and we'll just get to the middle of it, the chimeric coronavirus. And what I mean by that is the terms that were used, where if we look at the publication from Journal Infectious Disease, November of 1992, we see that Ralph Barrick's lab had successfully, in 1992, allowed the original model that they described as coronavirus to become this chimeric structure, this gain-of-function structure that was known to target the human heart and other heart tissue.
Back in 1992, so they developed the technology in 1992 to use this platform to affect heart tissue.
Yes, and remember that we knew that from Pfizer's patent, which I have on this screen too. And I'll just go through the screen briefly, but patent 6372224, which was filed in November of 2000. We know from that patent and from the literature cited in that patent that the spike protein associated with the coronavirus associated with SARS was something that was known to be the target agent that would be used for vaccine programs. And Pfizer filed its first spike protein patent November of 2000. So the whole thing predates SARS, absolutely.
And it long predates COVID-19. So we name it COVID-19 for 2019, but basically this had been going on for decades.
That's exactly right. And when we get into the current pandemic allegations, the answer, as you look at all of both the real all-cause mortality as well as the life insurance data from 2020, you'll know that the pandemic that we were supposedly having with people getting sick was actually not a pandemic from people getting sick from some natural process. They were getting infected with a material that had been human manufactured. We know that in the early days of this pandemic, and I'm getting ahead of myself, but we know in the early days of the pandemic, the CDC actually published the fact that they were shipping contaminated swabs. So the likelihood that people were getting exposed to this pathogen through introduced swabs is actually pretty reliable, since they admitted to doing that.
So
what makes that more interesting, however, is the context for this particular slide. Because when Tyrell, Bino, and others were able to first isolate what they described coronavirus in 1965, published in the Lancet in 1966, we know that in the period immediately following the description, there were material harvested from the respiratory tract of what were considered to be sick patients in the United States. And in 1967, there was an effort undertaken by McIntosh, Bradburn, and others to take the samples from what were considered to be sick people and put it into what are called healthy volunteers. This paper, published in the British Journal of Medicine in 1967, showed the first, what I would represent as a weaponization use of the coronavirus model. The first time that was done was described when US samples were used to infect British healthy volunteers in 1967. And what we see in 1973 in the journal publication Chest, 1973, we actually see that we were able to show that the introduction of this kind of material, the material described as coronavirus, was actually tested in asthmatic children in 1973. So when you look at the history of this, we know that we had a awareness of what was basically described as a common cold back in the 1960s and early 70s, which was then in the late I would say early 1990s with respect to the Journal of Infectious Disease program, where the modified chimera of the model was used to target myocardial tissue. We can see in both the Pfizer patent that was followed, as well as the 2002 patent that we made reference to before for the infectious replication defective clone of coronavirus. In those two patents, we see that the gain of function research was specifically targeting making the respiratory tissue exposure the gain of function target to create a more lethal and more deadly pathogen. Do I still have you, Sean?
Yes, yes, you do. I was just thinking you were moving to the next slide.
The final point. I had already made reference to the CDC patent, and I'll just, for the sake of reference, take you back to this April 25th, 2003 patent, which was filed by CDC. 2 days later, a company called Sequoia Pharmaceuticals, a pharmaceutical company in Rockville, Maryland, right near the FDA. Sequoia Pharmaceuticals, the company that had never done anything, never had produced any product, filed a patent 2 days after the CDC patent filing on the vaccine for SARS coronavirus. Now, I want to be very clear on the fact that it is scientifically and absolutely impossible for a company to file a patent for a vaccine for something that had been only described 2 days earlier in a patent filing. And the reason why that's problematic is because patent filings are filed in a paper form at the patent office, and for a period of between 9 and 18 months are not disclosed in any form to the public. So it would be quite literally impossible for Sequoia Pharmaceuticals to have ever had access to allegedly CDC's patented coronavirus isolated from humans unless they were working together. And unless there had been no invention in April of 2003 of SARS coronavirus, it had been something that, as you read the Sequoia Pharmaceuticals patent on the vaccine for coronavirus, it becomes very clear that that particular patent came from collaboration that predated the pandemic itself in 2002. Let me pause before I get into this next slide. So if you have a question, we can do it.
Well, it's just interesting. So just so people understand what you're saying, is you're basically saying, look, at the CDC files a patent in April of 2003, but that's not going to be public for roughly about 18 months. So nobody's going to know what the patent describes. Well, 2 days later, Sequoia files a patent for a vaccine that they can't know about in response to this CDC filing. So for the same pathogen. And the point you're making is they had to be working together. And then, you know, the question begging to be asked is, well, why would Sequoia even make a vaccine? Where's the need for a vaccine for a pathogen controlled by the CDC and which is not, you know, in the human population?
Well, and this is where the problem gets quite difficult, Sean, because the fact is that if you go back and look, the two inventors on the Sequoia Pharmaceuticals patent had no respiratory background whatsoever. They had no virology background with respect to anything that had anything to do with a respiratory pathogen. And so we have two people who allegedly are inventing a vaccine for a thing that they could not have known about in a company that had never produced a single thing. And lo and behold, here they're filing patent 2 days after the CDC patent gets filed for a vaccine that could not have possibly been known about, but for the fact that this was collusion that predates 2002. Now, that becomes highly problematic because if people remember that in September of 2001, there was an enormous number of people that got very concerned about another pathogen that had also been released by the United States military into the common population. And that was the September release of anthrax. Now, if we go back and look at the history of anthrax, we realize that there has been a public concern around anthrax, the pathogen, which was engineered by the United States Department of Defense, and the exposure to anthrax vaccines that were notably used in the troops that were sent to the Middle East for the first and second Gulf Wars. There was an enormous amount of inquiry into whether or not those early anthrax vaccines were potentially the cause, or at least contributed to what was called Gulf War syndrome. And there were a series of inquiries in which that information went all the way through congressional hearings, and that's congressional material, much of which went into some of my company MCAM's briefings on bioweapons and what we called vector weaponization. Now, vector weaponization is a term that not everyone is used to. It is actually a series of publications that my company MCAM has published for law enforcement. In this particular case, the reference I'm making is the RT-PCR SARS references from our 2003 bioweapons and vector weaponization publication that was done in response to both the anthrax outbreak in 2001, as well as the SARS alleged outbreak in 2002. When we did the briefings in 2002 and again in 2010 about the bioengineering dangers of what was going on with the bioweapons program, people largely dismissed them because they stated that the official position was that the United States was not doing anything in biological weapons. Now, tragically, in the 15th European Symposium of Animal, Plant, and Microbial Toxins in Ljubljana, Slovenia, in 2004, I actually specifically gave a complete briefing on the proliferation and commercialization of biological and chemical weapons for military use. And I was doing that in 2004, and not surprisingly, in the exact same period, there was another briefing going on, a Keystone Symposium, where Ralph Barrick made reference to the fact that the coronavirus model was very, very highly adaptable and quite functional as a biological weapon. The program that he actually spoke to was using reverse genetics and full-length infectious cDNA of SARS as a potential biologic weapon. That was 2004. And then in 2005, and this is where it becomes extremely problematic, because he, at a DARPA MITRE event, made reference to his synthetic coronavirus as, and I'm quoting, biological warfare enabling technologies. I want everybody to just make sure that they understand this was an express statement at a DARPA MITRE conference where the term biological warfare enabling technologies was associated with the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill's gain of function research. Now, tragically, in the spring, March of 2005, I was asked to give the keynote address in the Islamic Republic of Iran in Tehran, where I gave a keynote address around proliferation of bioengineering technologies, and specifically did so at the National Research Center for Genetic and Engineering and Biological Technologies Congress on bioethics in 2005. Now, what made that particular event so interesting is at the event in Iran, we were being advised that there was an enormous amount of United States and European sponsored biological weapons research, including the use of broadleaf plants, tobacco, tomatoes, and others, to create edible vaccines for a host of pathogens. And at the event in Tehran, I was advised by a number of researchers who approached me asking me about the various biological agents that they knew were being developed by the United States bioweapons program. So when I use the term biological weapons or biowarfare enabling technology, the reason I use it is because that is the language that is being used by the individuals who actually made the gain of function research. That is not David Martin opining on a thing. It's simply reporting the facts. And if we look at 2005, we see that during the exact same period of the biowarfare enabling technologies project with the DARPA MITRE conference Ralph Barrick conducted in the United States, at exactly the same time, Barrick, Zhang Shi, the woman we now refer to as the Bat Lady in the most recent pandemic, and Peter Daszak all worked together on a USAID project that was specifically DARPA and NIAID funded under the first biodefense grant, U54 AI 057157, where $10 million, slightly over $10 million, was sent to the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill for the sake of doing biowarfare application gain of function research on coronavirus. Let's get that date in everybody's mind. This is USAID starting with their PREDICT program specifically around gain of function, specifically around SARS-CoV, and that grant was first granted in 2005, bringing the Wuhan Institute of Virology and the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill into direct collaboration. What makes this even more problematic is that in 2014, during the gain of function moratorium, we actually have the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill getting an exemption from NIAID, a letter written in October from NIAID to UNC Chapel Hill saying that despite the fact that the gain of function moratorium was in place, they were authorized to continue research on their gain of function COV. And the COV in question, we actually find out in 2016 at the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, we find out that what they were doing gain of function research on was, are you ready for this? SARS-like WIV1-CoV, quote, poised for human emergence. Now, what is WIV1-CoV? That is Wuhan Institute of Virology virus 1. And by 2016, in violation of the gain of function moratorium, they actually said it was ready for human emergence. Now, Sean, this is such a highly problematic publication. Setting aside for the sake of this conversation, the fact that it happened during the gain of function moratorium, and setting aside the fact that the biodefense grants that had been going into this on an annual basis since 2005 led to a publication in 2016 saying that it was the Wuhan Institute of Virology coronavirus, which was going to be poised for human emergence. That standing by itself is enough of a problem. When you look at the fact that between 2010 and 2018, Moderna and BioNTech, the arm of Pfizer that we all have become aware of, were engaged in a series of projects trying to figure out how to build vaccines using RNA technology. All of this becomes highly problematic when in April of 2019, this is months before allegedly patient 1 in Wuhan, Moderna amended its patent filings to include the terms accidental or intentional release of a respiratory pathogen.
Can I just
want
break
to
in?
be
Because
very
this
clear.
is what
Accidental or intentional release of a respiratory pathogen at the very time that they had already stated that SARS Wuhan virus 1 was poised for human emergence.
what I find interesting about that language, poised for human emergence, is, I think most of us could get our heads around that, government, military agencies might violate a moratorium to develop a biological weapon to be used on the enemy. But I don't recall us being at war, Dr. Martin, in 2016 or 2019.
Or 17 or 18.
Yeah. So that's what I find interesting about the words emergence, human emergence, is it's implying that they were planning on releasing this on their own population.
Well, and we know now because of disclosures that have come out of a number of FOIA requests in the United States, we know this is not the first time the Department of Defense has actually intentionally infected healthy populations. We've seen that happen in New York subway systems. We've seen it happen in other public subway systems. We've seen it happen in a number of places where tests have been done on the public, where we release all kinds of things and then we see how many people get sick. That's something that has happened on a number of occasions. So this is not the first, nor will it be the last time, unless we actually have public intervention to make sure that we have all of this stuff addressed once and for all.
And just to give that a Canadian flavor, I mean, I think it's well known that that happened in Winnipeg, I think in the 60s, where they deliberately, released biological agents to see how many people in Winnipeg would get sick.
Yes, this is not the first time it's happened, and the public needs to understand that the weaponization of what are derived from biological models agents are things that have been going on for a long time, and we need to have legislation that outlaws that categorically, because the only time it's ever been used is against the civilian population. Now, most people are not aware that the European Investment Bank provided 50 million euros to BioNTech on the 17th of December 2019. And that date is exceptionally problematic given what was going on. So remember, we've got an award granted on the 17th of December 2019 to BioNTech. If anybody's familiar with the way federal funding works or federal grants work, you realize that in many instances it takes at least months, if not years, to build an application, to put that application through peer review, to get that peer review ultimately scored, and for that to ultimately result in a funding grant. So the fact that by 17th of December 2019, we have BioNTech receiving a grant, we actually know from the receipt of that grant that the grant had to predate that by at least months and possibly years. And why would it be that both Moderna, who in 2018 was fighting over the Canadian lipid nanoparticle patent technology, and the European Investment Bank, who mysteriously on the 17th of December 2019 supplies BioNTech with a 50 million euro grant for their RNA vaccine production, these two things just scream that every single person knew that not only was Moderna and BioNTech already chosen to be the successors of interest to the pandemic that was about to be unleashed on the population, but the funding mechanism for all of them predate the first patient allegation in China. So prior to a pandemic, BioNTech and Moderna both sit loaded with the formula for the vaccine and the funding for the vaccine before there's a pathogen.
Was that ever a lucky guess, eh?
Amazing, particularly given that neither company had successfully launched a product outside any of the now emergency use authorization. Now, here comes the bad news. Up until now, we could say that these are all just allegations. Problem is, the synthetic coronavirus biohacking program that I referred to before comes right off of Ralph Barrick's curriculum vitae. He very famously put that as a moment of pride to say that that was something that he did, which is part of his professional history. We also know that all of these organizations were part of a collaboration that was called the Global Preparedness Monitoring Board at the World Health Organization. And it's important to look at the document I have highlighted as a screen capture on the right-hand side of this slide, where they start off with countries, donors, and multilateral institutions must be prepared for the worst. A rapidly spreading pandemic due to a lethal respiratory pathogen, whether naturally emergent or accidentally or deliberately released, poses an additional preparedness requirement. That language, accidentally or deliberately released, matches the accidental or deliberate release language from the Moderna patent of April of 2019. The document I'm showing you comes from the September 18th, 2019 document, World at Risk, developed by the World Health Organization's Global Preparedness Monitoring Board. And they specifically say that the success indicators by September 2020 are donors and countries commit to identify timelines and financing for the development of a universal influenza vaccine, broad spectrum antivirals, and targeted therapeutics. Now, what makes this particular document so problematic, and remember, this document was published September 18th, 2019. So they're telling us that we need to have a vaccine, a universal vaccine by September 2020. The image on the cover of this document is, are you ready for this? An image of a coronavirus. They're telling us in September of 2019 that we're going to have this lethal respiratory pathogen outbreak. We're going to do it so that we get countries to get financing and development for universal vaccines. And they published that on September 18th, 2019. Three and a half months before there even was an alleged patient with coronavirus.
Can I just break in, because I want people to understand, when you're saying a universal platform for a vaccine, we're really talking about bringing in this mRNA platform.
Correct.
As a vaccine platform. So we use an emergency to basically get the public to accept a new platform that otherwise would have to go through years and years and years of development to be accepted.
That's exactly right.
Okay.
Well, and remember that one day later, so this was September 18th, 2019. On September 19th, 2019, one day later, President Trump signed the executive order, which authorized the rapid development of this universal vaccine platform. So that was signed as an executive order September 19th, 2019. There was no outbreak of influenza in 2019 that executive order was necessary for. That executive order, September 19th, 2019, 3.5 months before there was ever even an allegation of a pandemic, was done so that this process would be put in motion and all of the related things would ultimately unfold.
So can I just ask a question then? So
certainly,
when we hear about warp speed being announced, basically there would already a program in progress before that announcement.
That's exactly right. A year before warp speed, or 6.5 months before warp speed was even discussed, warp speed had already started.
Thank you.
Now, I have this document to show Canadians' complicity in what was going on in this run up to the pandemic. If you go back to 2018, you'll see that the filing in March 5th of 2018 was a filing where Protiva Biotherapeutics, which is one of the multiple corporate entities that came out of the University of British Columbia. We had a set of fights going on around who owned the lipid nanoparticle, the lipid nanoparticle technology that was ultimately going to be used in the injections. And it's important to realize that the Patent Trials Appeal Board in the United States was asked to consider whether or not the UBC technology was in fact patented or whether Moderna could use it without infringing on any of the Protiva and or Arbutus acuitas UBC technology. That particular filing of the contested nature of the lipid nanoparticle for vaccines started March 5th of 2018. And in the September of 2018, we actually have the ability for all of the procedural elements of that case to be filed. The final decision ultimately being issued on September of 2019, not surprisingly, precisely at the time that the World Health Organization released the World at Risk statement saying that we are going to move forward with a universal platform. If you go back and you look, you see that the Canadian government and the US government both knew, by virtue of the fact that this very public dispute was happening on both sides of the border, they knew that Moderna was going to ultimately have to deal with the fact that the University of British Columbia patents on the lipid nanoparticle were actually known to have been part of the mRNA vaccine program in development. And ultimately, the Patent Trials Appeal Board ruled in favor of the fact that UBC was going to have a seat at the table for manufacturing these injections. So the Canadians, by September of 2019, knew that regardless of which one of the companies, either BioNTech or Moderna, regardless of which one of them would ultimately become the global dominating player with respect to lipid nanoparticles, at some point, Canada and the University of British Columbia technology was going to be part of the solution that was going to be used as part of the distribution of the mRNA injections. Now, the reason why that's critically important is Canadian law outlaws any participation in anything that is the known enablement of production or distribution or introduction of biological weapons into any population. By September 11th, 2019, Canada knew that the technology coming out of the University of British Columbia was going to be the enabling technology that meets the legal definition in Canada and the legal definition in the United States of a biological weapon. And why do I say that with the level of precision I'm saying? I'm saying that because if you follow the provenance of the alleged information that went from Wuhan Institute of Virology's biological weapons program, the DARPA PREDICT program, if you go from that program to the institution of the mRNA injections that started at the VRC in the US in 2019, and what we saw in the European Union grant to BioNTech in 2019, we know that the information that was transmitted across government and across international borders, which is actually what triggers the biological weapons program, was known to be a scheduled toxin to public health. We knew it was actually a lethal agent, as stated in 2016. And we knew that the enabling technology to get this lethal agent into the population was going to be reliant on Canadian technology in violation of Canada's own biological weapons laws. None of these things are allegations. These are all published facts that were known prior to the inception of the pandemic.
So just, we hear about that basically we are manipulated by, governments and power systems with this formula, problem, create a problem, reaction, and solution. And, it wasn't just Canada, the whole world experienced this problem where we are just being told literally that we're all going to die and our loved ones are going to die. The level of fear was fantastic. We react in fear. We react by consenting to locking down, by consenting to masking, by basically consenting to destroy our small businesses, by ruining education. And yet the solution was already in play and being prepared, is what you're telling us, before we were even presented with the problem, let alone reacting.
That's correct. And that's why it's important to understand that while the narrative, as you described it, is correct, we are told we have something to fear. We're told that the people who told us we had something to fear have the solution, and then we call for the solution, and we ultimately take the solution. In this particular case, the solution was an a priori already known reality. There was no chance that the public was going to have a chance anything other than they were going to accept an experimental gene therapy. That was going to be the outcome, period. And remember, the reason why I use that terminology is in April of 2020, in both the biotech and in the Moderna SEC filings, they explicitly state that mRNA injections are, and I'm quoting from their regulatory filings, classified as experimental gene therapy. They are not, and they never have been designated as what meets the legal standard of a vaccine as defined under the 1986 Act, which is the last time vaccines were legally defined in the United States. And by the way, I'm distinguishing the difference between public acclamation and legal definition. The legal definition of a vaccine still requires that it disrupts infection or transmission. The practical public health redefinition, which was done by fiat, but it was never codified into law, states that a vaccine must disrupt infection or transmission. And in this particular case, we knew that both infection and transmission were not going to have any impact whatsoever on what was going to be injected into people's arms. mRNA was going to be a platform forced onto the population, despite the fact that it was in fact known to be, disclosed to be, and officially classified in April 2020 as experimental gene therapy.
Now, Dr. Martin, I'm going to ask, how much time do you have to give us? Because we have time on our end. I'm just curious how much time you have on your end.
I have us booked up until 1:30.
Okay.
So I'm almost done with this. But I wanted to just highlight one very problematic thing that also took place in February of 2018. And that is that the European Union and the World Health Organization and interests here in the United States changed the definition of an adverse event following immunization. And an adverse event following immunization, or AEFI, was in fact something that was modified in 2018 to mean that there is only an adverse event if the adverse event has already been published in the literature. Now, the reason why that becomes a highly problematic reality is given the fact that there was no literature establishing human exposure to any of these mRNA injections because they were experimental gene therapies and had never been approved or authorized even for experimental use. Because that, there was no possibility that there had been literature published which would have described the adverse events with respect to human exposure to the mRNA. But in February of 2018, the definition of adverse event was changed so that it was impossible to have an adverse event to these injections.
No.
It was absolutely mandated to be an impossibility. There was no way you could have had an adverse event because they changed what an adverse event actually is.
So what's troubling about this, wasn't it President Eisenhower that said nothing happens by accident in the government?
Correct.
So, so here we have the development of this, I'll call it a vaccine, but I appreciate, based on your presentation, I'm incorrect. But basically this weapon that's going to be released, we're about to start funding and developing the vaccine for the weapon. But just prior to doing that, we are changing the definition of adverse reaction so that when there is harm caused by the vaccine that we're going to prepare for the population, they won't be attributed to the vaccine because you're telling us it's impossible. There'll be no
Well,
scientific literature.
That's what the actual scientific standard was changed to. You cannot have an adverse event unless there has been scientifically published evidence that there is a causal link between the exposure and the event. And because there was no published any experience with this, because it didn't exist, it made having an adverse event impossible. Now, let's get to the who's behind it. It's important to realize that at the inception of the pandemic, the Global Preparedness Monitoring Board, which we have over here on the right, included a number of people that include the Director General of the World Health Organization, the co-chair of the Global Preparedness Monitoring Board, Dr. Victor Zhao of the National Academy of Medicine in the US, Chris Elias from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Sir Jeremy Farr from the Wellcome Trust, Anthony Fauci from NIAID, Ms. Henrietta Fore from the UNCEF, and Dr. George Gao of the Chinese CDC. But at the launch of what we call the pandemic, the head of the Wellcome Trust board was Eliza Manningham-Buller, who was the head of MI5 Security Service in the UK. Her position was ultimately taken by Julia Gillard during the pandemic. We have Arup Chakraborty from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. We have Dame Amelia Fawcett from State Street Investors. And when you see them on the boards of the agent that is saying that the world is going to have a global pandemic, and then you see that they are absolutely financially and politically aligned to the Wellcome Trust's financial interest in advancing all of the platforms with respect to mass immunizations, you then find out a very interesting financial conflict of interest through a company called Syncona. Syncona was a Wellcome Trust family and friends fund. It was a joint investment with Facebook and Facebook's co-founder, Dustin Moskowitz. Dustin Moskowitz did two very significant things prior to the pandemic: a Clade-X pandemic exercise, as well as the very famous Event 201 in October of 2019, where what we have is a very interesting set of issues, where in Event 201, Dustin Moskowitz, through his fund Open Philanthropy, which co-invests with Syncona's Wellcome Trust, worked together to establish a platform that said we're going to create a global pandemic during which there's going to be an emergency use authorization to authorize a new family of interventions in the form of medical countermeasures. And what was not disclosed to anyone at the outset of this pandemic was Dustin Moskowitz was also a significant investor in a company called Sherlock Biosciences, which happened to be the company that was commercializing and trying to get authorization for CRISPR technology, which is the gene editing technology that's necessary to go in and do significant genetic modification by clipping the portions of DNA that are modified or potentially harmful to humans. What nobody bothered to point out was the guy who had the most to gain. And by the way, if you go back and look after the emergency use authorization was put in place for the pandemic, one of the first authorized approvals that came through the emergency use authorization was CRISPR technology. In other words, we knew from the background of 2000 to 2010, during the lead up to what became Moderna, so the project was called Darwinian Chemical Systems, and that project became Moderna in 2010. We knew that we were going to modify the genome. We knew that that modification of the genome was potentially highly reckless and potentially highly dangerous. So, giant surprise, the gentleman who's financing this entire process, Dustin Moskowitz, co-investing with the Wellcome Trust, headed by Jeremy Farr, gets together and says, we're going to actually go ahead and do a gene editing technology as part of a program that includes what we know to be a gene editing intervention that's happening through the use of mRNA. It's absolutely critical to know that all of these co-conspirators, and I'm now using that term in the antitrust definition form of what it means to be a co-conspirator, all signed off on the release of a lethal respiratory pathogen for the purpose of an emergency for which they all had financial gain. So this meets all of legal definitions of not only antitrust violations, but also racketeering. Just to make everybody comfortable,
because we have
it's not the first time it's happened. I have on this particular slide every one of the same sets of actions that took place over and over again. We have the Flexner Report from 1910, funded by Carnegie, which that gave rise to then the Rockefeller Foundation funding Johns Hopkins University's public health vaccine program. We actually have in 1941, Wellcome Trust putting in place what became the Therapeutic Substances Act, which ultimately became the UK's version of the FDA. Not surprisingly, the first public vaccine program was the World Trade Organization or World Health Organization's TB vaccine program, which was partially funded by the Rockefeller Foundation, partially funded by a number of other donors. And we saw in 1952, the first time that Brock Chisholm, who was then the Director General of the World Health Organization, said that the vaccine program that the World Health Organization would be advancing would be for, and I'm quoting from his work, for population control. Immediately after that statement, we started the malaria vaccine program. Burroughs Wellcome Fund became a US fund in 1955. And shortly after that, both the malaria vaccine program and the smallpox vaccine program started in 1967. And then the global initiation of vaccine immunization programs were launched in 1974, leading to the 1988 statement that we were going to have an eradication of polio program. And then you see the history go all the way through. The reason why this slide is so important is to understand that the progression of what I just laid out is something that has been going on now for 115 years. So if we think that somehow or another this was an immediate scare that happened immediately in 2019 going into 2020, I want to be abundantly clear that this program and the elaborate mechanism that allows it to happen has a 115-year head start on the vast majority of the public who think they're aware now. And it's critical that we understand that we're just starting to scratch the surface of how deeply corrupt all of this activity is. Just to wrap up, what happens in terms of the anatomy of how these crimes are committed is we start by patenting a pathogen. That creates the restraint of trade and the capacity for a single actor to have bioweaponization capabilities. Following that, a sole source and non-competitive academic grant program is put in place, much like what we see at UNC Chapel Hill, and ultimately its collaboration through Peter Daszak and others with the Wuhan Institute of Virology. We have science, industry, and NGOs sitting on commercial boards like the Global Preparedness Monitoring Board at the World Health Organization, which stipulate that they have a financial interest in advancing a core technology. In this case, it's always vaccines. To get their vaccine accepted, they have to create an emergency war game. They have to coerce the public behavior. And that's not my assertion. That's their statement. We need the public to respond to hype. That was their words, not mine. And then what happens is we suppress known market options, like in the case of SARS-CoV. We know that in 2010, Ralph Barrett published what now the public knows as the Zelenko Protocol. We know that there was a countermeasure. We know it worked, and we know it was engineered by the guy who made the weapon in the first place. But rather than promoting that, which would make the emergency use authorization not apply to an experimental gene therapy, we suppress the known market options, in this particular case, known to be the Zelenko protocol, known to be the published Barrick protocol from 2010. We knew that there was a treatment for SARS infection if it was really infection. We knew that there was a treatment available. We knew it worked. We knew that hydroxychloroquine had been tested after the SARS 1.0. NIND had funded that research. We knew that there were market opportunities for treatment, and we willfully chose not to use them and actively suppress them. Every government actively suppressed them for the purpose of making sure that the known lethal agent was going to be selected as the only way out of the pathogen problem. Why do we know it was lethal? We know that the lipid nanoparticle that was going to be used to inject the mRNA already was scheduled as a toxic agent. And we know that the pseudouridine that was used as a stabilizing mechanism for the mRNA was known to be lethal, not just toxic. We knew it was lethal, and we went ahead and injected it into the arms of adults and children and infants and lactating mothers. And we knew all of that by 2018. None of this co-occurred with the alleged pandemic, which leads me to my conclusion, which is, do we need a Nuremberg trial? And my point is that the problem that we have, if we look at the Nuremberg trial, is that we failed to hold accountable what were considered to be the healthcare providers who were just following orders or doing their best or doing their job. Let me be abundantly clear. All the information that I have shared in this testimony was published, knowable, and known before the first patient was described in 2019 in December in Wuhan, China. None of the interventions are legally defined as emergency use medical countermeasures because all of them were put in motion prior to the existence of the declared pandemic. And because of that, the public has every reason in the world to actually hold the manufacturers and everyone else accountable, because all of this information was known in the public before December of 2019. And Sean, that's the punchline I want to make sure we don't lose. It is absolutely essential to describe the fact that there is no legal coverage, none, for the notion that anything that was done in response to the use of mRNA for SARS-CoV-2, none of it legally falls under the definition of medical countermeasure under an EUA, because all of this predates patient one in Wuhan.
Dr. Martin, you've made it clear. I mean, basically, you would class this as a biological weapon, and I think you'd agree with me that it was known to be intentionally toxic and or lethal. Am I right there?
Yes, that's absolutely
Okay.
correct. They said it in 2005.
Am I also correct, because you were talking about CRISPR technology and how they would benefit, that they knew in advance that this would change our DNA?
That's absolutely right. And we have to remember that the National Science Foundation project, which was called Darwinian Chemical Systems, started in 2000, going to 2010, which was the forerunner to the company Moderna. It's absolutely essential the public knows that the reason why it went into its corporate position is because they had succeeded in using mRNA to write into DNA. So every time someone said that this is safe and it's not going to affect your DNA, they knew they were lying. And the data that proved that they were lying was data that was available from 2008 to 2010 under the National Science Foundation grant.
Okay, because I want the public to understand that one of the things that these, vaccines that are based on the mRNA technology is it actually changes your physical genetic makeup. You
That's
no
correct.
longer have the same instructions you had. Now, I want to segue then into an intellectual property rights question. We're in the prairies, we're in the province of Alberta, and we have a lot of genetically modified crops.
Yes.
And it's now established laws. Let's say I've got a crop that isn't genetically modified, but somebody beside me is growing a Monsanto genetically modified crop.
Yes.
That if their pollen comes onto mine, and their intellectual property rights ends up in my crop, if I sell that for an advantage, then Moderna has a property interest at that point in my crop because I have unwittingly have their genetic modification. Now, human beings that are genetically modified with, I'm assuming, intellectual property rights that are patented to companies like Moderna, does Moderna have a property interest in the humans that are now genetically modified with their proprietary technology?
So, Sean, one of the things that's important to point out, and just to be clear, you conflated in your last part of your question, Moderna and Monsanto. Monsanto is crops, Moderna is people.
Right.
But your question is spot on. The legal condition that has now been established is that the wind blowing pollen constructively creates an infringement of a patent. That is correct. So the pollen from a genetically modified crop using Bacillus thuringiensis as the intermediary to do that genetically modified crop, when that crop shows up in a non-licensed grower's field, the wind has created an infringement, which means that that particular grower is now guilty of a patent infringement because the wind blew. The theory that says that when you modify a living system with a genetically modified organism, the theory that has been established in the courts is that anything that includes the further replication or description of a patented genetic engineered product means that there's an intellectual property right that goes along with that particular right. Now, we know from the gene patent tests around the BRCA genes, the breast cancer signaling genes, which famously were the subject of the myriad genetics cases about a decade and a half ago. We know that when it comes to the human and the way in which humans can be either genetically modified or have substantial effort or genetic understanding of that particular human, the court has been very dubious in extending property rights to the human itself. However, we do not have a litigated answer to your question. We don't know whether or not you are actually, by virtue of the proprietary mRNA injection that is actually subject to patented material, and the fact that your body, having given the patented instructions to make a synthetic chimera of the spike protein, which is proliferating all over your body, and it is replicating all over your body. And as much as people lied and said, no, it just stays at the injection site, we now have all of the published literature that confirms what I said at the beginning, which is this stuff does not leave the body, it persists, and it spreads away from the injection site. By the way, the scientific evidence for that was already known well before there was a pandemic, well before the public was exposed to this experimental gene therapy. But the public was told that it would stay in the injection site and it wouldn't actually move. Well, that was a lie. And it was a lie that they knew was a lie when they said it. So this was not something that we had to figure out down the road. And what we now know is that we have a problem that the courts will ultimately have to figure out, because not only do we have the intellectual property now being reproduced inside of every injected person, so technically, to your analogy of the pollen and the crops, they are now at least reproducing patented technology within their own body. But now we have another problem, which is the CRISPR technology, where there is, in fact, the only potentially remediation of the process of the gene alteration is to then go through some process of clipping that information out. And then the question is, who owns the right to your body's information, which will then go into another proprietary system, this one being a CRISPR-like system, which would be used to edit the information out of your body? And then who owns the material that's harvested? And the answers to those questions have not been established, and we don't have evidence of any court that's actually even given us indication other than the references you made about crop distribution of proprietary rights in genetically modified organisms.
Right, and I'm going to turn you over to commissioners, but at least, you know, it's out there that as people participate in this mRNA technology, that there are property right interests concerning their bodies that have not been resolved.
That's correct.
And I'll just turn you over to the commissioners for questions.
Thank you, Dr. Martin. You said that Trump signed an executive order in 2019 so that warp speed was launched much before the pandemic. So I'm worried about this allegation because we see Trump as maybe a savior. So in your opinion, can we trust Trump, or was it like a strategy he had to do?
So that's a very good question. What I will address is the facts. I can't go into motive with respect to Trump's awareness or lack thereof. I would suggest that it is probably practically impossible that he read the Global Preparedness Monitoring Board report on September 18th and one day later had an executive order to enable it. So something tells me that it all came through Alex Azar, who at the time was the Secretary of Health and Human Services, and we might add, was also under criminal investigation for antitrust violations for price fixing diabetes medications in Mexico. So we have a criminal at HHS who in all likelihood had something to do with putting that executive order in front of the president on September 19th, 2019. Whether or not he knew what he was doing at that time, I can't opine. What I do know is that he signed the order on the 19th of September 2019. What I know is that Anthony Fauci definitely knew what was going on, because in his congressional testimony in the first week of December in 2019, once again, before there was a pandemic, Anthony Fauci clarified that it was in fact President Trump's executive order that authorized him to do the mRNA injection. So what I do know is that Anthony Fauci fully was aware that warp speed was in play, because he stated such in the first week of December 2019, before there was even the allegation of a patient in Wuhan, China. So is there a problem here? Absolutely. To date, the Trump administration then and the Trump administration now has been unwilling to even engage in a conversation about whether or not this was something with which they had complicity, or whether there was a coup attempt inside of the HHS and NIAID to create a condition in which President Trump would ultimately lose an election the following year. Now, we know that the due process of fair and equitable process of gathering and assembling to have conversations about an upcoming election was without question impaired, because we had shutdown orders, we had the inability for people to gather, we had the outright restriction of free speech, which we know is a precondition to any democratic process. And given the fact that all of that was suppressed, one could argue that it was highly likely that agents operating within the administration fully intended to effectively overthrow his presidential aspirations. But do I know whether he knew or not? I don't, and I can't comment on his capability of having culpability, because I don't actually know anything other than the stated facts.
Okay, thank you. I have another question. You're saying that the patents themselves are like doing illegal things or patenting illegal things. My question is, what is the purpose to have a patent on something that is illegal?
Well, unfortunately, the patent system in the United States and under the Patent Bar Provision Treaty doesn't have a statutory bar from patenting illegal things. That's an unfortunate thing because we actually, as a civilization, should demand that. But the reason why you file a patent, if you're the CDC or if you're anybody else, is to restrain the commercial use or the third-party use without your authorization of whatever is disclosed inside of that patent. So it's important to understand that when the CDC, for example, lied, as they did many times, and said that, well, they got this patent so that it would be free and fairly used by anybody, the fact of the matter is that's a patent lie, pun intended. You don't restrain what is in the public domain inside of a patent if you want the public to be able to access it. And so the CDC by 2002, going into 2003, and NIH by 2001, going into 2003, owned the entirety of the intellectual property regime around which SARS, this severe acute respiratory syndrome, was going to be developed. There was no chance that anybody could do anything without their market control being the dictating terms under which anything happened. This should be an illegal act, but just to make you feel slightly more uncomfortable, right now there are over 2,700 other patents on gain-of-function weapons covering 68 pathogens. 68, not one or two, 68. So there are over 2,700 patents now covering 68 biological weapons that are poised for exactly the same effect we had with COVID.
I guess the patents is the way, the legal way to show their willfulness, that they were willful, that what they did was willful and intentional. Yeah. So they left trace of their crime.
Well, you need to understand that when Moderna altered its patent application in April 2019 to talk about the accident or deliberate release of a respiratory pathogen, we have to focus on the operative term, release. They didn't say leak. They didn't say lab leak. They didn't say genetic emergence. They said release. That literally means that it's going to come out of a controlled environment. And that controlled environment is not nature. That controlled environment is something which is human laboratory.
Thank you.
A couple quick ones, if that's even possible in this area. Dr. Martin, do you know what the stated reason was why University of North Carolina was exempted from the U.S. moratorium on gain-of-function research back in 2014?
Yes, the exemption was based on the fact that they were already funded. No kidding, that's what it says in the last paragraph. I can, by the way, submit for you guys the copy of the letter. I have the letter because it actually, you don't have to imply anything from it. They said because it's funded, they can keep going.
Okay, another quick, if possible, question. As Canadians, of course, we have no right and no ability to scrutinize what has taken place in our own country with respect to the Winnipeg lab. We know of the expulsion of a couple of scientists who were sent back to Wuhan in 2019, efforts for the last 5 years in Canada to have the government disclose the circumstances of that have not been successful. Are you able to share some insights? You've given an abundance of evidence on the interplay between various agencies and players in this evolving landscape. Are you able to tell us a little bit about what happened in Winnipeg?
Yes, that is a much longer question, and I apologize. I don't have the data for this presentation, and I told Sean I would stay with reference data for this presentation. I can certainly make reference to the individuals in question and what projects they were specifically working on. So that's something I'm happy to supply to the commission at a later date. That'd be fine.
We would be very grateful if you'd be able to do that. One other quick question. I know we're on a tight timeline here. You've referred to the activities, you've called them co-conspirators, all signed off on what you regard to be antitrust and racketeering activities. The very institutions that are established to protect the public interest and to safeguard people are complicit in the activity that you've described. Do you, and you've raised the rhetorical question of whether it's time for a Nuremberg 2.0 type process. Do you have any optimism that at some point the institutions capable of investigating and prosecuting people can actually be engaged to the point where we can start holding people accountable?
Well, that's a wonderful question, and I apologize in advance for being potentially pragmatic in this. But what I can tell you is that we have had meetings with several attorneys generals here in the United States. We've obviously met with prosecutors in Europe. I have not had direct interaction with prosecutors in Canada, but what I will tell you is that we have an entire criminal indictment that we have prepared. To date, every single law enforcement agency who has reviewed it has agreed that we have established beyond reasonable doubt violations of antitrust, racketeering, reckless homicide, and in some cases, in the use of remdesivir, premeditated murder. And to date, we have not had a single prosecutor who's been willing to take the case because of the fear of retribution.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Martin, thank you very much for giving me some more sleepless nights.
You're welcome. Least I can do.
A couple of things. First of all, millions and millions of people were coerced or frightened or persuaded to give consent to take the mRNA vaccines. I think you'd agree with me that that consent was certainly not informed consent. But I'd like, if you have any views on the fact that it's now quite clear from the literature that the phenomenon of shedding means that people who never took the mRNA virus are potentially infected by it anyway.
Yeah, that's a. Let me unpack the both sides of that issue. First of all, no one consented to this injection. Informed consent is a legally defined term. The only waiver, certainly in the United States, the only waiver of informed consent is under 21 Code of Federal Regulations, section 50.23, I believe it is, 20 to 23. And the only waiver that can be instituted is the Department of Defense, under the authorization of the president, can waive informed consent for military personnel. But there is no waiver of informed consent in Canada. You cannot waive informed consent. And there is no possibility that there was any consent given, because at no point did the public actually have disclosed to it that the lipid nanoparticle was a scheduled toxin and that the pseudouridine was a known toxic agent that included lethality in all of its animal trials. No one was disclosed at hospitals that remdesivir had been pulled in 2018 and 2017 from the Ebola clinical trials because it killed 53% of the people that received it. No one could have been given that informed consent because the information pre-2019, so all of this stuff predates 2019, all of the information showed that this was actually a, quote, straight to humans protocol. And that quote comes from the head of the Institutional Review Board at a University of California university, who actually told me when they asked for the safety data from animal studies, they were told not to make that request because, and I'm quoting from her, this was a straight to humans protocol. So it is impossible for anybody to have ever consented under the legal definition of consent to receiving this injection. That includes people in the clinical trials, the first 40,000 people that went into the clinical trials. None of them received legal informed consent. And it gets a little harder, and this is a technicality, but we must focus on it. Under US and international law, the Institutional Review Board, which is required to review the ethics of a clinical trial, have to be independent and have no financial interest in the outcome of the research. Tiny problem is that all of the protocols were developed by the very individuals who had the financial interest in the research, which means that the protocol could not have even been reviewed under the legal ethics standard. So we don't just have an informed consent problem. We have a problem that precedes that. We don't have a legally impaneled institutional review board who ever reviewed any of these protocols. And as a result of that, it is legally impossible for there to have been consent. So that's for the people who got the injection. To your second component of your question, the issue of shedding is actually potentially slightly different in that what we know is that various forms of fragments of proteins or exosomes, depending on what school of thought and linguistics you like to use, have in fact been shown to move from the injected to the uninjected population. What we do not yet have in any reliable published studies is evidence of whether that information includes any of the mRNA encoding mechanisms, which ultimately would write into the genetics of the uninjected. We do know that we expect genetic modification with the mRNA injection. What we do not know is what the shedding component does with respect to a permanent or even transient effect genetically for the uninjected. What we do know is that the symptoms of the protein expressions derived from the modified RNA have created a number of impacts, including an enormous number of issues for women, particularly around reproductive issues and menstruation issues. We know that there have been triggers of a variety of autoimmune type symptoms, but we don't know whether or not those things are having a genetic effect or whether they're merely having a population infectious effect.
Thank you. And one final question, with apologies for paraphrasing Marcus Aurelius, but he said that if you want to understand why something happens, you must ask what is its essence. Now, clearly the people who are responsible for this entire edifice were motivated by something, possibly by the fact that the science was cool, possibly by the fact that there was an enormous amount of money to be made, possibly by the fact that the potential for weaponization for future conflicts was useful, or perhaps something else. I'm just interested in your views on what motivated these people.
Well, the only thing we have is their published words. In 2011 and going through into 2012 and 13, Gavi, represented by Bill Gates and others, the Global Preparedness Monitoring Board of the World Health Organization, which published the Decade of Vaccines report in 2011, made it abundantly clear their purpose was to reduce the population on Earth. Gates referenced a reduction of population anywhere from 10 to 15%. Some of his public references took that number higher. If you go back to 1952 and World Health Organization's Director General, he explicitly said that the reason for using vaccination across populations was for population control. If you go back to 1910 to 1913, which is the slide that I made reference to in my presentation, you'll notice that the person who funded all of these activities at their inception was the same person who funded the US Office on Eugenics. And that eugenics office continues right now at Cold Spring Harbor Lab here in the United States. So the fact of the matter is, as much as it's painful for the public to hear these words, the intent explicitly was to actually decrease the population, not to control the population, to actually literally decrease the population. Now, if you think about Bill Gates's estimates of between 700 million and 1.2 billion people that need to be reduced off the face of the planet, I have said on numerous occasions, if you look at the downstream exposure risks to the toxins that were injected, it is reasonable to expect that they may have achieved their objective with what ultimately becomes relatively rapid acting cancers. We now have the proliferation of what we call turbo cancers, which was a term that we now have normalized, but it certainly wasn't normal 5 years ago. We now know that it's very fashionable for now young people to have myocarditis and other cardiovascular disease, something that we did not have 5 years ago. We are now being told that that's because of environmental changes. Obviously, there's not a single environmental condition that is altered other than the injection of a known toxin, which actually was targeting as early as 1992, targeting heart tissue. So we're sitting there pretending not to know why, even though we do know why. But the fact of the matter is, they actually stated in 2014 that this was about investors responding if they see profit at the end of the process. And we need to be very clear on the fact that Wellcome Trust, who is one of the three architects of this nonsense, along with the Gates Foundation, along with Dustin Moskowitz's Open Philanthropy and others, we know that they combined interest statements have said that they want less people on Earth and they want to make money on the way there. Those are the two things that they've said. What I think is really not relevant in sworn testimony, but their words are evidence in sworn testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Martin. I just have one simple question. A lot of people feel that they are safe because they took J&J and AstraZeneca, and they don't feel that this is going to affect them at all. And they feel sorry for the Pfizer and the Moderna people. What's your take on that?
Well, I will be very precise in my response. That's a fair question. And what I would say is that introducing a scheduled biotoxin into your body, regardless of who manufactures it, is a bad idea. There is no question that the greater concern is the mRNA. And the reason why it's a greater concern is because in the case of J&J and AstraZeneca and some of the other injections that were developed in like Sinovac and some of the Russian stuff and some of the Indian stuff, where they took a more classic version of what we think of as immunization technology, the likelihood is that the people who were going to suffer the most immediate adverse events did so. In fact, if we think about J&J and the significant clotting issues, most of the things that were going to create significant and mortal problems actually happened when it happened. So we had the clots, we had the deaths, we had the sudden deaths, we had all those kinds of things. But what we don't know, and there is no way of knowing this because there has been no public disclosure on the exact nature of what was injected in any of the manufacturers' injections. What we don't know is the long-term exposure risks to any of the adjuvants that were in the injection. We don't know what the actual sequences were. And given the fact that this was not a naturally derived substance at all, this was a chimera. It came out of a scheduled biological weapons program. We do not have any reason to have optimism or pessimism, because we just don't know, that somehow or another AstraZeneca or J&J is an advantage, except for the fact that we know the ingredients that went into the mRNA injection were pro-oncologic, meaning that they were going to accelerate the development and proliferation of cancers. We knew that. And we knew that they were going to target the myocardial tissue. So we knew that we were going to have heart problems after the injection. So we do know that the mRNA has an established, published basis for being more problematic. But given the fact that we haven't had any disclosure at a sufficient level of the actual ingredients of any of the injections, it's impossible to have a definitive answer on AstraZeneca or on J&J.
Thank you.
Dr. Martin, thank you for attending. If you can provide me with the letter granting Chapel Hill the exemption, and then those materials on the Winnipeg lab, we'll make those exhibits. And commissioners, the slide deck is exhibit 52 in these proceedings. Dr. Martin, on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, I'd like to sincerely thank you for participating and sharing with us today.
You're very welcome. Thank you for hosting this, and I'm available if you need any follow-up.
Thank you. Commissioners, I know we're running a little late. I would like to finish our first witness that we put on hold so that we could accommodate Dr. Martin, Sherry Widenowski, and then we'll take a 10-minute break. We've got two virtual witnesses I'd like us to get through before lunch, but famous last words at the NCI, they won't take too long. So Ms. Widenowski, do you recognize that you're still under oath?
Yes.
And I'd like to ask you, or kind of segue into the issue of basically what it's like to be a teacher in the environment of SOGI, in the environment where basically parental rights are not being privileged. So I'm going to ask, if you can describe for us what is SOGI, what your experience has been as a teacher, and whether teachers are free to speak out about things like this. I'm just wanting to know what the teacher experience is like.
Okay, yeah, that's a big question. SOGI, sexual orientation and gender identity. We have obviously with the school board documents and policies that outline how basically the division as well as teachers are to conduct themselves. I do have it right here in one of the, I guess, the principal statements, which I quoted before, was establishing a welcoming, caring, respectful, and safe learning environment. Having been in the system since, well, I guess 1998, I feel any good teacher establishes that already. I'm challenged because it's not, I think that we should always love and help and support in whatever way we can, because even as learners, if we're just looking at children academically, they're all very different. So what might work for one child doesn't necessarily work the same way for another child. But where I was challenged and where I'm still challenged is I see this more as a narrative, kind of like what Dr. Martin just said there. We knew the truth. We knew it beforehand. It was coming down the pipe. I always had that feeling. Early on in my career, I was asked to do certain things like, would you head up this group? And I just wasn't comfortable. I said, no, I'll do a dance club. I'll do something else. So I saw it slowly coming in. And again, my biggest challenge is it's principled on the guise of providing safety and including everyone. But if you feel differently, which I do, and I know other people do, then you're actually not included. So it's sort of a double-edged sword there. Does that answer your question?
Can you share with us what you mean? So when you're talking about SOGI being about inclusion, so for example, you sent me, the school board's position on SOGI and also the Edmonton Christian School's position on SOGI. It's all about, well, we need to create a safe environment so people that have different gender identities feel, safe in the environment. So that's what it's premised on, but you're sharing with us that actually anyone that disagrees with that agenda, it's really not safe for them, they're not included. Can you just maybe flesh that out for us?
Yes. Basically, I guess I can only use my own personal experience, is if you do speak out about something that you're not comfortable with. So in my case, I wasn't comfortable in my role as an assistant principal to tell junior high staff that every child on report cards needs to be they, them. And I said, I spoke out at a meeting. I'm really challenged to say this, where we're a Christian school, right? Yes, we still fall under Edmonton Public, but fundamentally parents are sending their children here and paying for them to be here because of the Christian lens that we have. And I personally felt from speaking out, I was treated differently and seen differently. In my other schools that I had been at, I had worked with a lot of children who, junior high school, who were struggling with their gender identity, and they were not flourishing. They were not thriving. Some of them were barely, surviving. It was a challenging time, similar to what I had shared in my own household. So it's it's okay if you go along with the narrative and do what is deemed right now to be best, which is everybody's a they, them. But if you don't agree with that, then you're not inclusive and you're not kind and you're unaware of policy and protocol.
And so I'll just flesh that out. So you basically, you're vice principal and you're directed that you are to start using the terms they, them and enforce that down the line. Am I right about that?
Yes, that was in documentation, not for me to speak to students, but in reporting, that on report cards, every child as their pronoun would have they, them.
Not he, she.
Not he, she.
Right, okay. And you disagreed with that and you basically lost part of your job over that.
Yeah, I lost my, I guess the relationships I was trying to establish, or lost any credibility in the eyes of my superior.
Right. You had been the junior high team lead, meaning you led the teachers.
Yes.
And you were pulled out of that role because you weren't willing to enforce the use of the pronouns they, them instead of he, she.
In my experience, yes. What was stated to me in writing would be that I was not doing my job well and I wasn't capable. But there was an obvious shift in what happened after that initial meeting and then me experiencing, my role changed quite a bit, but yes.
Right. Now, I'm wondering if you can share with us the culture, because my understanding is that if a child is identifying as something other than their birth sex, that there's actually a concern in this ideology with getting parents involved. And so somehow you're protecting the children by not involving the parents. Can you share with us about that?
Yes, so this is at a different location, a different school entirely, but in my experience, teachers would send an email reaching out to us who were teaching. At the time I was the dance teacher, that, you know, this certain child is now going by this name with these pronouns, but do not say anything when we do parent-teacher conferences, or don't make this in writing on their report cards because the parents aren't aware. And I understand the flip side of that, which I had done some research on in grad school, is that the concern was if there is any child who's confused or who is transitioning, that in and of itself can lead to drastic mental health concerns and often suicide. However, the other side, which I personally lived and which I researched, was that when we let little children do these things or state these things later, there can be lasting repercussions, right? One of the things I shared with you was, you know, I do believe their brains are developing. We don't let children do certain things for various reasons, right? They don't drive a car, they don't drink alcohol, they don't engage in certain activities because their brain isn't yet developed. We also know that at certain times in child development, there will be a focus on, you know, whether it is like, you're a boy, I'm a girl. That seems pretty standard, pretty normal. As children age, it's pretty common knowledge in any developmental world that they struggle with what's called identity versus role confusion, that teenage years are challenging for anyone, all of us probably, even some of us who are, you know, 60s, 70s will recall that time. So injecting more confusion at that time to me is, it's just awful in my opinion, and what I've seen in my lived experiences with teens, both in the school system and out of the school system.
So just if I can kind of personalize this, because I'm trying to find out, you know, what your thoughts are. So your own daughter was going, you know, because she was in this room with this teacher that was pushing the agenda. do you think it would have been positive if all of that had been kept secret from you? So your daughter was sharing what was going on, so you understood, there was, you were seeing behavioral changes, but you were given an explanation. Do you think it would have been healthy and had as good outcomes if basically your daughter had been told not to share with you what was going on and this was kept secret from you?
Oh, no, I think that would have been much more detrimental. She was already, and just like I alluded to, the identity versus role confusion, she's approaching that time. She's approaching being a teenager. Everything is changing. And then to not have an outlet with a child who's already a bit uncertain of where she fits. No, I think it would have definitely, that's a good question, because I actually didn't really ponder that before, but I am glad that I was aware to the degree that I was aware, which I'm certain isn't everything, but yeah. And I know where the flip side is coming from, Sean, is that there's a feeling that maybe students aren't all in that safe atmosphere, right? I love my daughter. I've worked hard to provide the life that she has, and I only want what's best for her. The other side is that some home environments aren't always what's best, but then I think we're still, mixing issues there.
And what do you think message it sends to the children when teachers are basically telling children, don't share information with your parents?
Well, it's what we just alluded to too, divide and conquer. If we can destroy the family and separate kids from their parents, they're much more influential. We know this. You don't have to be a behaviorist to realize, children are impressionable. They look to us for guidance. They look to us for boundaries. And if that guidance and boundaries are misguided and inherently, some of them wrong, then that's what the child's going to live.
And the last thing I want to ask you about is have you noticed, or do you have any concern that parents might be going along with the SOGI agenda out of fear that they will be, their kids will be taken away or they'll be kept out of the loop as to what's going on?
Absolutely. I'll first of all start with myself, and I do hold some shame that I didn't take a more active stand when my daughter was in that system, right? Her father's in the system as well. I was in a different school system, and I thought I just want to respect everybody. I want to respect the teachers. I can solve this myself. We don't really, I personally struggled with it, but then I know of students that I counseled who would actually disclose to me, like, yeah, my dad thinks this is crazy, or my mom thinks this is crazy, and I'm like, so have they talked? Have they come in? No, they're worried about what people will think if they speak out, which is exactly what I was worried about, and which is exactly what I know most people are worried about. Right? It's a very bizarre, dysfunctional circle that perpetuates because I'm switching topics a little bit, but when you do stand up, I actually took a stand during COVID as well, and being a dance teacher where kids are jumping and moving and dancing full out for 30 minutes wearing a mask. I had done the research. It's not stopping any virus and it's not healthy. But then there were so many complaints about, Sherry's allowing children to take masks off. She's, the devil. What's going on here? So it's really hard because, like Dr. Martin said, there is no informed consent. Parents don't know all of the details. They don't know what's really going on, and the truth hasn't been shared.
Then this is an area that we hadn't gone over beforehand, but you're aware that in the province of Alberta and in other provinces that basically even prepubescent children are being allowed to gender transition and take puberty blockers and the like. You've worked with children for 22 years. Do you think that they're actually capable of making these life-altering decisions when they're, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16?
Absolutely not. You don't have to be a parent to know, a common parent example is you pick up the phone and your child is jumping around, wants your attention. We all want attention. Every child in every classroom, even the ones who put up their hoodies and hide, they want to feel like they belong. They want to feel loved. That's just a common human aspect. So when we give them something that they can attach to these various narratives to get that attention, and again, I'm not saying it's solely that, but it brings forth that need to belong, but it's misguided and it's wrong. And no, I don't think children can I know they can't.
Thank you. Those are my questions. I'll turn you over to the commissioners for their questions.
Just a couple of quick ones I've been known to say to other witnesses. I was a little unclear about the price that you have paid for having expressed the concerns you've shared with us today. Now, bearing in mind that SOGI is promoted by those who purport to stand for inclusivity, diversity, inclusion, tolerance, empathy, understanding, what is the price that you have paid for having expressed the concerns you have shared with us today?
I just felt my work environment had become so challenging, and I don't know if you can walk into a place and just know. For me, it was mostly with my. Oh, sorry, this is so hard because I always want to speak
You don't have
highly
to,
of.
you don't have to identify the person. You
Yeah,
can just say
it's
Polly.
Generally.
it got very difficult. I could tell that it seemed like even no matter what I did that wasn't related directly to those comments was not received. I've loved being a teacher. Actually, I've been a teacher since 1998. So I realized I'm a little more than 22 years in, but I loved going to work, and I stopped loving going to work. Like, I had to force myself to go to work, and I felt like an outsider in my own profession.
Would it be correct to assume that you had a sense that others were depicting you somehow as intolerant or hateful or bigoted for having questioned this program? Did you get a sense of those kinds of imputations either being expressed or implied in various ways?
That would be the minority for sure, but even though it was a very small minority, it was felt deeply. I actually, in a positive light, had people say things to me sort of silently. That was really brave, but I didn't know them. So I'm like, is this person being genuine? Like, that was really brave of me to speak up in a meeting. What's going on here? So yes, I had that in a small minority, but to be honest, that was my challenges. I've always loved people and had good relationships with them.
In 1998, first of all, let's get a time frame in here. At what point was your daughter in grade 7 as a 12-year-old? How many years ago was that?
So just 6 years ago.
6 years ago. So by my math, you had been teaching for almost 20 years before that discussion with your daughter. Had you seen instances before SOGI came into the school system and has done what it has done? In the prior 20 years as a teacher, did you see instances of gender dysphoria in your classrooms and the need to address questions such as gender identity and these kinds of things in your experience as a teacher?
In my own experience, no.
So before SOGI, you didn't see a need for a program like SOGI?
No.
Am I fair to say that within the school system, there were programs and policies with respect to addressing the question of bullying and tolerance, and that the staff in the schools and the policies of the school boards had specific programs in place to ensure that ethnicity, religion, color, gender, and these kinds of things could never be the basis for discriminatory behavior by kids. In other words, the general themes of inclusivity and tolerance were being addressed by the school boards before SOGI even came in. Is that right?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay. One other question. Actually, a couple. Sorry.
It's okay.
You had this chit chat with the teacher back when your daughter was in grade 7 to find out there was a tension really between what the schools through the SOGI program were trying to do with your daughter and what you felt was your role as a parent, and that you resented the fact that the subject of one's sexuality and orientation was being addressed by teachers and, in a sense, disenfranchising you of what you considered to be your proper role as a parent. Am I putting that fairly?
Yeah, no, you are.
And did you speak with other parents who had those similar concerns, or were you fighting this little thing on your own? And did you find support within other families?
At that time, no, I didn't. And I don't really know, again, I alluded to, I feel, I guess, not a bit regretful that I wasn't louder. I was challenged, just like here, I'm even challenged to,
okay,
right, speak poorly. But my experience was, yeah, I just kind of fought it on my own with her, and yeah, continued in that system.
right, okay.
Sorry, I did a horrible job of answering that.
But what was the outcome of that discussion? Was it just the one discussion you had with the teacher, or was that an ongoing dialogue?
No, it wasn't an ongoing dialogue. That original discussion where I went in was my concerns with the placement of my daughter in that class and some of her learning needs. It actually, the other stuff, the gender identity stuff, I dealt with her, our family doctor, and then I reached out to a therapist for help as well. So
Okay.
yeah, I really, and I think part of that is, like I said, her father was in that system, like, and I was trying to not cause a ruckus.
Sure. Hey, and my final question, you made some comment about your perception that it was somehow an attack on the family, the sort of the disenfranchising of parents and the assumption by the schools of this very profoundly impactful subject directly with the kids, and the secrecy.
Yes.
The secrecy, the idea that a parent would be portrayed in the mind of a child as a risk to that child, and the encouragement that the child keep secrets of something so vital to this person's life from their parents. This upsets you as a parent, right? This was a very troubling aspect
Yes.
of this whole
Yes, of
landscape. You also referred to your comments about the use of certain pronouns and maybe you could tell us, was it your perception that the SOGI program, and it may be expressly set out in the material, discourages the use of gender-specific pronouns, he, she, and words like father, mother, brother, sister, aunt, uncle, and they go to a sort of a gender-neutral sort of linguistic landscape to expunge gender-specific words. Is that a fair characterization of the program?
Somewhat. I think what happened is what is documented in these documents. If you look at it from a more conservative lens, you could say, like I said, okay, we should already be doing this. We should already be treating everyone nicely. It is a welcoming, safe place. But somehow in this, we've taken a principle of what is true and right, but turned it into so many people encouraging more ambiguity. Like, I've had friends where kindergarten kids have said, am I going to grow up to be a boy or a girl, mom? Like, why are we even talking about that?
Right.
Why are we, my biggest struggle is we don't read and write and do things to the level we did when I first started in 1998. Why are we taking this time? it's like it's been painted through everything. And please know that I'm coming at this from a place of, I really do love children, and I've worked with children who struggle with their gender identity. I taught at an art school. I work with people who would, who are gay, and I love them. That's not the issue. The issue for me is it feels more like it's pre-planned and being taught, when that's not what I think is right and what kids should be taught from kindergarten.
Thank you
Did
very much.
that answer it?
Yeah, well, okay. Subject to this one quickie.
I'll stop saying anything.
Before I get the hook here. Is the pendulum swinging back a bit? It seems to be, in much of the country, sort of a return to a more normal, less of an effort to disenfranchise parents and more of an effort to include them. Do you get a sense that that's happening?
Yes. Yeah, I do. In my line of work now, I see that unification and that awareness that parents are essential, and on the whole, typically most families want what's best for their children.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we're swinging back to basics a little bit.
Great, thank you.
Thanks.
Kerry, during the NCI hearings, we've heard lots of terribly heartbreaking stories about SOGI. And it's so nice to hear that your family is finally emerging from the nightmare. So congratulations.
Thank you.
In our Western societies, we accept that children are different from adults.
Yes.
Children can't vote. Children can't sign contracts. Children can't buy alcohol or tobacco. In the law, children who commit crimes are treated vastly differently from adults who. And the reason for that is we accept that children are not fully developed mentally, emotionally, and psychologically. Why is it, do you think, that the SOGI zealots think that in this area, children should be regarded as competent to make decisions like taking drugs which block puberty, or going for mutilating surgery, sometimes without their parents' knowledge or consent? What is it that motivates the SOGI zealots? Is it politics? Is it naivety? Or is it something more sinister?
I think it's all three. I think it can be politics. I think it can be naivety. I think if people themselves have had an experience where they are on the outside, they go in with the very best intentions that I'm going to fight and advocate so that everybody's treated fairly. But I also see that there's definitely, in my opinion, a darker aspect to this. The type of, and I get times change, but what I saw, in let's say 1998 up until 2002, students struggling with is vastly different than what students struggle with now. I think injecting this type of confusion so young at a fundamental age, when you're developing about your identity, I do find that sinister. I don't understand it.
Sherry, those are the commissioners' questions. Commissioners, I will let you know that we had a dialogue on gender pronouns because Sherry had indicated that when her daughter was going through confusion, there were 43. So we have as exhibit 34, E34 in these proceedings from MedicineNet. What are the 72 other genders? And those are for you to review later. Just because of time, we didn't go through this. And if you were to search online, you'll see that there are some that list more genders, but I just find this interesting because from MedicineNet, for the 72, they list, medical author, Sajia Alakara, MD, medical reviewer, Pallavi Adhikar, MD, and that it was medically reviewed on September 2nd, 2024, as if, this is all terribly official. And we thought that it was important to put that as part of the record of Ms. Widenowski's testimony, just so that there's a historical record of the type of thing that we're talking about. And Sherry, we appreciate that some of this is difficult subject matter. You know, when you have a 12-year-old girl that is cutting her arms and legs and is fighting with suicidal thoughts. On behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, I'd like to sincerely thank you for attending and sharing with us today.
Thank you very much.
Commissioners, I'm going to propose that we take a 10-minute break, probably because you need to stretch your legs. We have two virtual witnesses that I then, even though, you know, it looks like lunchtime on the clock, that's wrong, that we'd have lunch after those two virtual witnesses. So I'm going to ask, it is 10:17, if we could all plan on being back here at 12:27. So with that in mind, we'll adjourn until 10:20 or 12:27. Well, the commissioners are looking at their notes, and in all fairness, they didn't know I was going to bring David back at this particular juncture. I'm going to invite everyone to come back who are watching online and present here tomorrow. I've often said that you can't watch a day of the National Citizens Inquiry and not be changed. And I just think of, you know, Drew Taylor, who was a power yoga instructor, and just the suffering that, you know, remember she moved her camera briefly and we saw her walker that she can use in her home, but to go to a store, she has to be in a wheelchair. That if she makes the decision to walk around her house, that she's going to pay a physical price and have to lay down. And then when we see Radina here speaking about the experiences she had in Poland and how she's seen basically the same thing here, it's just very difficult. So I'll just ask the commissioners.
Sean, can I just make a comment about Regina and
absolutely,
and time? Strange coincidence. In my career, in 1981, I was posted in Germany as part of 4 Mechanized Canadian Brigade Group, part of NATO. And when Solidarity broke, people don't understand that the Cold War was a real thing, especially for the people in Europe and people where those two great nations decided to duke it out in the rest of the world. But in Germany, you remember Germany was divided, and the inter-German Czech border, the inter-German border, there was, all the tactical plans said that if the Russians moved 10 divisions, and a division is 11,000 soldiers, so if they moved 10 divisions into the border areas, which included East Germany, Czechoslovakia, around Poland, that was the trigger. That's all they needed in order to take all of Europe. They would be able to roll straight through at the Fulda Gap and other areas, and they would march right to the sea. So when Regina was taking her heroic actions and Solidarity stood up in the middle of December, on the other side of that border, every NATO soldier stood to 3 times in the month of December. And the final stand to, we rolled with all our weapons, all our equipment, all our ammunition, and we stood on the East German and the Czechoslovakian border, and we were there for the month of December. And it was because we thought the Soviets might come for us, but the real intent we knew at the time was to crush Solidarity. They chose not to. But the impact of that on all those nations and the heroic actions that they took meant that by 1989, only 8 years later, the wall came down. I was lucky enough to be on my second tour in Germany when the wall came down. The very night it came down, we were on a Canadian tour with the German Panzer Division at the Fulda Gap. And we saw it happen on the TV, and we rolled to that border and watched the people from East Germany roll in their Trabats across the border, completely shocked, and within hours, terrified, drove back. But the actions of a person like Regina can never be underestimated. The wall came down because of what happened in Poland in the month of December 1981. The lessons she gave in her testimony today can never be overlooked. We are at a point of peril, and she's trying to warn you.
And that will conclude the second day of hearings in Red Deer. We invite you to share with us tomorrow as we start at 9 a.m. Mountain Time for the third day of hearings. Again, and I can't stop saying it, you cannot attend a day of the National Citizens Inquiry and be the same person at the end of the day. There's just something, I almost want to say therapeutic, but I don't have a word. There's just something about seeing these people tell their stories that is life-changing, and I invite you to participate.
Afternoon. Can we get your full name, please?
Dan Hartman, D-A-N-H-A-R-T-M-A-N.
And you swear that the evidence you will be giving will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I can't hear you very well.
Do you swear that the evidence you'll be giving will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
So tell us a little bit about yourself.
My son Sean played hockey his whole life. It was his love. It was his passion. It was his favorite thing in the world. And to continue to play hockey in 2021, he had to be vaccinated. Sean's biggest fear in the world was needles. He was terrified of them. It was his biggest fear. But he wanted to play the game he loved, so he took the vaccine. 4 days after that, he went to the hospital to emergency. He had brown circles around his eyes. He was vomiting. He had a rash and an extremely sore shoulder opposite to his injection shoulder. The doctor failed to do any blood work. He didn't do a D-dimer. He didn't do a troponin test. He gave him Advil and sent him home. On September 26, 2021, Sean went to play hockey that night, and everything seemed okay. He came home and went to bed. And on the morning of September 27th, Sean was found dead on the floor beside his bed.
How old was he?
He was 17.
Tell us a little bit about your son.
The most beautiful boy I ever met, not just because he was my son. He was very polite. He was very respectable. He never backtalked me once. I never heard him swear once. He never had a drop of alcohol in his life, never had a cigarette. He loved watching movies. He loved music. He used to love wrestling so much when he was a little kid. He was just such a great kid, almost like an angel. That's how special he was.
Did he have some idea as to what he wanted to do?
Well, he wanted to make the NHL, hopefully someday, but he also knew that's a long shot. So he actually considered being an NHL referee, just so he could be around the game.
So what happened after he passed away?
I had to wait 3 long months for autopsy results. They did a complete autopsy with genetic testing and toxicology, and the cause of death is unascertained. They can't tell me why he died. They have no explanation why he died.
And what did you do next?
So that's right.
What did you do next after that in that regard?
What did I do next?
Yeah, so far as that conclusion was concerned.
I started a Twitter page to get support because I was completely lost and didn't know where to turn. And I've met some of the nicest people I've ever met in my life who support me and help me get through this. And it's really hard though. Every day is so hard. The hardest part for me is sleeping. I wake up every hour. I cry multiple times a day. I'm a truck driver, and so I'm alone with my thoughts all day, and I think about Sean so much. I can't listen to songs on the radio anymore. There's a whole list of songs I can't hear. And I'm taking antidepressants, and I'm in grief counseling now with other parents who have lost their children. I will never do Christmas ever again. Christmas means nothing to me now. I will never see Sean get married. I will never meet what would have been his beautiful wife. I won't have any grandkids ever. I can't live with the cause of death being unascertained because, in my opinion, the vaccine killed my son. There's no other logical explanation. He was a perfectly healthy boy with no underlying conditions. And now I have to live without the most important person of my life. And every day is pure hell. Every hour. The only time I'm not in pain is when I go to sleep.
Tell us a little bit about the community of other parents that you have joined up with.
I speak with 5 other sets of parents around the world who all lost their child after this vaccine, and all have cause of death unascertained, the same as me. And some people think we're lying and they don't believe us and they think it can't be the vaccine. Well, Dr. Ryan Cole from America has agreed to help me. He has Sean's tissue samples, and he's one of only a handful of pathologists in this world who can prove vaccine death. And he's going to prove it for me. And I can't wait to tell all the people who doubted me that I was right. My gut feeling about Sean is right. I know it is.
And how did you get introduced to Dr. Cole?
Through my Twitter page. That's what led me to him. And I was watching so many videos of him explaining. It's very strange that Canadian pathologists aren't doing tests to determine vaccine death. And to do that, you have to stain slides and you have to look for spike protein. And Dr. Cole has even told me he's offered to teach our pathologists how to do it. They just have to get in touch with him. It's a complex procedure, but he knows how to do it. And I am quite confident that he's going to tell me that Sean died from the vaccine.
And you're awaiting his results as we sit here today.
Sorry, what was that?
You're awaiting his results as we sit here today.
Yes. He said it won't be too long because he's already done some initial testing. I can't discuss what has been found yet, but when the time comes, I will.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the commissioners? Just to wrap up, is there anything else you want to tell us about your son and your situation?
He was the reason I woke up every morning. He was the reason I went to work. I've been a truck driver for 18 years and I used to love my job. And now I hate going. I don't even care anymore. Sean was so special. It's so hard to describe. He wasn't like other kids. He was a shy boy, but such a good heart. He wouldn't have hurt anybody. And he was my only son. And he was my reason, my love. And now he's gone. I believe they took him from me. I believe my son was murdered.
We're very sorry for your loss.
Sorry.
We're very sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Okay, our next witness is going to be Michael Schmidt. And I think what I'll do, Mr. Schmidt, can you hear me?
I can hear you very well.
Okay. I think what I'm going to do is do the oath first, and then we'll talk about who you are. So following Mr. Buckley's procedure, my last name is Lenhard, initial W. I'm one of the volunteer counsel for the National Citizens Inquiry. And Mr. Schmidt, if you could give us your first and last name and spell it for us, and then I will do an oath with you.
I am Michael Schmidt, M-I-C-H-A-E-L, and Schmidt is S-C-H-M-I-D-T.
Mr. Schmidt, do you swear that the evidence you're going to give this afternoon will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I affirm that, yes.
Okay. From what I have here, you have a master's degree in agriculture from Germany. You have been into food production, and in particular, you're a bit of an expert, I think, with respect to raw milk. I think the broad issue that we have here is that after we've seen what our authorities have done with respect to COVID, and given that a lot of our food is regulated by government, I think we're starting to say maybe we need to be a little more critical, a little more questioning about some of our food supplies, given what happened to us with regulators that we previously trusted. So you have basically looked at food production generally and raw milk in particular. So maybe you could give us a quick overview of what your expertise is, and then I know that you've got some prepared material that you want to share with us.
Well, let me start with that I had my education, or my upbringing and education, was in Germany. I was born in 1954, so 10 years after the war. It was very, how shall I say that, at that time, we could still feel the effects of the war. So nutrition was very basic. There was no fast food, so to speak. So I grew up fairly healthy. I went then into the training of agriculture and farmed for 10 years and processed and produced food for 10 years in Europe. And after that, in 1983, I immigrated to Canada, which is interesting because it opened my eyes to a completely different world. And even 40 years ago, it was interesting to see the difference in simply the appearance of children compared to European children. And I thought I tried to figure out what that is, because they definitely didn't look as healthy as the European children. And then I started my practice here as a farmer and a food processor. And 10 years after our arrival, we got raided because we had provided food people wanted, and had shares in our farm so we provided them with the food. I just want to comment on what you said before in regards to government involvement. I have come to learn that as more government is fighting you, as more I realize that we on the right track in regards to that issue. It's unfortunate to say that, but we didn't find in the 30 years of litigation any kind of dialogue in regard how we could actually find a compromise that we have a proper research in regards to the benefits, and I'm using now raw milk as a case here, that we look at benefits versus risk, and that is always in courts is always, the question, the risk benefit does not allow us actually to have raw milk. At the same time, they have based their prohibition of raw milk, and it's a prohibition. And you can ask yourself why it's a prohibition. On the one hand, there was a valid concern about the quality of raw milk, because 1938, there were a lot of swill dairies, for example, in Toronto, and they delivered milk, and it was a big business under unsanitary conditions, which created a lot of problems, health problems, especially amongst children. And then Ontario was the first province which actually introduced the prohibition or banned raw milk. However, nowadays, we all focused on, the danger of pathogens. And that was one of the things which is interesting, that through this litigation, we found out all they look is for are pathogens to prove that raw milk is bad. But they're testing only milk, which actually comes from commercial dairies, and not the milk which is destined for human consumption. So milk which is destined for pasteurization is tested for pathogens. And as you can imagine, with these big dairies, and I'm not putting, don't want to put a bad name on the commercial dairies, but the reality is, if you have 400 cows or 500 cows, it's a completely different thing than milking 30 cows, and you actually individually really take care of these cows. Then it gets mixed into a big milk tank, and there's about 10 producers in the milk tank, so you can have one pathogen in it, and it contaminates the whole tank. So they use that research as an argument that we cannot have raw milk. However, the adverse effect on that issue is that then raw milk gets pushed underground. And that was part of our litigation, that I said, listen, we need to work together with the government on the issue of the safety of raw milk. And the reason is, first of all, that I discovered that the children are so much more sicker in North America, especially here in Canada, than the ones I experienced in Europe. And also, I have to say that my own experience, I have quite a few children, I have 9 children, that I can see a really comparative assessment of our children compared to the so-called mainstream children, that there is a completely different immune system. They look healthy, and we never have any, we never have any health issues here. You can say, well, that's 9 children against how many thousands of children. But at the same time, I think if we don't do empirical comparison with people who actually drink raw milk or are exposed to a healthy environment, we cannot actually say that all raw milk is bad. So looking at that, I worked on with the government, tried to work with the government on basic raw milk standards based on the European model, and it was all pushed aside. It took us 30 years until we said, we had it, you cannot deal with this government, because all they want is to basically squash that tendency that people have access to raw milk. So we established Cowshare Canada as a how you call it, as a certifying agency. So that got how you call it, jeopardized as well. And so the whole idea basically collapsed. Question is, why is it really an important issue? And I'm just using it right here, the raw milk as an example. Why is it such an important issue? And that is, we spending, and I did some research on that, we spending $50 million a day in dealing with the diabetes crisis. 50 million, and these are government numbers, $50 million a day we spending on diabetes medication and hospital stays and so on. We have 4 million people with diabetes, okay? And we all know that diabetes is a nutritional issue, and it starts with children right there. 41,500 die every year. So that, let's put that aside now and also look at the asthma issue in children. So we have a population of 40 million, and 3 million have asthma. And there's a whole bunch of European studies which are really important. One is the Parzival study, which had 14,800 children for testing. And the Gabriela study with 8,000 children involved. And then it's called the Pasteur study, and they're all European studies. And they came up with that by drinking raw milk, being exposed to raw milk, it reduced drastically the asthma in children. So they don't get it, first of all. And secondly, when they have it, they overcome it. And here they say, if you have asthma, you cannot drink milk. And it's understandable because we're talking about pasteurized milk. So when we look at that, also there's a North American study that was a study about what effect does raw milk has on the lungs of older farmers in North America. And there was a study of 3,000 men. And you know that there is very often farmers have a problem with the lungs. And specifically, these farmers had a huge advantage over those who were not exposed to raw milk. So these are factual, peer-reviewed studies, which we presented to the government. And basically, what they say, how they say, well, that is hearsay, and it's anecdotal, and it should be dismissed, and so on. So, I mean, it's a cheap way to argue when you're passionate about something and you know it works. I want to use one example here. We had a family who heard that we had raw milk at that time. And they told me the story of their child. And I saw the child. There was a very pale child. And the dad and the mom were literally at their wits' end, because they said now in the children's hospital, they decide they will put a hose into, a feeding hose into the stomach, because the child wouldn't eat anything and would throw up and so on. So they came, and then we provided them and said, you need to be very careful how you start doing that. And they said literally within days, the child improved. The child had never smiled in the last 6 or 12 months. And it started smiling and so on. And the parents were beside themselves. This is just one example. Another example is that we had a woman coming here who who got, every time she was on pasteurized milk, she had diarrhea, and really bad diarrhea. And so she was very afraid and said, well, I said, try it, because about 80 to 90% of our customers we had at that time, they basically had a milk allergy, and they call it milk intolerance. And I said, it's a pasteurization intolerance.
Can I stop you for just a moment here, just so we can maybe clarify a couple of things?
Go ahead.
The milk industry is highly complex, and also I think a lot of animals actually produce milk. I mean, everything from goats to to Holstein cows, to Jersey cows, and so on and so forth. So I'm assuming now that you're probably talking about some specific types of milk. And I guess the other question in my mind right now is, I think certainly in Canada, I'm going to dredge back some 20 or 30 years, but when I first started my practice, I ended up being the first in-house counsel to the Canadian Dairy Commission. So I learned a lot about the milk trade. What happens is you actually have two grades of milk in Canada. One is called industrial milk. I think it still is. I haven't been doing this for a while. And the other one is table milk. And of course, industrial milk goes into all sorts of things. If you look at a hot dog label, you'll find out that there's milk powder in hot dogs, a lot of them, maybe all of them, I don't know. So it sounds to me as if you're saying, okay, raw milk is a good thing for human beings, for children. Is there a particular kind of milk that you're talking about? Is there some sort of an analysis of the milk that is particularly good? Because I know.
Well,
go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I only can say that I have experience with dairy, so cow milk. I just know also goat milk is very much asked for, and sheep milk as well. So all these milk. I know farmers with buffalo milk, same thing. As long as the enzymes in the milk are not destroyed, enzymes and vitamins are not destroyed through the pasteurization process, you will have I would say a very safe product if you know what you're doing. And what I find interesting that in fact the government is through the actions what they're doing, I think that's the same thing also with the natural health products. Through their political actions, they try to paint milk as a dangerous product. And when I look at that, we have 250 children die from asthma every year in Canada, 250, yeah. And I try to find figures of how many people, in fact, proven died from the consumption of raw milk. There is no comparison. But you cannot argue because it's a political issue. It is not a will actually to take care of what we need, and that means the best for our children. And that is why it was for me literally a political battle. It was not a battle about the issue, because the one judge we had, Kowarski, he acquitted me at that time of all the charges. And he said, well, we can have 10 experts on the one side and 10 experts on the other side, and they can tell me whatever. And it's a scientific pissing contest, because the government at the end has always something they can offer why you should not have that and why it's dangerous and why you kill yourself when you actually just even look at cow's milk or unpasteurized milk. But what I want to point out here also, it is also a lobby issue here, because the dairy industry has basically a monopoly on all the products. And that causes a problem because they even control the research in regards to milk. And they have absolutely no interest that people can have a choice, an informed choice and a controlled choice about if they need the raw milk. Please understand, I'm not condemning the conventional dairy system. We cannot transport raw milk for thousands of kilometers or whatever. I mean, that's the world we live in. The world has changed, but the point is that people who have and need it and connect directly and make a conscious decision, they should have the freedom to make that decision to drink raw milk. And that can be provided if you have a system in place where you actually certify raw milk farmers, so that they can send their test results to the lab, and they have to have so many clean tests in order to keep their license. But it's not difficult to do, to go down that route. Yeah.
Just to follow up for a minute, do you feel that it's the pasteurization itself that is harmful, or is it something else in the milk that is worthwhile? I know, for example, you can now buy milk that is lactose free. I'm not even quite sure what that means, but and you can buy other milk that's been filtered and all this sort of stuff, and of course you pay more for that. Do you feel that it's, or is it, for example, most of our milk in Canada, I think, comes from Holstein cows because they produce a lot of milk. Jersey cows don't produce as much, but it's higher butter fat. Do you feel that it's the type of cow, or is it just the pasteurization process itself that is helpful?
Okay, let me give you an example. It was about 40, 50 years ago. The maximum amount of a cow was about 6,000 to 8,000 liters per year. And now you have cows who give 20,000 liters a year. So if you put that in the context of a human being, that when you have, let's say, a secretary working for you, and she's working 8 hours, she comes every day, she's healthy, she has, she can live her life. And then you ask her suddenly that she should work 16 or 20 hours, and she can do that for a little while. And in the meantime, her work quality goes way down because she's overstressed. We have the same problem in these high-producing dairy cows, that they actually have to pump out the milk. And the process is very simple, that protein, or an oversupply of protein in a cow's body forces her to use the udder as the gland to clean her body in order that she doesn't get poisoned. So she pushes out the milk, and the protein comes from mostly of soybeans. And guess what? The soybeans, it's a vicious cycle. And then we have the soybeans, and the soybeans are full of glyphosate. And so when you ask me, is it the cow? No, it is how we treat the cows, how we feed the cows, and a combination of that. And on top of that, that's why I'm saying I'm glad from the industrial dairy farms that the milk gets sterilized and pasteurized. But let's say whatever is in there from the sprays is nothing we can do. I see farmers, they spray the grain which goes for the cows about 2 weeks before it gets harvested. What do you think where it ends up? In the udder of the cow. So it is a complex issue to deal with that. But what I try to focus on is, when people are aware of the situation, that they should have the opportunity and the right to make a decision for their children, what food the children get. There was once a health minister, Aglukar, that was at that time in the Liberal government. No, she was in the Conservative government under Harper. And there was this whole question about energy drinks, and there were children dying at young age because an overdose of energy drinks. And she issued a public statement because there was the voices, like it's in Canada, when something goes wrong, then everybody screams, let's have regulations because we need to the government needs to protect us. And interestingly enough, she just went in front of the press and said, every parent has the right to make the right decision for their children. We will not regulate energy drinks with, the ones with a high caffeine in it. And I thought, this is ridiculous when you think, there's two kind of ways how they look at that. Whenever it suits the industry, people can make the decision, but when it really comes to a small kind of informed group of people who really care about their children. I mean, you have looked at the US, now with Robert F. Kennedy taking over the health department, and what he talks about, the disastrous effect of about 70 childhood vaccinations, and our children never got vaccinated. We never had problems. It's, oh yeah, that's just an exception that our children didn't get anything. They could have. No, in Europe, it's way, way down the vaccination rate, and you see how much the difference it makes between the two countries. So that's why, coming back again to the beginning, that I say, when you see the government starts banning certain things and you try to work on it to legalize or to kind of protect this little island of hope for our children, they viciously oppose you, and not fair either. I mean, it's just a dirty game of government, how shall I say that, of government superiority, and that you cannot argue. Like I said, field research with thousands of children means nothing for the government. Anecdotal explanation or anecdotal stories get dismissed, but when a child starts getting better when he gets raw milk, that is not anecdotal, that is a reality. But because a professor from the university didn't stamp it and it wasn't peer reviewed, the government says, no, it's not valid as a legal argument. And that is where really the question is, how do we preserve our freedom in regards to the issue that we protect our children from that? I think the worst enemy of the children is actually the state. And it opened my eyes, the whole raw milk issue opened my eyes. People ask me, are you not afraid that your children, that you get charges for murder or manslaughter and so on? And I said, no, because I'm in that for 50 years. For 50 years, and we never ever had one case of disease as a result of raw milk.
Well, to follow that up for a second, do you feel that there should be no regulation at all with respect to raw milk, or should there be some? Should there be some sort of disclosure of what the analysis is? What do you feel there should be anything to regulate the trade?
I was always of the opinion that we have to have regulations for raw milk. And the reason is that there are a lot of opportunists out there, and they see, oh, wow, there's a good market for raw milk. Let's do that. Have no idea. And I've met guys like that. They have no idea what they're doing. They don't even know if a cow is healthy or not. There needs to be basic regulations for the production of raw milk. There is certain breeds which work very well for that purpose. I wouldn't say that Holsteins are the best for that, but I'm all for regulations, and I'm all for that things are above board, because that at the same time creates also a statistic for, that a farm has always a well-balanced bacterial count in it, and not all bacteria are pathogens, but that we kind of develop a baseline for raw milk production so that people know, and that this farm is certified and can be trusted that it's good for their children. So I'm all for it, that there should be a regulatory process. Okay. And it can be, how shall I say that, it could be that it's not necessary that Canada or Ontario regulates that. It can be a self-regulating one under the supervision, let's say, of the dairy board or so on. But when you're dealing with supply management, where everybody just holds onto their stake, they don't want to explore any other market, And that is what we are kind of struggling with. But it will come. Sooner or later it will come. You know, once the level of diseases in children goes so high that they actually cannot finance it anymore, they might be quite happy to look at alternatives.
Okay. Are there any specific diseases that you feel would be beneficially dealt with through raw milk?
The one thing is the general immune system, I think, is very important. You know, how do you prevent diseases? And that is through a healthy immune system. And a healthy immune system you can get because you get such a variety of healthy bacteria in your body, which makes your body strong. Okay, that's one thing. The other thing is the study which I talked about asthma. There were a total of 25,000 children involved in total between the three studies, like the Parzival study, the Gabriela study, and the agricultural lung health study. And they were all done in Europe because Europe has all of Europe basically has legal raw milk, so there's no issue at all to do these studies. We couldn't do it here because it's prohibited. So asthma, it's a huge thing. And if that, you know, if we can solve the asthma issues or reduce it even 50%, I would say, you know, 125 children instead of 250, that would be worthwhile to look into that. The same thing is that I looked at the study what the Canadian dairy farmers of Canada doing in research. They're doing research on how milk can help when you have diabetes. 4 studies, all on diabetes. And when you look at it, 41,500 people die every year of diabetes. How about that actually pasteurized milk might contribute to the emergence of diabetes or is part of it? But to look at it and say, well, what would be the difference between pasteurized milk and its effect on diabetes or raw milk and its effect on diabetes? You know, these kind of, if research is prevented, then we never get to the bottom of it. Then we know that, in fact, the government is not interested on trying to solve the problem. I just want to also remind you, growth hormones in milk, the correlation between cancer and growth hormones in milk, there is a link there. And every year, 1,000 children come down with cancer in Canada, every year. So if we don't recognize that we have such a crisis in regards to our health, because the children, I mean, even I noticed it in these 40 years, how the health of children deteriorated in Canada. Now look at that a little bit forward and see what comes towards us as a wave of problems, health problems, as they get older, and there's nothing healthy coming after that. So, you know, prevention, it's not about healing in that case, but it is about understanding that nutrition is the base of health, especially in children.
Have any studies been done to sort of isolate the connections here? It sounds to me like asthma, some asthmas at least, are some sort of a allergic type of reaction. I think I'm not a medical person, but I suppose are you suggesting then that at least the raw milk should be available so that if a practitioner or a family for that matter decides it might be useful, it should be available?
See, that would be one option, and in some areas that is possible in areas where the milk is not allowed, that doctors actually can write out prescription that the children should have raw milk. Very good suggestion. What I encountered is that doctors even get threatened when they talk about that raw milk might be good from the health board here. And so it is, I mean, in a way you can compare it to the whole COVID situation. I mean, what's coming out now, and we know how it went. You went through that whole hearing, the COVID hearing with the commission here. You know, how outrageous it is. So you wonder, where is sanity in our society? And do we have to separate ourselves completely from that sanity? But we don't want that. We want that basically everybody can be part of that process and make an informed choice. I always say, you know, if people want to kill themselves with fast food and whatever, that's their choice. You know, nobody stops them. But if there's people who are really concerned about their children, the interference of government is the absolute last thing what should be there. To get back to your question about asthma, asthma is an immune disorder, you can say. So when I talked about what is the primary benefits, and that is that an overall immune system in children the immune system gets fired up with the milk, and that then also as a secondary thing prevents that they get the lung diseases, and in that case asthma. And you know, I have seen children with asthma, and it breaks your heart, you know, when you see that they can't get enough air. And then you look at these studies and they say, yeah, it is actually a direct link between raw milk consumption and the prevention of asthma.
Just a final question for me. Do you think the supply management system is an impediment to doing anything in this area?
That's absolutely the case. That's absolutely the case, because it's all about money. It's all about high production. It is, and it appears to be our, you know, how do you call that? The food guidelines, you know, dairy was on top of everything, but there is no interest in exploring that issue because it's all about money making. And the thing is that the lobbying to government is so strong that it makes no sense even trying to fight it. Yeah, we had an in front of the Parliament in Ontario, we had you know, a request, a private members bill in order to explore the raw milk issue, and it was just shut down. And so I think, you know, I don't want to kind of promote here underground activity, but I think if parents don't recognize that they have to take the health of their children more serious, and even if it is not within the legal frame of what is allowed and not allowed, they should still try to do the best for their children. I think parents are still the best to decide what is good. Informed parents, I think, are still the best ones to decide what is good for their children.
Is there any other products other than raw milk that you have focused in on in your research that also could be helpful?
Listen, I think the general health food issue is less processed food. I think is really important. We here, let's say on our farm, the people always think that our main thing is dairy, but we have a bakery here. We do vegetables and we have meat and so on. So if you look at holistically at the whole situation, then I say, you know, as closer you are to the original food, as better it is for you. As more it gets processed, as more it actually takes away from the body the life forces you need in order for your children to grow up. I mean, even for yourself. I mean, you always can say we're old enough, we don't need that health food. But I certainly notice when we don't eat our own farm food and go somewhere else into a restaurant, it's every time it's a difference. You know, you just feel it's not the same. And that is why I think the approach of a holistic food production is really important, and get away from everything has to be processed. Make your connection to a farmer, encourage a farmer to grow the food for you, and so on. So there can be a real, how you call it, a real ground movement for a future society, that we return to that, to the food source in order to save our children. Let's put it this way. But parents need to be willing. You know, you might not be able to go to Florida, or you might not have every year your, you know, or buy a big boat or a big car. No, the children are the ones we need to be concerned about.
Yeah, I think I'm going to turn you over to the commissioner shortly, but is there any other final remarks you'd like to tell us?
No, I just like to thank you for your amazing work to bring things out when they are ignored by government and are in the forefront of basically of a healthy society. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to ask the commissioners if anybody has any questions for this guest. Go ahead.
Thank you for presentation. There seems to be a trend lately for people to go towards A1, A2 protein in milk and A2. So what is the difference? Is one pasteurized, less pasteurized?
No, I always say A2 and A1 does not really play a role when you don't pasteurize the milk. There's a protein which goes haywire with A1 milk, and that actually only gets activated when it's pasteurized. However, the A2 cows are interesting cows because they are more the old type breeding cows, and they don't contain that. It came out with the modern breeds, and so it's definitely an advantage when you pay attention to it when you buy pasteurized milk, and to have it as A2 milk. I mean, they discovered it in Australia the first time, and now they use it as a marketing tool. Guess what? Even the dairy lobby here in Ontario uses that as a selling feature. So that's the only difference. But as far as I know, I was on a committee with a whole bunch of veterinarians and scientists in regards to the A2, A1 issue, because there were dairy farmers there and said, well, do we have to get rid of our cows now? And then, no, it came out, and I said, no, don't worry about it, because if you don't pasteurize it, then it really doesn't matter. It might be that there is other research present, but I'm not sure about that. But that was the last thing, was at a roundtable discussion with a whole group of researchers in regards to the issue, dealing with farmers who were very concerned about the A1, A2 issue. So I just say at the moment, as long as it's not pasteurized, A1, A2 really does not have a big effect.
Thank you.
Okay, next.
Hi, I need a bit of background or context. You said you mentioned a judicial case. You were involved in a judicial case regarding raw milk?
Oh, I have been in court for 30 years.
And
in regard to raw milk. And it went right up to the Supreme Court. Then the Supreme Court decided it didn't want to hear it. And it was all based, we filed several constitutional challenges in regards to the Charter 7 issue of freedom and liberty, and it all got turned down. It was basically squashed by the argument that the risk benefit does not allow them to rule on that people can decide to have access to raw milk. So that was, and we had good cases there where people testified about their own health and how it changed their lives and how it changed the children's lives and so on. And it basically, in a way, I mean, I don't want to put the lawyers into a bad light, but unfortunately, as it comes to government, I don't think that the intention is to find the truth and to find a compromise. I think the intention is basically whatever the rules of government are, we're gonna uphold them and we fight for them, and it doesn't matter, you know, if it's good for society or not. So, we just finished our 30th year, and just to give you a background how bad that can go is that the last raid we had here on the farm was initiated by somebody inside the government, working for the government, and falsified letters in order that he could get a search warrant. And then we had to hire forensic experts from the US and here, and they uncovered it. And at the moment, we caught them in that big corruption there. They dropped all the charges. Then I went after them and filed a private criminal prosecution application, and it went into the court. And the third day in court, the prosecution said, oh, it's not in the public interest to prosecute this man. This man who basically had 2 years of a massive investigation, 2 years of a massive investigation, big raid here where they closed the roads off, and then another year basically being in court, and then he goes for free. This is what we're dealing with. That's the reality. So I think guerrilla food production is actually something we all should look into, without being, you know, hostile to government itself, but, you know, for our own sake, we need to recognize that this is our life. This is not the government's life.
So what brought you into this judicial fight? Was it because you were like selling or producing raw milk and they put charges on you, or?
Well, basically what happened was that we had developed a system where people owned the shares in the cows, because legally you can drink your own milk. And then, so we sold the shares in the cow, and then the government went after us and said, no, that's just a Costco system that people pay a membership and then they can get what they want. But it was actually a very interesting element of connecting people, connecting families with the farm, that they had the shares in a cow so that they could drink their own milk. And government basically just trumped up charges against operating a plant without a license, a dairy license, and distributing milk and so on. So it was, in a way, it didn't mean a lot. It was just a way how to get us and how to make life more difficult. I actually, I just want to point out I sent to Sean Buckley and the council here, I sent a list of the studies, which I think could be included at the end into the, you know, that people can look up these studies. And the other thing is that I have written a book about the entire legal saga, raw milk and the search for human kindness, because for me, it was important that people recognize how difficult it is to deal with an entity who is actually not interested in justice or interested in the betterment of our lives. And so I put that together just as I don't think as an entertainment, but as a playbook for people who go into trying to fight the government. It's certainly an uphill battle.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schmidt. A couple questions. Congratulations on your 9 children. I would think that's a sizable enough group for a bit of a comparative study.
Good research.
Yeah.
Good research. Yes.
Good homegrown research. You've referred to, well, let me ask you, just how prevalent is the raw milk industry in Europe? You've talked about Germany a little bit. I mean, you have a population of over 300 million people. To what degree might the raw milk industry comprise of the overall dairy industry in Europe?
I mean, it couldn't compare. That's why it is so interesting that they're fighting with tooth and nail against it, because it will be always a limited amount of raw milk available for people, because they always go to their, go to the farm to get the milk there. So the whole distribution system is fairly small. However, they have all across Europe, they have the self-serve milk dispensers where you can just go there, you put your $2 in, you get your 1 liter of milk, or €3, you get that. So even that is around. I think all of Europe, except Scotland, for whatever reason, but all of Europe has a legal means to obtain raw milk. The United States, there is 47 states have legislation which allows people to have access to raw milk. California has one of the biggest raw milk dairies. I think they have 800 cows there. And they distribute all over California raw milk. A very interesting thing, we developed together standards for raw milk also for Canada, and highly successful. They do that, and the market is there. There's no question that we only have a small percentage here. I mean, there's a lot of underground milk flowing, and but the percentage will be always limited, simply because of the infrastructure we are in, and the infrastructure is not built for raw milk. So I would say the market might be 10%, between 5 and 10% of the overall milk market. And I'm talking about fluid milk.
Now
I'm not talking about processing.
Okay, and you've referred to you're submitting a paper with outlining some of the studies that presumably will be on the record. And do they include sort of a comparative analysis as between Europe, and you've referred to California as one of the 47 states that permits a degree of raw milk industry. Surely there must be sufficient data amongst all of those various jurisdictions to establish a fairly compelling profile as to the risks or benefits of raw milk. That must be out there.
And do you know what the interesting thing? It's not about risk and benefit. It's all about how risky it is, how many people get sick drinking raw milk, and so on. And there's an interesting study which I submitted as well as for you guys to look at. Is the study of the statistics in the US in regards to regulations and legalization, and what effect it has on outbreaks and actually cases of food poisoning. Very interesting, very low compared to many other food items. I think raw milk is actually at the low end of a risk food. Okay. And the statistics are there. I have submitted them.
Thank you. A couple real quick ones then. You mentioned if research is prevented, and you went on to describe the consequence. Is there evidence of actual overt prevention of research in Canada? Has the government actually taken steps, to your knowledge, to prevent research on the raw milk issue?
The main research is at the university, at the universities, and financed a lot by the dairy lobby. They have their research chair. What they do, they don't touch raw milk at all. They look at the functionality, what items they can draw out of the milk for, let's say, medical reasons or whatever. But in regard to a comparative study between raw milk and pasteurized milk, I can't say that government prevents it, because it is more that the dairy lobby prevents it.
Okay.
Because I would say, for the simple reason, because if it turns out that it's actually really good, that means it's bad, politically bad for the dairy industry.
All right.
I just want to tell you that in the first trial and that was in 2009, the government had, through undercover agents, taken samples and samples and samples from our milk in order to prove how dangerous our milk is. I got a binder of test results, which they had to submit in their disclosure material. And during the trial, it was a 7-day trial. And towards the end of the trial, I was asking if I could submit on behalf of the government these test results. And the government got up and said, no, we're not interested to publish these test results, which shows me that it was very clear it would be counterproductive for them when the judge looks at them and says, well, you're talking about all these pathogens in it, and I look at the test results and I can't find them. So that was an interesting thing, but it was also an eye-opener that if they would have found E. coli H157 in it, that would have been the first they would have submitted to the court as proof that raw milk is bad. But they didn't have anything. So that's why I think intentionally, I would say so.
Okay.
And if I become politically, I would say, first of all, the people, the government itself, they don't have a clue what's going on. It's mostly in the bureaucratic level, they know exactly what's going on. And then they tell the politicians, don't support that, don't do that. Let's not go into that, because that was in 2009. No, in 2006, that was when it was in front of the parliament in Ontario, where there was the simple request that the government establishes a committee to study the risk and benefits of raw milk, and it got shut down, completely shut down.
Okay.
They didn't want to go near, and we had submitted that through our MPP in order to, at least get work. Let's get work together on that, because the law was established in 1938. Things have changed. We have now stainless steel. We have glass. We have, sanitation, hot water, and everything. Everything changed, except that I think raw milk is as bad as it was 1938.
Okay, thank you. I have one more quick one. Boiling it down to the level of us lay people, when we pasteurize milk, we destroy proteins and enzymes which carry with those ingredients a benefit to strengthen our immune system. When we pasteurize milk, we've talked about how there's a greater prevalence of asthma. And you also then talked about cancers in children and said growth hormones in the milk, we know, contribute to a greater incidence of cancer with children. Am I right to assume that the question of whether raw milk or pasteurized milk, it has nothing to do with growth hormones? It's just that the production of raw milk, which takes place on smaller farms, uses cattle which aren't injected or fed those growth hormones, and therefore we assume there'll be a lower risk of cancer to children if we consume milk produced in the smaller scale raw milk farms. Am I getting that right?
Well, let's differentiate that a little bit. There's one thing which is interesting, that in the US, they allowed the growth hormone to inject growth hormone into the cows so that they can produce longer milk. That was not allowed here in Canada. That was banned in Canada, and there was an interesting researcher who uncovered how they were trying to get it into Canada and prove that it actually had no side effects. And then they found out it had side effects, so it got banned in Canada. But it is available in Canada if you get it through how we call it, mail. You can actually order it. It's only that the veterinarians cannot use that here. And there was an investigative reporter who then said, well, you know, don't kid yourself. That is in our milk. Personally, I cannot, because I'm not an expert in that field. I know that they had established a link between growth hormone and the increase in cancer when that got introduced. But I would differentiate completely that issue from the issue of raw milk. Raw milk, the problem we have, so let's assume that raw milk, and that's why I say, you know, commercial milk does not, I don't think is actually suitable for raw milk, but when you have raw milk and it gets pasteurized, it alters the protein, it alters the enzymes, and that is when the body rebels against it because it cannot digest the protein anymore, and then we have a similar effect that it tries to get rid of it, and then we have the asthma and the immune disorder diseases. The other thing is the commercialized milk certainly has the issue of glyphosate. I think glyphosate is a huge issue in milk, and they find glyphosate in milk. And then the growth hormones in the milk, and then the overall reality that today's cows are not on pasture anymore, which is also, it's a huge issue when cows cannot actually go out on pasture and eat normal grass. They're constantly confined and eat silage and haylage and grains and so on. And therefore, naturally, the quality is not there where you can say, well, I would say it's not anymore a health food. That's what I would say.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Schmidt.
Are there any more questions? Okay.
If you can make sure that the committee gets the links I had sent to council, that would be great. And then you can follow up on that one.
Okay, for the record, the exhibit is E051. Okay, on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, I want to thank you very much for giving your evidence today. Thank you again.
You're welcome. Thank you too.
Commissioners, our next witness is also going to be virtually, and that E051 lists the different research articles that Mr. Schmidt was referring us to. So I'll just wait and see that we have our next witness online. So Dorothy, can you hear me? So, Dorothy, I see some movement there, but can you hear me? Is there a mic that you can turn on? So, Commissioners, we'll just wait a second. We're having a technical issue. So Dorothy, can you hear me? Well, Commissioners, we're having a bit of a difficulty. You probably can't see on your screen, but our next witness is there. She's a native elder and is relying on others for technical help. So perhaps what we'll do, wait for a second and see if we can solve it. I remember in Truro, we didn't start on time because we couldn't get internet, and we've had various issues, and I'm seeing a person come to help her. Okay, so I'll try again. Dorothy, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear.
Okay, and we can hear you too. So it's always nice to get the technical things out of the way. Okay, so Dorothy, this is a very formal process. I'm going to first of all ask, are you able to adjust your camera so it shows a little more of your face? There we go. That's better. So Dorothy, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
And will you state your name for the record, spelling your first and spelling your last name?
My name is Dorothy Boyd, Dorothy Boyd.
And I'm just going to, Commissioners, let you know that I do have a past relationship with this witness. It was interesting. We had somebody from Dr. Trozzi's organization contact the commission and say, you absolutely have to get Clan Mother Dorothy to come and testify. And then we also had Commissioner Drysdale contact us and say, you absolutely have to get Clan Mother Dorothy to testify. And I'm given a number by both these sources. And I'm thinking I don't know Clan Mother Dorothy. So, you know, where I'm playing telephone tag and finally we connect and we're having this conversation, I realized, wait a second, not only do I know Clan Mother Dorothy, but she's attended to assist me in court as a native elder on several occasions. So, and I had the privilege of working with one of her family members on a matter. So, so Dorothy, I'm very pleased to have you attend at the National Citizens Inquiry. By way of introducing you to the commissioners, you are 75 years of age?
Yes, I am.
And you are a member of the Chilcotin tribe?
Yes, I am.
And you were born and raised on the Anaheim Reserve?
Yes.
And you lived on the Anaheim Reserve until 2014 when you moved to Williams Lake?
Yes, that's true.
And so you are an elder of the Chilcotin tribe?
Yes, I am.
And you are a clan mother?
Yes.
Now, you had the misfortune of being forced into residential school. Can you share with us about that experience?
It happened without my consent as a small individual, like age of 3. I came down with a lot of ailments, so my family were not able to look after me and didn't quite know what I had. I had a lot of pneumonia. I had a lot of colds, and I even had yellow jaundice, as I remember when I was younger, and had the measles. That none of my family had any ways to look after me, as they were busy themselves. And the suggestion was made that I move into a hospital which was close by a convent and day school. So that's where I was put until I was age 14 when I ran away from there.
Right. Now, can I just back up? So But after about age 8 on, you were living at the residential school as a regular student, is that right?
That's right.
Okay, so you had health problems that required you to be in the hospital, which was in the same building as the school. And then from age 8 on, you were a permanent resident at the school.
Yes,
Okay, now, am I correct that when you were at the school, there was limited contact with your family, just the way the school rules were?
yes, there sure was.
Okay, so can you tell us, were you able to go and see your family on weekends?
No,
Were you ever able to have an overnight visit with your family?
no,
Were you able to like go for Christmas or, you know, events on the reserve?
if it's on a weekend, it had to be okayed by the nuns and the priests and my grandparents.
Okay,
And during the day after school, I went from the school until 5 o'clock in the evening every day. And that gave me not a big window to get to know my family. I made do what I had.
right. So you were limited by the rules. You could only visit, school would end at 3, but you had to be back by 5.
Yes,
So you couldn't eat supper with your grandparents or parents.
no,
That just wasn't allowed ever.
no.
Okay, what was the experience like being in a residential school on the Anaheim Reserve?
Well, I had no way of having the freedom like every child has. That live on the reserve, that were not in day school. And I didn't have a lot of interactions with other students in the classroom. And I didn't have interaction with my family, who I miss very dearly then. There was a lot of sadness on my part. I felt, what's the word? Felt like a prisoner. I was limited to do a lot of things. So when I see other kids and they're talking about that they went on a trip to the city, a trip to going out fishing, going out horseback riding, going out to a lot of different activities that I only wish that I did. Now, when I visit my family, those are the things I ask for if we could do it. And a lot of times my grandfather, who is very attentive to a lot of the family members, and he made sure that I went on horseback, even though there's only a certain amount of hours I can enjoy myself. Spend a lot of time outside with the animals and inside sometimes, helping my grandmother cook for the whole family. That I was not allowed to stay there. I was not even allowed to even bring home what we have cook. And now there was a small, like a place of silence. I would say a chapel. Spend a lot of time in there. We're always forced to pray, forced to kneel down, forced to, everything was, to me, was forced upon me. I couldn't understand all the rules that they had, because they're very strict, especially when it came time for us students to communicate. We communicated in our language, and we're not allowed to even speak the language. And a lot of times I got strapped for it. I was told that I shouldn't be speaking my language, that I should be speaking English. And I just ignored that fact, knowing it's my culture, knowing it's who I am. A lot of times I was made an example out of the whole class. I think it was to do with my parents were enfranchised, and that was the beginning of the ill treatments that they received, and it came down to us young ones. Even the classmates I had and the friends I had, I was treated different. Went through a lot of, to me today is verbal abuse.
Grandmother, can I ask you, so as a young child then, you are not being raised by your parents, not being able to see how parents raise children. Is that fair to say?
I would say yes. I wasn't taught that over there.
And the other students that are at the residential school, they have the same restrictions, right? They can't go over on weekends, no overnights. They're only allowed until 5 after school. They have to come home, right? Or back to the school, right?
Yes.
So would it be fair to say that all of the students at that school didn't have the opportunity to learn from their parents how to parent?
Correct. I was taken away altogether.
Right. And at the school, was it nurturing? Like, I mean, were you guys tucked in and read bedtime stories and told that you're loved? And was it anything like that?
No, I would say no to that. Yes.
Okay. Because
like I said earlier, it was just like we're all in a prison. Like we're not being nurtured. We're not being shown love.
right, because where I'm trying to go is draw a link between, you're going to start talking to us about I'm going to start asking you about your involvement with child apprehensions and you helping families. But I'm just trying to draw a link. We have a whole generation of people on the Anaheim Reserve that basically weren't able to learn from their parents how to parent.
I would say no. Yes, they were in the generation of abuse themselves, like residential school, era where they haven't learned how to nurture, where I learned from my grandparents.
Right. Now, you ran away at age 14, is that right, from the residential school?
Yes, I did.
And why did you run away?
I had one nun that would always be at my back, and it didn't matter what would it be about. And one day, the whole class was in session, and I was supposed to finish my tests within 20 minutes. And since I didn't, came the ruler, and she asked me to put my hand on the desk, and she would hit my knuckles with that ruler. And while she was doing that, and then I said, I do not want you to hit me no more. I'm gonna hit you back. She just looked at me and she laughed and giggled and had other classmates laughing. It hurt my feelings. And so I realized she was coming back. So I jumped up on my desk and I just hit her on my right fist, and she went down to the floor. When she went down, I decided that I'm gonna run home, like back to my grandparents, where they didn't live very far. So I ran out of the classroom, out of the school, and ran down to where my grandparents live, and I went underneath my grandparents' bed, and I stayed there. And that nun came back, and she was demanding that I go back to class and I go back to living in the convent. And I said, no, I'm not going to go back. And I had to wait until my grandpa came back from work. So when he came back, I gave him the story, and I told him, if you send me back over there, I'm going to keep running away.
And so you were able to then live with your grandparents, and you relearned your language and you learned your culture from your grandparents?
Yes, I don't think I lost it. The 3 hours, from 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock, my grandparents would speak the language all the time, whether they're outside or showing us things, how to attend to the animals or.
Right, but when you after you ran away, you were able to stay with your grandparents full time.
Yes.
And that's you. So you then spoke the language at home, and you got taught in the culture.
I immersed myself into learning everything I could as a young individual.
Now, when you were 20, you finished upgrading and you went to Williams Lake College and took counseling, and you finished when you were around 23?
That alone, I would say it took about 26 years of hardcore training that the elders wanted me to do. I didn't really care to go, but they kept encouraging me that it's needed later on, that it would help me a lot more. Not only my background, but they're needing somebody that's in between my age, in my age group. So they'd be able to connect with the generation that I grew up in until like 20 years old.
So the elders were encouraging you to take a counseling degree because they saw that there was going to be a need for people your age to get help?
Yes.
Okay. And you ended up helping a lot of people when their children were apprehended. Can you share with us how that started and how that went?
I rethought about that last night. I can't recall. What I do remember is that a lot of our relatives and our cousins were getting apprehended, and the chief and council that we talked to and asked for help, they were not able to help, they told us, and it just didn't sit well with me. And I said, you cannot just be going by the books. And I asked them straight out, are you seriously going by the books? I said, this is a human life. And for the life of me, I couldn't comprehend the, later on, I said to them before I left the office, you do not want to help. That's your whole answer right there.
Right, but now, so you and your sister Fanny Stump, you started helping your family members, and then the community started coming to you when children were getting apprehended?
Yes.
Okay, and what types of things were you and Fanny helping the parents and children with?
A lot of times it was to do with court cases, like first appearance, why the children are taken away, and what's their, what's the ministry's, what are they saying? And to me, a lot of times, what is being said a lot of times is not accurate to what the paper is saying. As Native people, we're brought up in our oral tradition. So a lot of our concept of hearing individuals or hearing someone else, we take them as face value. We didn't really get into the paperwork. And me and my sister start finding out that we need to get the paperwork going. And at the same time, we talked about our family are from the hereditary chiefs and family. So that gave us a how would I say it? Gave us an avenue where we could help a lot more. As a chief and council are only elected within that 2-year period. In that 2-year period, they can't do much, or they pick and choose who they want to help.
Okay, no,
And
so
we were not the chosen ones.
so you and your
The family were not the chosen ones at all.
okay, so you and your sister made a decision. You guys would help whoever asked you for help,
Yes,
and you learned that you needed to kind of always get the paperwork and help walk the parents through that.
yes, sometimes it's encourage them to go to different services that's open to them, or they have to probably go out of town or something.
Right, and you'd also go to court and help support the parents with that process too, right?
Yes,
Okay.
we showed them how to write the paperwork that's in front of them, and how to stand up for themselves where they are being asked to I gotta turn off my a lot of times they would the parents would share what are the things that needed to be asked by the courts or the judge, and sometimes the lawyer. So we had a lot of different parents that came, and one of the biggest one was that there was a 12-year-old ran away from foster home in around 150 miles. And that happened to be my brother-in-law's relative. And the grandmother came to see us and asked us if we could help. While we're helping, excuse me, we found that this is more than this is huge. Because the people that she was Caucasian, and she had a school bringing in Native children. Back then, she was working alongside of the ministry. And while she was working, that most of the children would go to her for any type of help that they needed. So this one ran away. As we're getting ready to help, the grandmother came along. There was a court, and this lady got charged. And the outcome of that court wasn't good at all. Like, she got blamed for getting involved, and even though we said that she didn't get involved by herself, she was asked to help. Even then, things didn't go well at all. It went to Supreme Court and it was denied, and it went to other courts, and the courts kept charging these people over and over again, and they didn't need to.
So you mean they were charging foster parents that were trying to help kids?
I would say they were foster parents, and they had a school going in South Lakeside. And I went to the South Lakeside and checked it out myself, and they were doing a good job in my eyes. And the kids were there. Most of the kids that go there, their parents would work. So they go there after school till probably late in the evening, but the parents would always come and get them.
Okay, so this was an unofficial thing that was happening, and that was the problem?
It became a problem because most of those students were Native people, Native from all over the place. It wasn't just Chilcotin.
Clan Mother, can I ask you, my understanding is you and your sister Fanny basically were helping people for a 4-year period. Can you tell us how many apprehensions there were of Native children in that 4-year period that you helped with?
As I was saying, it's at least 300 there were Chilcotins and probably 100 in around town, Williams Lake. The 300 from Anaheim, Stony, Redstone, Nehemiah, Tusi, Alexandria. Those are 7 communities. They all spoke Chilcotin and their Chilcotin children.
Right, and so of those 300, am I right that about 200 were apprehended off the Anaheim Reserve?
Pretty much, yes.
And then the other 100
But
off
some
of,
of them live in town. They move off town, off the reserve, so they could have a better education for their children and grandchildren.
right, and that would
there's
be,
no jobs.
that would be the other 100, right? But I'm just trying to make the point that of the 300, so 100 live off the Anaheim Lake Reserve, or Anaheim Reserve, but 200 of the apprehended children were living on the Anaheim Reserve when they were apprehended.
Yes,
Okay, and now the shocking question for the commissioners for you to answer. How many people lived on the Anaheim Reserve?
this time or
When the
Yeah.
children were being apprehended?
there's probably about 800 people live on Anaheim.
Okay, so 800 people live on Anaheim, and in a 4-year period, 200 children are taken by the state into custody from the Anaheim Reserve.
Yes,
So almost every family is dealing with children that were apprehended.
yes,
And these are the generation of parents that didn't learn to parent because they were in residential school.
I would say yes and no on that, because I think as we are doing our traditional and our cultural, the nurturing part of us is already built in us. That's what I found about myself. So that the desire of nurturing as even though I didn't have any kids as young as I was, I helped out other.
Right. Clan Mother, you became very nurturing and you became very involved. But would I be wrong in saying that the other students at the school that didn't get to learn how to parent from their parents, that they really had trouble parenting because they hadn't been taught by their mothers to cook. They hadn't been taught about tucking in. They hadn't been taught about having family meals because they were at the school.
Yes, they haven't been taught in a proper way, proper manner.
Now, in watching all these children being apprehended and taken from the reserve, did you view that as positive for the children, or did you view that as being negative for the children?
Be negative for the children.
Can you share with us about that?
A lot of times I got triggered going back to my own things I went through as a young person, how I hoped and prayed that I would be home. I had a home that was built on my reserve, my home. And the social workers would ask me if I could help out with the excuse me. I opened my doors for what's that called, not a foster home, but before they go into foster home, there is a waiting time period before they enter into the foster home. A place, a safe place, that's what it was. I would see these children would be brought to my home. And it was very devastating for the parents. A lot of children were scared. Or a lot of them were, they just didn't know who to trust. I did the best I could as an adult, but yet I knew some of them, they come from a safe place, safe home, and some of them were, they needed help being parenting. The children would range in probably 2 years old, right until probably about 13, 14 years old.
How did the children do that were taken and put into foster care? Because, and I'll just share with the commissioners, in addition to you being involved with helping families and being a safe house, you also worked in the Williams Lake School as a teacher's aide on behalf of the band for about 5 years. So you saw them at school. So how did the kids do who were taken? And where I'm trying to go is was this a positive way of doing things, or was it a negative way of doing things?
I would say negative, because a lot of them, they had no idea how to be a young individual. I see a lot of them today, and I just don't like how a lot of them turn out. A lot of them turn to alcohol and drugs. And I do share with them there is a better life. And when you decide, you can come talk to me. And some of them have, the ones are strong enough to come out of it. They have come out of it. And a lot of them, they went inside themselves, like they're not really out there. And they detest anything to do with dictatorship, they call it. They stay away from that kind of approach. And I do see a lot of hate.
How did it affect the parents on the reserve having their children taken? Because I'm correct that most of the children were taken off the reserve.
Yes, most of the children, yeah, taken off reserve, yes. The parents get devastated. They have no income, they have no jobs, and they're just there's no hope. They lose all the hope that there is. That they're taking a child away is the most damaging form of a human being, how to destroy a human being is taking their children away. It's their life, their livelihood. A lot of them had a vision of being the better parent than their parents or grandparents or generation back. And like I was saying, that the leadership on all the reserve are not able to help and don't want to help. Because I do know that if they showed up and if they show a little bit of caring, things would be different.
Earlier you had shared with us, like, so you were a bit of a safe house when children were first taken, that, you know, some were in good homes, but some did need protection. What do you think the best way would be going forward to be dealing, you know, on the Anaheim Reserve with, you know, when it's a situation where, you know, the parents do need help, the children shouldn't be in the home? What would be the best way going forward with all the experience you have?
I would say of course, they have to be willing to work with you. That's the first thing. The parents have an option to work on themselves and have some workshops where the parents are being to be taught to be parent again, taught how to, as some of them are taken in as young children, and as they're growing, they have a lot of different gaps that they had missed. So it's a lot of the parenting is not there.
Right, so if the parents could get help on the reserve to teach them how to parent and to help them parent, that would be a better solution than just taking them off the reserve?
Yes, because I've heard of different reservations up north where the family would take the children in, like, let's say, a family that's not doing so well parenting. The ministry would get involved, and the ministry would bring the auntie or the uncle to take the children. And they do, and to me, it's not the same, not the same as them being helped, even though they say they do. Children need that connection, they need that loving care, they need that as they're growing, they need different things from the parents. And them being taken away, they don't get that. So it's another way of the word damaging the family. And it does work, but they have a spirit that would always come back. And as I had some young people have approached me and what it was like in a foster home, what it's like for them today, and that spirit never been damaged, got hurt, but never been damaged. So to me, that's it's a hope. And I speak for myself on this as well. I went through a lot, but my spirit kept being alive, want to live.
Grandmother, I'm going to ask the commissioners if they have any questions. But I will tell the commissioners that, I bet you it's about 7-8 years where on and off we'd work together in court files on Williams Lake. And Grandmother, your just compassion for people always struck me, so I can testify myself that you have that spirit for life in you. And I'll ask the commissioners if they have any questions for you.
Good afternoon. It seems to me that the story is repeating again, that they are taking children from their families with a new pretext, as they did with the residential schools. So they are not necessarily placing the children in families on the reserve. They are taking the children away, or some are taken away. So they are those children that are placed in foster homes. They are not with their culture, their language. They are taken away in other families.
I would say yes. They lose hope. Children lose hope. They lose love. They lose everything. And devastation is big. They don't trust nobody.
And how they are taken away. It's police that comes in the reserve. It's how does it happen?
How does it happen in Williams Lake, in all the communities? What I know today is a lot of gossip, ministry, policemen, they go on gossip. I've seen it time and time again, and I just don't get it. As the lower court is based on what you hear, and a lot of times in order to make money, you got to move on those things, and it's all about money. It's a money thing, and it's just not right to another human being. Our blood, it's all red.
Are those children child trafficked?
A lot of them, yes. And it's very devastating. A lot of times they are shipped away from the home, and a lot of them, they don't know where their children are. I mean, the parents don't know where their children are. Some of them are as far as Regina, Saskatchewan. Some of them are in Alberta. Some of them are in, you name it. And then they get, there's a lot of phone calls that had come back while a lot of times when we're involved in meetings,
we heard a lot about missing children, especially Aboriginal women. So do you think that it is a way they are taking those children and maybe those children disappear afterwards? We don't know if they are alive.
there is a place called Highway of Tears, for one, where a lot of women went missing and a lot of children are going missing. And there has been even men going missing today. And I believe a lot of that, like I'm saying, it's to do with, it's all about money. It's all about greed. A lot of the foster children right about now want to be home, want to come home, and no one is doing anything about it because of they know what they need to do, but I think a lot of it is fear of the backlash, fear of being told that you are a rat if you speak up, that you're #1 drug dealer, you stick your nose in where it doesn't belong. I've been called all that. Sure, it hurts, although I keep going, knowing that a lot of my family members, my relatives, are going to be happy one day when they do come home. I have helped one grandmother in the last 10 years. She said she's got 2 of them aged out of foster home, and she's got 3 to bring home. So she asked me, okay, do I leave the ones that are aged out and I just go for the 3? I told her, no, you ask for all of them. You demand all of them. That's even though those 2 that aged out, they'll come home and you allow them to decide what they want to do, whether they're going to live with you or they're going to go on with their own lives, and which they have done. And later on, I was told that those two that aged out was more acknowledging the mother, how she wanted them back, how she stood up for them, where they had nobody. So she was a voice for them.
Does these children have visiting rights to their parents?
Some do and some don't.
And what about the school system on the reserve? Is there a school system especially for your tribe, with your culture, where your culture is respected?
Did I hear your question right? If there is a place for the foster children?
I mean, on your
my reserve?
on your reserve where you live, do you have a school system for your tribe that respect your culture, your language? Do you have a school system, or you have to go outside the reserve with other in the normal school system? I say the normal, I mean the white system, the white system.
That I can answer for myself on that one. When I went to school on the reserve, a lot of the curriculum is modified. So modified meaning it's lower than the actual what's that word where to me modified is teaching a dumb kid. That's how our education was. And you can treat a person with disrespect. What has been taught as modified, I grew up in it. I went to school there. So when I learned that I was being taught modified material, it sure felt ungrateful. I felt angered that I was not equally as the rest of the town or city education. As when our children come into town, they have more or less had to relearn the whole curriculum again. So I decided when I went back upgrading that I'm going to change the modified at my van level to that word where the schools today, the curriculum, what they teach.
OG?
There is a word for it. Academic. Oh. The academic level that the towns and the city in our area, that's where all the students at any multicultural learn. But on reserve, it's totally different. So when our children come to school in town or in a city, they have to relearn the whole curriculum again. So I would say these kids become more smarter, become more knowledgeable, in not just in the experience, but in the time that I taught in the 5-year period, part-time. I didn't only help Native children. To me, anyone that's coming to me for help, I would just give them what they need. It was a really challenging time, and yet I enjoyed the connection of not just the students, but be able to work with the parents as well. So I was saying in earlier, that's my life experience, and that's what I see today that's happening on our reserve. So that's not only neglect foster parents, no, not foster parents, foster homes and education. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Do I address you Clan Mother Dorothy? Is that how you like to be addressed?
Yes, that's how I
Well,
like to be.
first of all, thank you so much for sharing your powerful story and your very informative insights. We are so grateful for your attendance here today. I've got a couple of quick questions for you. Your background, your personal background and your training has equipped you very well to help out. You've told us about your help in the courts, in the safe houses, and the schools. And you've talked about, when you're asked about some of the problems on the reserves, you said the leadership, at one point you said, doesn't seem to want to help at times. They need some incentive, I guess, to get more involved on the whole question of the apprehensions and presumably the circumstances which give rise to those apprehensions. You've talked about how the parents, you say they have an option and they can learn how to be better parents. And then you've talked about the ministry staff working with in rather culturally insensitive ways that they fly into action on gossip, which is simply quite wrong. So you see a number of areas where there seems to be some fault in these various procedures. Let me ask you this, and I hope I've sort of summarized your evidence properly. I don't want to misstate what you're telling us. But in the last few years, do you see any improvement? Do you see us as a society, Canada, British Columbia, the Indigenous communities, do you see us moving in the right direction? Are things better today than they were 5 years ago, or maybe 10 years ago?
In what sense?
Well, we talked about, you gave an estimate, or I don't know if there's an estimate, but we were talking about 300 apprehensions, 200 from the reserve, 100 from the community at large. By my math, out of 200 on the reserve over 4 years, that's 50 per year of these apprehensions, which of course you've given evidence as to how destructive those are and how damaging those are to the families. Are we still seeing that level of injustice or insensitivity or damage to the community and to the families? Are we at that same place today that we were 10 years ago? Because it strikes me as Canadian society at large has at least recognized the problem and taken considerable steps to try and redress the injustice, the whole truth and reconciliation that has swept across the country, that has attracted such wide support and resources. Has it made any difference at all? Are we making any progress in the world that you've told us about?
Possibly in other areas where we are a tribe of sovereign. We've never signed any paper stating to give our land away to federal government or provincial government. So therefore, that makes us sovereign, even though the provincial government in 1964 have come in to change a lot of things for us, but they only came with, they imposed themselves on us. And that's where the whole problem has arisen. And the province have a whole different set of governing body on reserve, and the provincial have a whole different concept of how to run Indian Act. Indian Act was put upon us forcefully, and that has become a real problem. The politics has leadership of chief and council and band staff. Today, it has gotten worse. And it does affect the home, the children.
I don't interrupt, but you're saying it's worse today now than it was in some of the history you described? There are worse circumstances within the Indigenous communities, and the apprehensions haven't been minimized. You're saying that if I understand what you're saying, and I don't want to put words in your mouth or mischaracterize what you've said, but the growing awareness of an inherent right of Aboriginal communities to govern themselves. This is the sovereignty question. And over the last decade or so, mainstream governments are embracing that concept and making efforts that way. Now, they may not have succeeded, but this takes me back to my original question. The circumstances that you've described, the level of apprehension and what's happening within the Indigenous communities to give rise to these things, and your involvement with the courts, the safe houses, the schools, you're saying it's worse now than it was 10 or 15 years ago, if I understand what you're saying?
I have to say, yes, it is. I myself got my grandchildren taken away, 6 of them. And no apparent reason. It was based on gossip. I'm in a process of, I'm forever cleaning my reputation. The guy mentioned earlier, you're branded with, you're wrapped, you put your nose in where it doesn't belong. Then they seem to forget that you are there to assist them. You're not there to control the whole concept of court or where the parents need to go. We do this for nothing. We don't get paid. We don't get paid because we believe in, me and my sister and my brother-in-law, we believe in helping one another with no pay. So we're doing this with no pay. And back then, even though we live on welfare, we try to get a job, just like everybody else, and our children and grandchildren. Like I was saying earlier, my grandchildren are in foster home because to fighten me down, to stepping on a lot of leadership's toes. And I've been asked by the rest of the parents that have children in care, once you get your grandchildren back, what about the rest of the children? What about your relatives? What about your cousin? And I said, I will keep going. As I lost a sister just before, like a couple of weeks before Christmas, her and I work on these things together. We were inseparable, and a lot of attacks have come to us, a lot of verbal abuse, a lot of to endanger ourselves, threats. So it is very like you're on hot seat by the people that I know and by the people that are upset. And I see a lot of the Caucasians came on board in Williams Lake, and I've lost my home on the reserve that I had, that I paid right up with my hard-earned money. It burnt down. I got burnt out. So I moved into the city, hoping and praying that my children would have a little better education, which they all graduated. Now I'm working on my grandchildren, even though they're in foster homes. And I want my children back because we're a very close-knitted family. And finding ourselves in this situation going on 2 years now, and it's very devastating and very as I said, it's I don't wish it on anybody.
Mm-hmm.
And the parents that don't have their children at home, I know they feel worse than I do. I just have to keep going with the native spirituality, the culture, the costumes, the language.
And Dorothy, or Clan Mother Dorothy, I'm just going to ask you to pause for a second. Commissioners, we're running really, really late today, and we're hoping to get through all the witnesses. So would it be okay if we adjourned on this witness? So,
Okay.
yeah, Clan Mother Dorothy, we haven't even broken for lunch yet, and it's just about 3. So first of all, Clan Mother Dorothy, it was a pleasure to see you again and interact with you again. And we so thank you. On behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, I thank you for attending today. You've shared with us a perspective and a history that we could only get from an elder such as yourself. And thank you for your kindness in sharing with us. Thank you, Commissioners. Let's adjourn till 3:30. There will, and hopefully that will be enough time for lunch, and we'll continue plowing through. It's already been an exciting day. So we'll adjourn the National Citizens Inquiry, but I have some parking announcements. So apparently there is a blue Ford Fusion that's in the front parking lot, literally preventing other cars from getting in. So we'd ask whoever has a blue Ford Fusion to go and move your car so that you're not blocking traffic. And then on the people parked on the east of the building, that's actually not our space. And the people whose space it is are saying they're going to start towing cars. So you can't be parked over there to the east of the building. So if there's no space in the front or the other side of the building, then park in the Costco parking lot across the street. And with that, we'll adjourn. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name again is Stephen Price. I'm a local lawyer here as a volunteer to assist. We have as a witness this afternoon Dr. Charles Hoff. Dr. Hoff is a medical doctor practicing in the province of British Columbia who has had serious impact on himself due to COVID. Dr. Hoff, you're appearing today. Do you promise to tell the truth and explain what your story to us?
I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
There's a Bible somewhere. Don't worry about it. Dr. Hoff, could you please give us a quick outline of your education and qualifications, please?
Yes, I'm a family practitioner and trained emergency room physician. I did my medical training in South Africa. I have worked in South Africa, in the United Kingdom, and in Canada as a family doctor and as a rural emergency room physician. I've been in Canada since 1990 and in British Columbia since 1993.
I gather when COVID started, you were working in Lytton?
Yes.
What were your duties or occupation there?
I was the town's only resident doctor. I have been the town's only resident doctor since 2004. So I'm a hardcore rural GP and emergency room doctor. And so I did more emergency room shifts than anyone else. I did have other doctors that would come and assist me to give me a break, but I was very dedicated to the protection of and the health care of our community.
I understand you're no longer working as an emergency room doctor.
That is correct.
What happened?
I think, let me go back to the beginning and weave that into the story, because I think my testimony of what happened to me and my patients in this pandemic reveals a great deal of what has gone so seriously wrong.
It is your testimony, sir. Please proceed.
So people need to know that there has never been any successful vaccine made against coronaviruses. And so when the first dangerous coronavirus appeared in 2002, which came out of Wuhan in China, which was called the SARS virus, following that, scientists tried to make a gene-based vaccine against it because all previous conventional vaccines against coronaviruses had failed to either be safe or effective. So they tested this on laboratory animals. Ferrets and mink and other animals like that are very susceptible to coronaviruses. And so they developed a gene-based vaccine, which they tested on these laboratory animals. And when they took blood from these laboratory animals that had been vaccinated, they found they had antibodies to the coronavirus, and they realized that they had discovered a brilliant new, cheap and effective way of making vaccines. However, several months later, when they challenged these laboratory animals with the infectious organism that they had been vaccinated against, they found that these laboratory animals became extremely sick and many of them died. So this new type of vaccine turned out to be a complete failure. In fact, what they had created was not a vaccine, but an anti-vaccine, because instead of protecting those animals against this new virus, it actually made them more vulnerable than if they had not been vaccinated. And the reason why I'm telling you that is that I'm going to show you what has happened to Canada, and exactly the same thing has happened here. So when I heard that they were again using gene-based vaccines against SARS-CoV-2, the second SARS virus, I was not filled with hope or confidence because I knew that the previous efforts had been a disastrous failure. So, and when I heard that with the new vaccines, they weren't even doing animal trials, I was even more concerned. When I realized that they were rolling this out with no long-term safety data, it had only been, the shots had only been tested on a select group of relatively healthy adults, no children, no pregnant people, no frail elderly, no First Nations people, a lot of demographic groups that had literally not been tested on at all. And it was warp speed technology, which is a disaster for any vaccine, and particularly for a brand new technology that had no history of safety or effectiveness. So 2.5 months into the vax rollout, when 12 countries in Europe had already shut down the AstraZeneca vaccine because of life-threatening blood clots, and Canada was continuing to barrel on with it because Trudeau said even though it wasn't safe for the people of Europe, it was fine for Canadians, I thought that this was a significant safety signal that we could not afford to ignore. And so I sent an email to a group of doctors, medical colleagues, doctors, nurses, and pharmacists in the Lytton-Lillooet area of southern British Columbia, saying, we have reached a turning point in this vaccine rollout. There is a serious safety signal in Europe. And for any healthcare practitioner to administer these shots without informing the people of the risk of harm, there is a serious liability issue for those people because there is no informed consent. I sent this as a private email to 18 colleagues. One of those people sent this to the regional health authorities, and 3 days later, I was in a meeting with my superiors there who told me that I was guilty of causing vaccine hesitancy, and that private email was being sent to the College of Physicians and Surgeons as a complaint because I was putting people at risk by creating vaccine hesitancy. And I was told that I was not allowed to say anything negative about these vaccines in the course of my work as an emergency room doctor. And I was told that if I had any questions about them, the questions were not to be directed to my colleagues, but to the medical health officer in charge of the vaccine rollout for our area. So I accepted my reprimand. I then began to see very serious neurological problems arising in my own patients. I had been these people's family doctor for 29 years. I knew them very well. And when I saw new disease processes initiated in these people that I had no explanation with, that all started anywhere up to 72 hours after their shot in every case, I sent a letter to this medical health officer that I had been told to direct my questions. And I asked them what disease process was being initiated by this gene-based therapy and how, as these people's doctor, should I be treating it? And I asked whether it was ethical to continue this vaccine rollout in the light of the evidence of harm. And the silence was deafening. That letter was sent as a complaint to the College of Physicians and Surgeons. So I then drafted a letter to Dr. Bonnie Henry, where I essentially I set out the number of people that had been vaccinated and the number of people that from that group that had neurological problems. And I gave an exact breakdown of the risk of neurological harm. And it might interest you to notice that the CARES data, which is the Canadian Adverse Event Reporting System, records neurological injuries as the top category of injury. And that is exactly what I was seeing. I was also seeing lung and heart problems and skin problems and other issues, but neurological problems was number one. So I sent a letter to Dr. Bonnie Henry where I asked many of the same questions. She referred them, and because I was warned she doesn't reply to letters, I was told that I had better make it an open letter because it was just going to go straight into the shredder if it just went to her. So it went as an open letter and attracted international attention because at that point, the Moderna vaccine had not been incriminated for causing neurological harm, and all of my initial problems that I was seeing were all from Moderna. So the matter was referred to as a vaccine safety specialist, and I was offered a telephone meeting with this top vaccine safety specialist appointed by Dr. Bonnie Henry. And I asked this vaccine safety specialist all the same questions. What disease process has been initiated in my patients to cause all these problems? And she assured me that these were not from the vaccine, that these were all coincidences, or if they weren't coincidences, were from poor injection technique. In other words, the needle was incorrectly positioned in the deltoid muscle. And I said, but these symptoms are all over the rest of their body. It cannot be from a misplaced needle. That is logically and scientifically and medically absurd. But she assured me that these were not from the shot. These shots did not cause neurological problems. So I said, well, there is a crisis because my patients didn't have these problems before. Please, would you assist me to investigate what is causing this? And she said, no, she could not. The only thing she could do was to send me the link for the vaccine injury reporting form that they should be reported. And I said, well, I've already got the vaccine injury reporting form. I want this investigated. So she said that she could not assist me with that. So I said, okay, if I submit vaccine injury reporting forms, will those trigger an investigation? She said, no, they will simply become statistics. So I realized that at the highest level, that there was a denial of these safety signals, that they did not want to know about safety signals. That because this made absolutely no medical sense. Every doctor's highest priority should be the safety of their own patients. So I realized that I was essentially going to be on my own trying to figure this out. So about 5 weeks after I'd received my gag order that I was not allowed to say anything negative about these shots in the course of my work, a vaccine-injured patient came into the emergency room. And it was a Saturday evening. I was on call for the emergency room. The nurse phoned me at home and explained that this patient had come in and what their symptoms were. And I said to her, I know that patient very well. She had COVID. She and her whole family had COVID 5 weeks ago. And it was a very minor illness for all of them. And now she is far more sick from the vaccine than she'd been from COVID. please will you tell her she doesn't need her second shot? She has natural immunity, and the evidence for that is that when she got COVID, it was very mild. That means she has natural immunity. Please tell her she doesn't need her second shot. And I explained to that nurse the evidence from Duke University in Singapore that was done in the first year of this pandemic. That was very important research, and I'm going to go through it quickly now because everyone needs to know. When this new virus appeared, no one knew how long natural immunity would last. And the health authorities tell us it's a couple of months. Well, these researchers realize that when you've got a brand new virus, you can't know how long natural immunity is going to last because it's a new virus. So the best shot at finding out would be to look for natural immunity to the first SARS virus that came out in 2002, because that was 17 years before and would tell us how long natural immunity to a SARS virus would last. And so in Singapore, where there was a lot of that first SARS virus in the Far East, they recruited people who had recovered from that first SARS virus and asked them if they could take blood from them to see if they were still immune. And they found that they were still immune 17 years later. It was not antibody immunity, it was T-cell immunity. So looking for antibodies is the tip of the iceberg. This is T-cell immunity. And by the way, that is why, and then they tested members of the general population there to see, so if these people that had this first SARS virus were still immune to it 17 years later, what about the rest of the population that never had it? And they found that 50% of them, this was near the beginning of this pandemic, had natural immunity to it from the other coronaviruses that circulate every flu season. It was cross immunity. And then they tested those people who had natural immunity to the first SARS virus to see if they were immune to COVID, and they found that the natural immunity covered COVID. And so the relevance of that those two viruses, the first SARS virus and the second SARS virus, were 20% different genetically. And so the importance of this is that if your natural immunity is good enough to defend you against a virus that is 20% different, a variant that is 20% different, it will protect you against every variant of SARS-CoV-2, because even Omicron, which has 30 mutations making it different, is only 3% different. So I explained this all to this nurse, and I said, on the basis of this, please will you tell this patient that she doesn't need her second shot? And the nurse told me that she was not allowed to tell anyone that they didn't need a shot. So I said, okay, I'll tell the patient. On the basis of that, I was fired from the emergency room. On the basis of that conversation, to say that somebody who was vaccine injured and had proven natural immunity didn't need a COVID injection, I was fired. After 31 years as an emergency room physician with not one single patient complaint against me in those 31 years, I was fired for saying that somebody who had natural immunity didn't need to be vaccinated against a disease to which they were already immune. Fortunately, I still had my medical license, even though I'd lost a significant part, at least 50% of my income, and I couldn't work as an emergency room doctor anymore. I still had my private practice. So I continued on, but I realized that I needed to try and find out how to help my patients. So when I discovered from the biodistribution studies that Pfizer had hidden, that we knew that these vaccines go around your entire body, they do not just stay in your arm. Pfizer's biodistribution studies on the lipid nanoparticles show that they literally take those messenger RNA strands into every part of your body. They go into your brain and your lungs and your heart and your liver and your reproductive organs and your bone marrow and everywhere. Which is, by the way, why these COVID shots have caused a greater array of side effects than any other medical treatment in history. Because this toxic spike protein ends up in literally every part of your body without exception. It has broken all records for the most unbelievable variety of disease processes that it causes. So when I discovered that this vaccine doesn't just stay in your arm, it goes everywhere, into your brain and everywhere. I realized that because most of the absorption from your vascular system occurs in capillary networks, that's where most of the spikes are going to be. Those spikes are going to be manufactured in your body in the cells that surround your blood vessels, and mostly the capillaries, because that's where the blood slows right down, and that's where absorption happens in our bodies. And so because knowing that those spike proteins are now going to make the surface of your cells rough and spiky, because that's what the spike protein is. It is the cells that make up the viral capsule of a COVID virus. That's what gives the coronavirus its characteristic shape, of these little spikes that stick out all around. And so I realized that the surface, the lining of your blood vessels in your capillaries is now going to be rough and spiky. And so I thought, well, as sure as smoking causes cancer, these spikes in the vascular endothelium are going to trigger clots. But most of the clots are going to be in the tiniest vessels where you may not even know they're there. So I realized that the only way to discover whether or not this clotting was occurring was to do a blood test called a D-dimer test, which is frequently done in the emergency room on any patients that a doctor thinks may have a blood clot somewhere in their body. So as my patients would come in for their appointment for whatever it was, I would ask them if they'd had their COVID shot and how was it going, because I was trying to figure out how many people were being harmed by this. And so I was asking everyone that came in, have you had your shot? And if so, how did it go? And I was trying to find people who would be willing to have this D-dimer test before their COVID shot and then 1 week later, so that I had a baseline, so that I had a control on every patient. And when I had literally got the first 8 people's blood work back, and 5 out of the 8 had a positive D-dimer, I could not keep silent. And I had an interview coming up with Laura Lynn Tyler Thompson. She asked me what I wanted to talk about. And I said, I want to tell you what's happening to my patients. And I told her that at that point, it was only 8 people's results I'd got back, but 62% had evidence of clotting from these vaccines. And these were not vaccine-injured people. These were people who thought their shot did no harm. These were people who thought this shot was keeping them safe. And 5 out of 8 had positive D-dimers. And that interview took off like wildfire around the world. It's now been subtitled into many languages that I do not recognize. But it sort of blew the lid off this rare clotting thing. So tragically, literally shortly over a week later, our town and my medical practice and the lab where all these tests were done was burned to the ground in the Lytton fire. So that was the end of my research. I was in my office seeing patients, and I literally just folded my laptop. I grabbed my D-dimer research, grabbed a few other things, and we ran out of the building, and everything burned to the ground, including the emergency room where I'd worked for all these decades. So, of course, the College of Physicians and Surgeons claims that my statement that this causes microclotting is misinformation. And I should just tell you that in total, I only ended up with 15 people, of which 9 out of the 15, sorry, it was 8 out of the 15, 8 out of the 15 had positive D-dimers, which makes 53%. In other words, more than half of people that I tested with a D-dimer 1 week after their shot, and there's no point in doing it months later. The D-dimer's gone back to normal. You've got to do it. I did it. Maximum of 8 days was the cutoff. And more than half had the clotting. And my concern with the clotting is that this is permanent damage. A clotted vessel never goes back to normal. It is permanently damaged, and the damage will accumulate with every shot. And the worst part was that these people had no idea that they had been damaged. So, of course, the college claims that this is misinformation. So I don't know if these slides are working. Can you see a slide on your screens?
Which slide are you wanting presented?
The third slide. It says expression of spike protein detected in capillaries. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. So as people have been dying after their vaccines, many pathologists have said they don't know why they died. And that was simply because they had no way of identifying these spike proteins. Spike proteins are not supposed to be in our bodies. They are not supposed to be, they're not a human protein. So pathologists had no way of identifying them when they took tissue samples from people. They had no way of knowing if the spikes were even there. So a brilliant pathologist from Germany called Professor Arnie Burkhardt figured out how to stain for a spike protein. And of this slide, if you can see it, the brown, the dark brown that you can see are spike proteins. So the slide on the left, you can see that is a small vessel where the lining is completely impregnated with spike proteins. And the slide on the right, you can see those parts of that vessel where the lining is smooth, where there are no spike proteins. That's what it's supposed to look like. And you can see wherever there are spikes, it is rough. And so it is absolutely inevitable that these clots will form. So do you remember that we were told that the way out of this vaccine, the way out of this pandemic was to get everyone vaccinated? That was what was going to keep us safe. But what I want to show you next was that literally what has happened to Canada is exactly what happened to those laboratory animals that were tested with the vaccine against the very first SARS virus, where it literally, that so-called vaccine ended up working as an anti-vaccine and made them more vulnerable to the disease than if they had not been vaccinated. So what we now have is a pandemic of the vaccinated. Is that slide working? What have you got on your slide? Is it good? We literally have the pandemic of the vaccinated. So I'm going to show you the evidence that this so-called vaccine is actually an anti-vaccine, and that it has increased people's risk. It increases your chance of getting COVID, it increases your chance of spreading COVID, and it damages your immune system to such a degree that you have a higher risk of hospitalization and death. And of course, that's what the narrative that the public health keep telling us, that even though they now admit it doesn't stop you getting COVID, it doesn't stop you spreading COVID, they say it'll keep you out of hospital, at least you won't die. And I'm going to show you the evidence for why that is absolutely false. So this is a very important study that came out a few months ago from Cleveland, Ohio. This was a study done on healthcare workers, 51,000 healthcare workers that had had various numbers of COVID injections. And if you can see there are 5 lines there. The bottom of the graph is the passage of time, and they followed these people for 3 months to see who was getting COVID. And of course, the people that are getting COVID are the people who are spreading COVID. So the black line at the bottom is the people that were unvaccinated. 0 doses of this virus, of the vaccine. They were getting less COVID than anyone else. The next line up, the red line, is those that had had 1 dose of the vaccine. The green line, 2 doses. The blue line, 3 doses. And the top line, the brown one, were the people that had had the bivalent booster, the one that's supposed to keep you the safest. They were getting COVID more than anyone else. There was an absolute direct linear correlation that the more shots you got, the more likely you would get COVID and the more likely you would spread COVID. So let's look at so what about severe injury and death? This is from New South Wales, Australia. Looking at hospital, this is 2 bar graphs. The one on the left is a bar graph with 4 bars showing, again, the number of vaccine doses. The graph on the left, those columns are people in hospital. The graph on the right is people in ICU. So just for the sake of time and simplicity, let's look at the one of ICU, the graph on the right. You can see the people that had 0 doses, in other words, the unvaccinated, there were absolutely none of them in ICU, 0. And literally, of the people that had 1 shot, very few in ICU. And literally, the more shots they had, the more likely they would end up in ICU. It was an exact linear relationship. The more accumulated damage to your immune system from these boosters, the more harm that you would have from this disease. This was functioning as an anti-vaccine, making you even more vulnerable. So what about Canada? So this is a graph from the government of Canada that actually goes up to mid-March of this year. By mid-March, there had been 97 million doses of COVID vaccines administered to the population of Canada. We had 86% of the population double vaxxed and 56% vaxxed and boosted. So the yellow part of that graph, these are not COVID cases, these are hospitalizations. The yellow part of that graph are people in hospital with COVID. The pink or the plum-colored part at the bottom is ICU. So I've marked on there where the vaccine rollout began in mid-December 2020. And I've marked on there exactly 1 year later when, because of all of the fear propaganda, they had persuaded over 80% of the population to have at least 2 shots. And you can see what happened to the number of people in hospital with COVID once we had most people double vaxxed. And you can see it's never gone back down to what it was before. Previously, before there were any vaccines at all, in between the waves, we'd have almost nobody in hospital with COVID. It never goes back to that. This means that COVID is here to stay. We will never achieve herd immunity because of the damage done to people's immune systems from these shots. And this graph is the proof of it. You can see that literally it's now endemic. This is not a pandemic, this is endemic, because we will never, so many people have had their immune systems so damaged, and we know it's not just COVID. People that have had these shots are constantly sick with almost everything because it goes to every part of their body. So let's compare Canada, which is a largely vaccinated country, to South Africa, which was where I did my medical training and where I was born. In South Africa, 70% of the population refused these vaccines, 70% unvaccinated. I've marked on that, the 31st of March, 2022, effectively, the pandemic essentially ended in Africa over a year ago. They had achieved herd immunity. Now, this is not COVID cases, this is COVID deaths. You can see that COVID deaths basically flatlined a year ago and has never gone back up. It continues. This next one is the whole of Africa. If you take the whole of Africa, it's almost the same as South Africa. This is a largely unvaccinated people. They're done with COVID. They're back to normal because they didn't take the shots. This has been a public health disaster like never before. And so I hope that this has been helpful just in terms of showing tragically what has happened to this country due to the rollout of this, what has turned out to be an anti-vaccine. I'm open to questions if anybody has any.
I did have one question. What happened in terms of the complaints to the college?
Yes,
if you don't mind me asking.
No, not at all. So I think I seem to hold the record for the most complaints that have all come from the doctors, in the Interior Health and various others. Not a single patient complaint. The patient complaints are all from public health doctors who feel that I have put people at risk by creating vaccine hesitancy. So I have a disciplinary hearing that is scheduled that will be a 10-day trial. It was supposed to have occurred in February, but it was adjourned and a new date hasn't been set. It'll probably be in November or December of this year. So the fact that they have planned a 10-day trial, I think is wonderful, because I'm hopefully going to be able to show them a lot of very good scientific evidence and maybe help them to understand this. The evidence is overwhelming they have said, for example, that these that it is misinformation to say that these shots cause neurological injuries, that it is misinformation to say that these shots have killed a lot of people, that it is misinformation to say that they affect fertility. And the evidence from all around the world is enormous. And part of the tragedy with fertility is that, as I mentioned, the delivery system of this, to get the spike protein into every part of your body, was designed to literally take it to your reproductive organs as well. And we know that these spikes cause clotting and bleeding and gene editing, and they're highly toxic and highly inflammatory. And so the evidence that so many women have menstrual irregularities after these shots, that the live birth rate in every highly vaccinated country has significantly declined since the vaccine rollout, that midwives and doctors have seen unprecedented numbers of miscarriages and stillbirths, is huge evidence that this has affected fertility, but they've said that that is misinformation, that this affects fertility. And Pfizer's own biodistribution study showed that the ovaries were one of the top 4 organs that was targeted where the spike proteins ended up. So the fact that they have wanted to give this to our children, for whom COVID poses almost no risk. You know that there has not been one single healthy child under the age of 16 in Canada that has died of COVID, not one. And yet they have been determined to vaccinate our children with this thing where so much of it ends up in the ovaries. To me, that is very sinister, because it makes no logical or scientific sense. These children are not at risk from COVID. This is very sinister.
Thank you, Doctor. Do the commission members have any questions?
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Hoff, for this very enlightening presentation. Can you comment a little bit about the types or nature of neurological damage or injuries you've seen in your patient, and how does that compare to what is seen in other places in the world? Is it
Welcome back to the National Citizens Inquiry as we continue with our hearings on day 1 in Edmonton. Commissioners, the next witness we're calling is Faith Grulot. Faith, can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Okay. And can you speak up a little bit? You were a little quiet there.
Absolutely. Are you able to hear me better?
Yes, that's much better. Faith, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name for the record?
Faith Danielle Joyce Jane Grollo. My last name is Groleu.
And Faith, do you promise to tell the truth? I'm sorry, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do, sir.
Now, you were transitioned from a female to a male when you were a teenager.
Correct.
How old are you today?
25.
25, okay. And you're here to tell us about that journey, but it actually starts with a medical problem when you're very young. Can you tell us about that and then just kind of walk us through your story?
Absolutely. I was born with a diaphragmatic hernia, with a hole in my diaphragm. My intestines went up into my chest wall, and they had to be brought down, and that hole needed to be repaired. It was repaired when I was about 4 days old. When I was about 5 or 6, there was actually a complication, which is a very known complication with this disorder. The patch ripped off because 5 or 6 years old I was growing, and that patch doesn't grow with you because it's metal mesh. So that patch ripped, the hole reopened. I went to several doctors over the better part of 20 years. I would tell them all of this, and none of them could find it. None of them could tell me why I was in excruciating pain when I would eat or have to pass anything from the digestive tract. It would have to essentially go up through the hole into my chest wall, come back down, and it would move my ribs and my diaphragm around because of the hole there. And my intestines had gone back up into my chest when I was about 5 or 6. So for about 18 years, that was an issue. And I was repeatedly going to the emergency room and seeing family doctors, and none of them could tell me what was wrong. So I ended up just kind of living that way. Around 15 years old, I had a lot of mental health issues growing up, and by 15 and 16, I started getting diagnosed with those and actually getting some better treatment for my mental health problems, but still never finding the physical problem. By about 16, 17, I was actually seeing a physician for gender dysphoria and for feeling uncomfortable in my female body. Which all of that was just kind of tied to different mental health issues. There was a doctor I saw at about 16, 17 who agreed with me that I could diagnose myself as transgender and that I had gender dysphoria. So I went on the medical path because of this doctor, and I was given puberty blockers and testosterone. By 17 years old.
Can I just slow you down there a little bit, Faith? So, because you had mentioned when you're sharing your story with us, you know, you had some other challenges, and I don't, because it's not necessary for us to say who or give any details, but my understanding is when you were very young, you were sexually assaulted. Like, so there's some trauma here from sexual assaults as a young child. Is that right?
That is correct, yes. And the doctors were aware of that.
Right, okay. And then as I understand it also, you got a fair amount of bullying in your school when you were younger for a couple of reasons. One, you were short. And then, there were some other reasons, like kids can be cruel, but you would actually become aggressive just to protect yourself.
That's correct.
Okay, so now when you were starting to talk about what was happening when you were 15, you're actually blacking out at that time, right? Can you share with the commissioners exactly what that's like? Because that's a statement, but they may not understand the experience and kind of the problems that you had to live through because of that.
Of course. Essentially, because of my mental health disorder, whenever I would experience physical or emotional pain, if I got made fun of and felt upset, or if I got physically hurt, I would black out and my conscious mind would go somewhere else. Something else would take over and I wouldn't have memory of that time. Sometimes people would come up to me and say, oh, we had a conversation, I saw you here, and I wouldn't remember seeing them. I wouldn't remember the conversation, wouldn't remember going to the places. If you're trying to learn in school, sometimes you try to go for a test and you can't get the information because it's just not there. You don't remember learning it. You don't remember being in the class. And just I would have holes in my memory constantly while trying to navigate the difficulties of life in general, but being a teenager specifically, everything's changing and being different than you're used to, and you have to adapt with that. But if you don't remember some of what was, you don't remember what changed. You know, that can be extremely damaging to try and get through, honestly.
Sounds like it'd be absolutely confusing because you wouldn't know what you've done with some things. And I'm just trying to kind of create a narrative so that people understand kind of where you were mentally and physically when you were transitioned. So you have a history of real trauma on two fronts. So when we were talking about you being bullied, like we're not talking minor bullying, we're talking this was a significant issue. Is that right?
Correct.
And then also, you know, some pretty serious sexual abuse when you were a child.
Correct.
And now add on that, you're literally having blackouts. And then at age 15, you were diagnosed with what's called basically it's multiple personality disorder.
Correct, yeah, dissociative identity disorder is what they call it.
And what was that like to experience?
My mom was actually very religious and was very afraid of that diagnosis. Friends were trying to be comforting, and no 15, 16-year-old kid really knows how to deal with someone like that. You feel like you're this monster, you know? There's something wrong with you, and you don't always know who you are or where you are or what day it is or what year it is. That's always the fun one. And then you're trying to have relationships with people, whether they're friends or not, and you can't function that way. And to constantly have to explain to people why you're like that, that's just, it's extremely isolating and again, very confusing, just the fact that, you know, people don't like you or don't really get along with you, and you don't entirely understand why, because you're not doing it intentionally. And it was a very long struggle to try and really get people to understand what it was, for me to understand what it was. And even with that, I mean, I don't really, like, I don't talk about it very often. I had to in school because I needed to let my teachers know that, hey, if I don't remember things, this is why. But yeah, it's extremely isolating when you're diagnosed with something that people don't really understand, and the only treatment you really have is to give it time and to try and stay present, which is difficult for anyone. Yeah, it was rather uncomfortable, for sure.
Okay, and you were diagnosed with that when you're 15. You're also diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder when you're 15. Am I right about that?
Correct.
And what was your experience with that?
It explained a lot of the difficulties I was having. Like with post-traumatic stress disorder, you get flashbacks of trauma, and so sometimes I would see things and hear things that I may not even remember happened because of the blackouts, but it feels extremely vivid and real. It's like a really bad daydream, but you can't stop it or get out of it. You have no control over it. There's also the anxiety that comes with it, just in the sense of like, you're constantly hypervigilant about, I'm in danger, I need to know how to keep myself safe at all times. And if you're going through that, you're always in fight or flight, you're never relaxing. There's not really downtime for you. You also get sleep problems with post-traumatic stress sometimes, and nightmares. Nightmares are not fun. And so sleep isn't restful, and then you have to go back to school when you're already not sleeping well and try to learn. And then you have these horrendous flashbacks of things that you don't entirely remember. All of it is just a lot. And again, like the best treatment they can really give you is, here are some exercises to try to stay in the moment and to remind yourself that you're not there anymore. Give it time, and that's it. Because when you're young, they can't really give you a lot of medications that are safe for that, and even the medications they can give you are also not entirely safe when you're that young. So all of it was just a conglomerate of lots of confusing things and different diagnoses and things I had to try to keep myself regulated as I could.
And then when you turn 16, you're diagnosed with both depression and anxiety on top of these other two things. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, at the same time, and just we've had some dialogue, and you strike me as a researcher, you know, just so that even the commissioners and public know what I mean. So we've marked as exhibits materials that Faith has sent. So there's the WPATH documents, there's the CAS reports from the UK, there's a study on mastectomy, there's a National Post story that's of some significance. These are marked as exhibits E4, E5, E6, and E7. But since you're a researcher, and I'm just bringing this up because while you're getting all these diagnoses, you start researching gender transition. And so tell us what happened. So you're in this mindset where you're dealing with all these diagnoses. What do you do with regards to gender identity?
Around the times I was getting these diagnoses, there was a show that came on called I Am Jazz. And Jazz Jennings is an individual who was transitioned at a very young age, younger than I was, and went through the surgeries as well as the hormones. So even went further down the path as I did. This journey for Jazz was all televised. It was a reality show. As far as I know, family gets the money, and Jazz is essentially put on as this poster child for transgenderism at the time. And if something is televised, being done by doctors, again on television, you're going to assume as a 15-year-old that, oh, well, these procedures are fine. It wouldn't be on TV if it wasn't. And so I had every confidence that it was a medical procedure that was normal and was fine. So I started looking into that myself and looked at the surgeries. I looked at the hormones I would be taking. I looked at where some of these people come from, like why you end up thinking you're the other gender. And I looked into all of this, and a lot of it still seemed to ring true for me, just in the sense that gender dysphoria is you're very uncomfortable with your gender and everything that goes along with that. And so I ended up kind of bringing these options to the attention of my therapist. So I was able to find some resources locally, like a gender affirming group, essentially. And throughout that, there was a point where I had a very bad night. I was very suicidal, and I asked my mom to bring me to the hospital. And through the emergency clinic, because I was suicidal, the doctors assumed it was because I was gender dysphoric. And so they fast-tracked me into the gender clinic that we had here. And with that, I was fast-tracked. I believe I started seeing the physician in March of 2017. And by May, I was on puberty blockers. By October 2017.
And I'll just slow you down. You're 16 at that time, right?
Correct.
And your mother has basically rushed you to the hospital because you were suicidal and you needed to be protected from killing yourself. Am I right about this?
Correct.
And in that context, they decide to fast track you to gender transition, and in a short period of time, you're on puberty blockers.
Correct.
But what can you tell us about these puberty blockers before you go on with your story?
Puberty blockers essentially, for me personally, because I am a girl, they stopped my puberty going that direction. So I went into menopause essentially. Because I was 16, 17, I had started puberty, and they actually stopped it partway through because of the drugs. So the puberty blockers are supposed to go before you start puberty, but because I was partway through, I went into early onset menopause and now have incontinence issues. Pelvic floor gets weakened because of that. Going into it is one thing, but I've also now come out of it because of detransitioning. So that does a number on your body. During puberty, your body is craving a specific hormone. And if you don't get that hormone, if it is synthetic, if it's the wrong hormone, your body does not complete puberty. So I'm still having to complete it now at 25, where I should have already been through it for the past few years. I went into puberty or into menopause, and everything essentially stopped and slowed that. And then because of the cross-sex hormone, I ended up having the wrong development. And so now that it's stopped, I have to essentially go through and redo everything. But I can't, because you can't go back and get the time again. And so it's a whole mess. But things don't fuse properly. During puberty, if you're not getting the correct hormones, like my spinal column may not have fused properly, my cervical spine as well, and my neck, like you can have all of these different problems depending on how long you're on it. I was very fortunate. My problems were not that bad. There are people who have them significantly worse.
Can I just slow you down so people understand, Faith, what you're saying is it's not just that you develop sexually in puberty, you grow. This is what you're talking about. And so am I correct? Like basically your joints didn't grow properly and you have severe joint pain.
Correct.
And when you're talking about your back, it's literally it didn't grow properly because you interfered with this puberty growth cycle in your skeletal system.
Exactly.
Did anyone tell you about that?
No.
Okay.
They
So
said puberty markers were reversible and that they were like a pause button. They did say some of the things with testosterone was permanent, but they didn't say anything about the puberty blockers.
right, okay. So you had no idea the damage that you were going to do to yourself.
No.
So, okay, now you were starting to tell us, so you started taking male testosterone and it caused you to develop in a different way. What happened there?
Correct. So with the testosterone, for one, it's synthetic testosterone rather than natural. So that also will make you develop differently than if it was natural because it's absorbed differently. Testosterone can give you liver problems, especially if you're a woman taking it because it's not designed for you. With the respect to the changes that are expected, females will have clitoral growth, they will have voice dropping, basically a couple of octaves, sometimes not, but the voice drop is permanent. Body growth hair, facial hair growth will grow more like a male pattern than it will female. You'll have coarser and thicker hair. You can get male pattern baldness depending on your genetics. And again, it just does a lot of damage to the organs in general because it's not something that's designed for our bodies to take it. It's designed for a male body to take that, which is already predetermined for the testosterone. With us, you're essentially forcing it to take something it's not designed for.
Now, you say some of this is permanent, so am I correct that you still have to shave even though you're no longer taking testosterone?
Correct.
I just want to back up and switch gears a little bit because I'm curious how hard it was for you to convince the doctors to be able to do this, because here you've got severe childhood trauma. You actually are, blocking out where you're confused about your own life because of a medical problem where you don't have a straight memory. You've got multiple personality disorder. You've got PTSD. You've got depression. You've got anxiety. You've just been taken to the hospital because you're suicidal. So I imagine it was really, really hard for you to convince them to transition you because they'd be so concerned about all these co-conditions and wanting to make sure that you weren't just making a bad decision. Can you tell us about how difficult it was for you to do this, convince the doctors?
Not at all, sir. I didn't have to convince them at all, actually. I was essentially able to walk in and say, I think I'm trans. Could you help me? And they didn't really even question it. They just they asked me questions about why I thought I was trans, but they didn't question me or my diagnosis. They literally just kind of said, yep, I think you are too. Okay, let's get you started. And I had issues with my mother because she was extremely religious, was not entirely fond of the idea of me transitioning. And the doctors actually were more concerned about kind of convincing her that this was okay, rather than they were about questioning me and why I thought I might be trans. They were fine with me just diagnosing myself incorrectly, mind you. But yeah, I didn't have to convince them at all.
Right. And then you were actually approved for a surgery and you didn't go through with it. What happened? How did you come about changing your mind about transitioning?
So with the surgery itself, I was approved for top surgery, and that would have been a double mastectomy. And OHIP would have covered the glandular tissue and the fat tissue removal, but they would not cover the nipple grafting and extra contouring, essentially, to make me look more masculine. And I, at the time, couldn't afford it because I was 17, 18 and didn't have a steady enough job to afford thousands of dollars worth of plastic surgery. So I just let it expire and stopped pursuing the surgery. I was still on the hormones. I was on testosterone, not on puberty blockers, for a couple of years. And then I eventually did stop everything on my own. And then the WPATH files came out last year. And once I started looking into those and kind of looking at WPATH as an organization, looking at the journey of transgenderism essentially as a whole, it really made me realize that my doctors don't know what they're doing, and they didn't with me. Per my physician's own admission, I also submitted a complaint to the College of Physicians and Surgeons about her, and in her answer while she's being investigated, she states that she didn't know that I had other mental health issues, but in her notes, which are in my medical records, which I have, she clearly states somewhere along the line that she has a record of me having these other mental health issues. So she lied to the college while being investigated, but also in her own record knows that I have these other issues and still just let me transition with no question.
You've just raised something really important. So actually, it's in your medical records that the doctor approving your transition understood all of your pre-diagnoses, and yet you've been quite clear those were completely ignored. Am I getting that right?
Absolutely.
And you also raised something really interesting is, so, you know, they were willing to basically remove your female breasts so that from a sex perspective, you don't have female breasts. But that surgery would just leave your chest a total disfigured mess with scarring. They don't actually make it so that you would look good as a man. They don't pay for that.
Correct.
So does everyone know that? Like, do we have basically, you know, young females going in for this surgery that come out disfigured because they don't know that all they're doing is removing the sexual part of their breasts?
Yeah, I'm not sure how much conversation happens actually. In my own personal experience, I did have surgery a couple of years ago to finally repair that complication. And my surgeon actually didn't communicate with me very well what the scar would look like. And this is life-saving surgery. This isn't just a cosmetic thing. And the scar turned out differently than what he initially told me. If this is the case with the plastic surgeons as well, where they're promising these kids, you're gonna look this way, and they're coming out of it looking completely botched or nothing like they were promised, that's bad. But some of these kids are even told like, hey, we won't cover your nipple grafts. Are you okay if we just don't give you nipples? And so then you have young girls walking around with no nipples. They do this with the genital surgeries as well, where they will have nullification surgeries. I'm not sure how much is communicated to these people. I believe that they're told by the surgeons what's going to happen. But if they're not, then they're just going blind and they're not informed at all of what they're going to look like afterwards.
I want to switch back to the harm that was done to you with the puberty blockers and then this testosterone. Do you know yet whether or not you are sterile?
No, so I presume that I am still fertile because I still get a period. But that won't be clear until I do attempt to have children of my own. And if there are complications, then it will be assumed that it was because of the transition and the drugs I was given.
No, the topic of these hearings are children safe? And so I'm going to ask you that question because you're and obviously in relation to gender identity and transitioning, because you've got a unique experience. So how would you answer the question, are children safe?
Absolutely not. No. Children are not informed properly. The parents aren't properly informed. My mother was completely emotionally blackmailed into letting me get a procedure and drugs that I didn't need. And this was for a completely mental thing. It was not a physical problem that I was having in terms of why I was transitioned. And yet they still coerced my mother into allowing this dangerous procedure to happen. There haven't been clinical trials, so there is no real evidence for them to go off of that these procedures are actually helpful. And if they're willing to coerce parents into giving these children experimental procedures on things that they really don't need based off of the children's feelings, they're not safe at all with anything. These doctors aren't being taught at all. And then they have teachers pushing this information in schools, and the kids have no idea that these things will lead them down a medical path of being medicalized for their entire lives. They don't know that. There's no way for them to know that.
Can I inquire further? You were mentioning that your mother was coerced into allowing you to do this. Can you share with us what your observations were of that?
Because I was 16, my mother was told that her signature was not required. It was simply encouraged so that it would show me that she was being supportive. The doctors completely weaponized my suicidal ideation and any other mental health issue that they might have been aware of or not. And they essentially told her, if we don't give your kid these drugs, if we don't cut your children up, they'll kill themselves. But what they don't tell her is that the drugs can also kill me, the surgeries themselves and the complications that come from that could also have killed me. They don't tell me or her that, but they completely tell her that I'll kill myself if I don't get drugs. And that's just, I don't believe that's fair at all to weaponize the empathy and the maternal care of a parent like that. That's just ridiculous.
And when we were having a conversation the other day, you said something very interesting to me. You said there really are no safeguards in the medical system because it's an affirmation-only model. And I think it's really important for you to understand to this inquiry what your statement means.
Essentially, with going in, when I had the medical complication when I was about 5 or 6, I walked in and told these doctors, I was born with a problem. I think the patch ripped off. Could you fix it? And for almost 20 years, they couldn't find an issue that I was spoon feeding to them. Yet I could walk in at 16, say, I feel this way. And they were perfectly fine to give me whatever treatment I wanted without proper investigation and without doing any sort of cognitive assessment to make sure I was even mentally fit to make these decisions. There's absolutely no way that children are going to be safeguarded in a system that works that way, because the doctor's hands are tied at that point. They're not allowed to question the child in terms of why they feel a certain way and tell them, well, maybe you're not that, maybe you have something else. They're not allowed to say that for fear that they'll lose their license for being transphobic. But then there's also incentive from the people who make the chemicals that, you know, they're being told as doctors that what you're giving these kids is fine because they're being lied to by the people who make the medications. And there's not enough objective information and evidence-based information going around about this that's actually showing any of it safe, yet they're still going through with it. And that's just, I don't understand how there's no safeguarding at that point with this.
What do you think the minimum age should be before somebody should be able to consent to gender transitioning?
People are saying 16 to 18, but if you look at any expert who goes into brain development, they'll tell you that the decision-making part of your brain is not fully developed until you're 25. And that only counts if you're not doing any sort of drugs beforehand, because then that will delay it. So at that point, 25 would be the thing. But even with that, my brain isn't fully developed now because it got stunted. And so we couldn't even use 25 as the age. Because even there's an individual who was in their 40s who made this decision and has now been hurt by the complications. There's no real age there, but it's certainly for adults at least, you know.
Right, okay. Thank you, Faith. I'll ask the commissioners if they have any questions for you.
Yes.
Dave, thank you very much for your story and for being so frank and open about it. I used to be a doctor in a previous life, I'm sorry to say. It was beaten into me at a very early age that it was my responsibility, my ethical responsibility, to do what was best for the patient, even if sometimes the patient wanted something else to be done. Do you think that the doctors who looked after you during all of this procedure and process really had your best interests at heart? And if you don't think that, what do you think their motivation was?
Thank you very much for hearing me today. As far as I can tell, no, they weren't looking out for my best interest at all. Certainly not as a young kid and not holistically as a patient of theirs. There wasn't really any way they had my best interest involved. Essentially because if it was my best interest, they would have done a cognitive assessment and they would have had proper research done on what they were attempting to give me. They would have known about the puberty blockers, they would have known about the harm that's caused by them, all of this, because that was openly available online. It was just, I was listening to the doctors instead of the information online at that point.
So what do you think was motivating them?
I honestly can't speak for that because I always want to assume it's ignorance or incompetence. You know, like I would always rather presume the best of people. If I had to say one of the worser ones, financial gain is a big one. Some people can also be motivated by the sheer advancement of science. You know, it's a new surgery that people aren't too aware of. And if we get more kids, then, you know, that can be the version of clinical trials. Because again, there haven't been clinical trials for this. These are the clinical trials, but they're biased and they're not ethical experiments. They're government-funded child experimentation at this point, unfortunately. So medical advancement could certainly be a pretty big motivator for that, I believe.
Do you think maybe there was an element of path of least resistance?
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely. With all of the, every side puts pressure on the doctors and on the science and evidence, and especially if you want to have your health care done right away, it's easier to just give the kid a lollipop and say, here you go, than it is to say you know, I completely understand that, but in terms of being a physician at that, with the patient's best interest supposedly being at the heart of it, that cannot be your motivation at that point. But yeah, it certainly could be in this one.
Thank you very much.
Thank
You
you.
want, yeah, go ahead. Sure.
Faith, the question was asked to you, what would be the minimum age? But my question is, considering all the side effects of this, like treatments, of those treatments, and considering the ideology behind it, that people who as dysphoria, they are not born in the good body, but we cannot say to a Black person, she was born in the right body, or we cannot say to an handicapped person that she wasn't born in the right body. That's like a big illusion to think like that. Should we continue to offer this procedure at all?
I mean, I'm not an expert and I can't speak to everyone because I am aware of some trans individuals who are still aware of their biology. They just happen to feel more comfortable with the procedures that they choose to get. That being the case, they go through years of therapy where they make sure that this is going to be the right option for them and all of that. To fast track it the way they're doing it right now, no. Absolutely not. That has to be brought into question, absolutely. But to take it away completely from people that believe it will help them, I can't speak to that. But I certainly believe there should be quite a bit more investigative efforts into figuring out what these procedures actually do to people and how they affect people mentally, and how people are chosen as good or not good candidates for it. That would certainly have to be looked at more. I think it's definitely more of a vetting issue. And to simply just say no one can do it, I'm not the one to speak on that. But, yeah.
Okay. So my last question is, after having gone through all of this with all the issues you already had, how do you cope with this today?
Speaking out has been very helpful and very reassuring to know that I'm at least attempting to do something and to bring more awareness to it. Because I do believe it's just a flaw in the medical system itself. Had the physical problem I was born with been caught earlier on, I may not have been transitioned. Ideally, doctors will be more educated on things, more objectively educated, not taught certain ideologies. You know, looking at things a little more holistically would be ideal, I believe. But with me, I just find things that keep me busy. Animals are a big thing for me. I enjoy animals and helping them where I can. Most of mine are rescues. And I've surrounded myself with some incredible people who didn't care what gender I was. They cared more about my character as a person. And so me transitioning or detransitioning didn't really make a huge deal to them, because they just liked me for myself. And building a better relationship with my family that I do still have, that's been a huge thing as well, and just being able to be open with them about all of this and about the questions I had, what happened. That's been very helpful.
Do you think you would have transitioned if you would have not been exposed to this ideology?
Not being exposed to it at all, probably not, no. The fact that I found it on my own through TV was a little iffy there, but had a teacher like actually been in school and teaching me about it, that would have made it worse completely. So yeah, I don't think I would have if I hadn't found it, no.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Faith, for sharing your thoughts on this very difficult subject. I, for one, am very glad that it's good for you to be able to speak out and know that you have an audience that's very interested in your views and your experience. So it's a win-win, I would say. But let me ask you a quick question. When you were asked by Mr. Buckley about whether children are safe, because that's the theme of this week's hearings, You said definitely not, or something along those lines, and you talked about how your mother was blackmailed, and you described how the doctors were putting the boots to her on this weaponizing your suicidal ideations, I think was how you described it. How your one of your treating physicians ignored this myriad of overlapping and complicated and interrelating psychiatric and psychological landscape, which would have required some attention, but evidently didn't get that attention. They went straight to what might have been a fashionable or sort of an ideologically driven solution, if I'm not misstating your views on this. But then you also said this, you said, and the teachers pushing this stuff in the schools. Can you share with us what you meant by that? What are your observations and any sort of dealings you've had with respect to that subject?
Absolutely. So I've had different types of teachers my entire life. I've been friends with teachers outside of school as well, like not my own teachers, but just people who happen to be teachers. And seeing the types of teachers that people were 30 years ago versus the types of teachers I got versus what's in the schools now, they bring their own personal bias and their own personal lives into the schools way, way more now than they used to. Even when I was in school, but again, compared to 30 years ago, that's a completely different version of education at that point. And to have an educator bring in their own beliefs, like when I was in school, my teachers weren't allowed to even talk about if they were Christian or not. They weren't supposed to speak about their religious beliefs. But now you can have a pride flag up in your classroom. You can have all the genders up in your classroom. And it doesn't matter if it's Pride Month. That seems unprofessional to me in the loop. But to actively tell children to bring in pronoun pins, to let children believe that they're cats and can use litter boxes in your classroom or in the bathroom of the school, that's a little too far. To constantly be demanding that your children, like your students, refer to you with they, them pronouns, and to think that you're not confusing these children when they're in preschool, that's ridiculous. And I didn't have to deal with that. I still found it on my own. But for a child to be exposed to it at such a young age, they'll think it's all just fantasy land. They'll think that pronouns are just these things you can exchange. They'll think your body parts are the same way, and they won't find anything wrong with this. And it's like, I would like to think that children shouldn't be taught they're human, you know, but for a teacher to come in and just expect that, oh no, teachers are even using the litter boxes, you know, and it's just, that seems like you've gone too far as an educator. But yeah, and that's just the minimal experience I have, unfortunately. But yeah.
Thanks very much, Faith.
Thank you. Faith, we've actually got to run to the next witness who has a hard deadline. So on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, I sincerely thank you for attending and speaking with us. You've given us a perspective that only somebody who's lived through your experience can share. And I know that the commissioners and those watching are very grateful for you sharing your story. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. Thank you very much.
Our next witness is John Carpe. In keeping with our usual protocol, John, could you give me your name, your full name, and spell it for me, and we'll do a quick oath.
Yes, John Carpe, Carpe, C-A-R-P-A-Y.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth in your testimony today, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, you have a deadline, so I'm going to try to be quick with you and let you get into it, John. Just a couple of things. We have a page of very interesting bio on you that we'll double check and make sure it's on the the exhibits for your testimony today, but just a couple things I'll quickly say. You did your BA at Laval in 1989. You did your LLB at Calgary in 1998. Did a partial MA, but you got a gold medal at the University of Calgary Model Parliament in 1996, and you got a silver medal in 1998. So you're slipping a bit there, but not bad anyway. There's a number of cases here, also very interesting cases. You've been involved in freedom of speech, all that type of thing for most of your career. I think you started as a litigator with a boutique litigation firm, but other than that, very interesting. I think you have a book, if I'm not mistaken here, Corrupted by Fear, How the Charter Was Betrayed and What Canadians Can Do About It. So I don't have that one yet, but it's on my list, John. So the topic that Sean has set for today is Are Children Safe in Canada? And I think I had 2 points here that you were going to do, but I think that was going to be 5 at some point, but I'll just let you into it right now, John. You've got a deadline, so take it away.
Right. Well, thank you very much. And I'd like to thank the National Citizens Inquiry. It's a great honor to be invited to testify on this question, Are Children Safe in Canada? And I want to preface my remarks by also thanking the National Citizens Inquiry for doing the heavy lifting on the important work, this going back 2 years ago, of actually looking at the lockdown harms. Our governments, federally and provincially, failed us abysmally, did not comply with the Constitution in assessing both lockdown and vaccine passport benefits and harms and weighing the two. The Constitution of Canada requires governments to identify and weigh and measure both harms and benefits. If you have a health order or a vaccine passport that violates fundamental charter rights and freedoms. So I want to thank the National Citizens Inquiry for doing really what governments ought to have been doing themselves in 2020, 21, 22, and they failed to do this, but the NCI has stepped up to the plate for that important work. So thank you for that. Are children safe in Canada? My answer, not as safe as they could be or should be. The good news is that there are, most of the laws in place are actually good for protecting children, protecting the rights of parents to nurture and provide for and guide and protect their own children. I will start with, this is going back a few decades, but the Universal Declaration of Human Rights states in Article 16, quote, "The family is the natural and fundamental group unit of society and is entitled to protection by society and the state," end quote. This is from 1948. This was when it was fresh in everyone's minds. National Socialism in Germany had very recently, only 3 years prior, had been defeated. And this was one regime, certainly not the only one, but this was one regime where the leader of the National Socialists said more than once, doesn't matter what you old people think, we've got your kids, we've got the minds of your kids. So we're going to bring about a glorious future because we're properly indoctrinating children into the ideology. And so it's not a coincidence that when only 3 years after the end of the Second World War, when people were contemplating what should human rights consist of, this was in there, the family is the natural and fundamental group unit of society and is entitled to protection by society and the state. So that's foundational. So this has been reflected in laws. For example, and just one example, the Alberta Family Law Act states that parents and guardians are entitled to be informed of and consulted about and to make all significant decisions affecting the child. That is the law in the province of Alberta, and presumably other provinces have similar legislation that expressly empowers parents and guardians to make all significant decisions affecting the child. Alberta's Act says, including the child's education, and that includes participation in extracurricular activities. The Supreme Court of Canada, in a 1995 ruling known as BR versus Children's Aid Society of Metropolitan Toronto, interpreted Charter Section 7, right to life, liberty, and security of the person, and said, the right to nurture a child, to care for its development, and to make decisions for it in fundamental matters such as medical care are part of the liberty interest of a parent. So a Supreme Court of Canada recognizes that a parent has a charter right to liberty, and that right to liberty includes the right to make decisions for children in medical care and other things. Quoting from the decision again, the common law has long recognized that parents are in the best position to take care of their children and make all the decisions necessary to ensure their well-being. The view of the child's welfare conceives it to lie, first, within the warmth and security of the home provided by his parents. This recognition was based on the presumption that parents act in the best interest of their children. Now, we see an ideology promoted often by the government-funded media and elsewhere that holds parents out as dangerous, abusive, untrustworthy, and therefore parents need to be kept in the dark about what's going on with their own children in school. But there's an old saying, a hard case does not make for a good law. And of course, and sadly, there are parents who really are abusive, and it really is in the child's best interest for the child to be removed from the care of a very small number of parents who are truly abusive. But to twist that into this notion that somehow children need to be protected from their own parents because parents generally are dangerous and abusive, it's that's analogous to saying that because there are a few impaired drivers on the road, everybody should have their driver's license taken away. Well, no, there are some impaired drivers who should be, should not be on the road, but that doesn't change that the fact that we should be able to have a driver's license and drive a car. In the same way, you have a very small number of abusive parents, and that does not mean that all parents should lose their right to care for their children, to nurture their children, to protect their children, to provide for the moral upbringing of their children, et cetera, et cetera. So the law is there. There was a crazy YouTube video came out some 2-3 years ago by a law prof at the University of Alberta who said that parental rights was just an American concept and had no foundation in Canadian law. But he or she, not clear from the video, obviously not familiar with the Supreme Court's ruling in BR versus Children's Aid Society of Metropolitan Toronto. Now, there are challenges with the law not being necessarily respected and applied. In one of the Justice Centre's court cases, affidavit from a girl in Ontario that was filed with the court at the age of around 10 was doing a lot of reading on the internet, watching a lot of LGBTQ YouTube videos, and became persuaded by these videos that claimed that if you are anxious or uncomfortable with your body, that means you're probably transgender, which is a bit of a stretch. I would venture to guess most people in this room, if not currently, maybe at least at some point in your life, you felt anxious or uncomfortable about your own body. But here this girl is persuaded by the internet that this means that she's transgender because she doesn't feel comfortable with her own body. She first decides that she's non-binary, goes into wanting to use pronouns they and them, Later on, she felt increasingly that she was a boy and came out as a boy at school, and the principal says, this is great, and you can use the boys' washroom, boys' change room, and we're not going to tell your parents. The parents did find out about it later, were not supportive of the girl calling herself a boy and so on, and the principal told the student, your parents are abusive. They're abusive because they do not support your desire to become a boy. And phones Children's Aid Society, which repeatedly visits the home. The girl stumbled across a book called Irreversible Damage by Abigail Schreier, which records the stories of people that have detransitioned. And her father discouraged her from reading the book and said, you probably won't like it and you shouldn't read it. And she read the book and related to the stories of detransitioners, and stories got a happy ending that she did decide that she had been misled and deceived, and that things would have been better if the school had not kept secrets from her. Case in Alberta, similar. This was a court case going back to 2018 when we had Bill 24, which prohibited Alberta's principals and teachers from informing parents about what's going on in their own, with their own children in the context of gay-straight alliances at school. There was an autistic girl, and this is an affidavit filed with the courts, who was diagnosed with autism at the age of 5. She also struggled with anorexia at various points. She was a tomboy. She liked breakdancing. She didn't like the stereotypical girly things. And she was encouraged to join this gay-straight alliance, and their transgender ideology promoted to the children without the parents knowing. And she starts to live a double life of being a boy at school, and but her parents are not informed about this. They're kept in the dark. And so that's a practical challenge. What can we do about it? What parents can do, firstly, if your child is getting subjected to, if transgender ideology is being promoted in the school where your children attend, take your children out, homeschool them, put them in a different school. I know that's incredibly difficult for some families. If you're middle income or lower income, both parents are working, perhaps you don't have grandparents or aunts or uncles to help. So that can be very difficult. But the other very important thing is to get to know your teacher and your principal, and be engaged, be involved, be informed, and also be engaged in the democratic process. There's an old proverb from Edmund Burke: the only thing necessary for evil to triumph is for good people to do nothing. There's an old French proverb: if you don't do politics, then politics will be done unto you. And in a similar fashion, 2,500 years ago, Plato said, and this is a paraphrase, not a quote, but those who refuse to be involved in the democratic process will suffer the consequence of being governed by their inferiors. So that's the action plan, is to be an informed and engaged citizen. And I will stop there and welcome any questions. Thank you.
I'm going to turn it over to the commissioners. Does anybody have any questions for John? What? No questions? There's one.
Mr. Carpe, you've said at the outset, with respect to the sort of overarching question as to whether children are safe in the country, so for the most part, because there are laws in place and there's the Supreme Court of Canada authority vesting or recognizing the inherent paramount authority of parents over the interests of their children. But we, of course, know what's been happening in the schools. And we also know as to the growth of administrative law principles, which preclude any effective challenge to the exercise of discretion by delegated authorities some of whom can really impact the interests of kids, and how the charter has become, the sound of a distant dog barking with respect to challenging the exercise of administrative authorities. So I'm wondering if in the context of this evolving landscape that makes any sort of constitutional challenge very difficult, are you able to sort of revisit your opening remarks about the laws being in place in the context of this other evolving legal landscape?
Well, the good news in a way is that, well, it's neither good nor bad. I think it's a fact. Politicians they tend to be followers more so than leaders. And when our elected representatives, federally, provincially, municipally, school board level, become aware that the majority of people reject this transgender ideology, do not see it as a good thing for children, do not see it as helpful, do not see it as positive, then they're likely to follow suit. It is because of trends in constitutional law, and I address this in my book, Corrupted by Fear, where I review cases where the judge writes the media narrative into a court ruling and writes what he's heard on the 6 o'clock news, even though it's not supported by evidence placed before the court. So we've got a big problem. So engagement in the democratic process is more important, I would say, than 20 or 30 years ago, where I think you had more respect for the rule of law in the courts.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's beyond the sort of whole area of gender ideology. It goes into healthcare, sort of the mandatory coercive nature of vaccines as the obvious example, and the divesting of parents of their authority over this, contrary to those principles expressed by the Supreme Court of Canada. The state's taking over. It's, in a sense, ongoing sort of efforts to disenfranchise parents and vest power over the kids in the state. Do you get a sense of that happening?
Yes, but it can be counteracted. We've seen, for example, in Saskatchewan and Alberta, we've had 2 premiers that have articulated policies, which I believe in Alberta have been passed into law, whereby parents must be notified of certain things. And specific details I don't have in front of me, but things like puberty blockers or using opposite sex pronouns at school, et cetera, et cetera. So these are things that citizens can and should lobby for provincially to say, if there's a provincial law that says the school must inform the parents of such and such, okay, yes, I suppose laws can always be disregarded by principals and teachers, but if the law is in place and it's clear, you're going to get a lot less of the bad stuff than when you don't have that kind of a law in place.
I'd like to hear you about the politicization of the Supreme Court of Canada. I'm thinking about the Barry Norfield case, for example. And also the fact that I don't know of any COVID-19 case that was accepted by the Supreme Court of Canada to be heard. So, can we still use the tribunals to fight for constitutional rights and freedoms?
Well, we have to do the best we can. Certainly the lawyers in our network, we always strive to put forward a case that is so strong and so compelling with expert testimony and evidence that is so strong that if we don't win, it's the court that ends up not looking good. That's a standard that we seek to achieve. But again, I think involvement in the democratic process is even more important today than what it would have been 20 or 30 years ago. Because if the judges are corrupted by ideology, or if they're corrupted by fear, or if they're writing a media narrative into their court rulings that is not supported by evidence placed before the court, as I've provided examples of in my book, then it's more important now than ever before to elect people federally, provincially, municipally that really cherish the free society and that really cherish and appreciate our charter rights and freedoms.
Thank you.
Mr. Carpe, what do you think about the issue of professional bodies like medical colleges and law societies, who seem these days to be reluctant to do anything except to lean heavily on professionals who are trying to promote honesty?
Legislative reform is the first solution that comes to mind. It's not that hard for a province to change the Legal Profession Act and say, for example, one example of a possible change is that complaints against lawyers may only be brought in respect of how the lawyer performed his or her duties for the client if there's a restriction. Currently, there's this broad catch-all conduct unbecoming of a lawyer, which can mean anything. And so I know lawyers that have faced disciplinary proceedings over something that a political opinion expressed in public becomes, as we saw with Jordan Peterson and the Ontario College of Psychologists, that a lawyer's public statement of personal opinion on a political or moral issue becomes the basis for disciplinary proceedings. And what happened during lockdowns with the colleges of physicians and surgeons was just horrific. These people were awful and completely anti-science in the way that they shut down debate. Science is all about debate. So I think that, sure, by all means, court actions, where appropriate, should be brought against law societies and colleges. But the quicker, simpler, easier, and more certain way to address that is for provincial governments to amend the legislation and say, the College of Physicians and Surgeons of Alberta, Quebec, British Columbia, what have you, shall not silence or stifle debate on medical issues. That's just off the top of my head. I'm sure better wording is available, but we can amend this legislation to restrict the scope of the professional bodies so that they're focused on what they should be. Like, is a lawyer stealing trust funds, or is a medical doctor having sex with his patients? Those are the types of ethical issues that those bodies should be limited to. So legislative reform is what I would say.
Any more questions, commissioners? I just have a quick one, John. You mentioned Charter Section 7 and parental rights under that. And then you said that Bill 24, I'm assuming that's an Alberta bill.
Yes.
That basically prohibited teachers from telling parents. So does that mean that provincial legislation now can overrule federal laws, in particular federal laws that supposedly are a part of our Constitution?
Okay. Well, the good news on Bill 24 was it was repealed. The Justice Center's lawyers commenced a court action against it, which I think had this is hypothetical and speculative, but I think it had an impact on given the official opposition at the time the courage to take a position against Bill 24. I don't think they would have done that if we hadn't started a court action and been the tip of the spear, and willing to be called hateful and homophobic and all kinds of names. But we commenced a court action against Bill 24, which I think played a role in having the official opposition take a position against Bill 24. Then when there was a change of government, the new government repealed Bill 24. So that's kind of the story behind that.
Oh. So. But I think just to make my point again, the 1982 bill, the Constitution Act, I think it's called, of Canada, basically is where the charter is located. But is the position still then that a provincial act can overrule the charter?
Well, no. I mean, unless the government uses the notwithstanding clause,
okay,
the charter would apply to both provincial and federal legislation.
Okay, on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, thank you so much, John, for coming, giving us your time and your expertise.
Well, thank you.
Commissioners, our next witness is Wanda Polson-Holman. Welcome, Wanda. Is your mic on?
Can you
Yes,
hear
it
me
is.
now?
Thank you. I
Yes.
can. Thank you. Wanda, can you state your full name for the record, spelling your last name?
Sure. It's Wanda Polson-Holman, Polzin-Holman.
And Wanda, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Now, Commissioners, we've entered this witness's CV as Exhibit E41 and a slide deck that she's going to be using as E42. And I'm just saying that because I'm just going to go through the highlights of her CV. So you have a Bachelor of Arts degree in sociology.
Yes.
You have a master's degree in counseling psychology.
Correct.
And you have a doctorate of education in counseling psychology.
Yes, that's right.
And then you also, from the University of Toronto University Health Network, have what's called a Collaborative Change Leadership Certificate.
Yes, correct.
And kind of going from present backwards, from August 2017 until now, you have been the clinical director of a charity named Little Warriors and Be Brave Ranch.
Yes, correct.
And Little Warriors is a national charity focused on awareness, prevention, and treatment of child sexual abuse.
Yes.
From March 2013 to August 2017, you were the Director of Community Services, Child, Adolescent, and Family Mental Health Services.
Yes.
From November 2011 to March 2013, you were Program Manager, Acute Inpatient Care Quality and Standards Education and Workforce Development at AHS.
That's right.
And from June 2009 to November 2011, you were Program Manager, School Age Services, Trauma and Attachment Program, Adolescent Day Treatment Program, Children's Day Treatment Programs at Child, Adolescent, and Family Mental Health Services.
Correct.
Now, from March 2006 to the present, you've also been a therapist in private practice.
Yes.
Okay, and I'm just going through all of that history just so that the inquiry and those watching are aware that you've got a lot of experience in managing mental health programs.
Yes.
Now you're here, and Commissioners, I won't go through them, but her CV, she also lists 5 journal publications that she has participated in. You're here to do a presentation for us, and I'm just going to invite you to start that, and we may interrupt you with questions.
Thank you. I'm just going to talk a little bit more about Little Warriors. So we are a not-for-profit organization. We focus specifically on child sexual abuse, prevention, awareness, and treatment. As far as I know, we are the only treatment center that supports children and families who have a history of child sexual abuse in the world. Not that there are not other trauma treatment centers, but specifically child sexual abuse. We have several programs. We have an inpatient program, episodic care. We also have online programs, and we also have a Prevent It program that we work in collaboration with the University of Alberta. When I begin talking today, the areas of concern with regard to answering the questions, are children safe in Canada? There's several things that I'm aware of, specifically about child abuse, domestic and family violence, including intergenerational effects and impacts that we've heard today. Increases that are seen with regard to online concerns. I'm going to be talking a little bit about Bill C-15, the Online Harms Act, standards of screening for those working with children, addressing the needs of children and sentencing of offenders, as well as just talking a little bit from my experience about children's voices are not consistently heard. Some statistics. This comes largely from Stats Canada. A lot of the statistics in this area are and should be considered to be underestimated because of the information that we know that reportings are not always forthcoming. A Canadian incident study reported that over 2% of children were subjects of child service investigations, with 45% of these substantiated. Recent literature suggests that about 60% of individuals experience some type of maltreatment by the age of 15 years of age, and about 25% of our population in Canada is reported to have experienced domestic and family violence. There's various types of child abuse, sexual abuse, physical abuse, emotional abuse, spiritual and cultural abuse, as well as neglect. And I'm going to be focusing today on sexual abuse. When I speak specifically about child sexual abuse, what's important is that there needs to be further understanding about things such as grooming. A lot of times grooming starts with parents and caregivers. We think about grooming or working with children in a way to manipulate them towards child sexual abuse. We don't always think about that starts with parents. Sextortion, capping, AI manipulated child sexual abuse material, consent issues, and cyberbullying is a real problem in Canada for sure. With child sexual abuse, we think about and we've been taught historically that we should be worried about strangers, sort of that stranger danger issue. And what we actually know is 90+% of child sexual abuse offenders are well known to the child and oftentimes the family. Education is needed for prevention and awareness. Offender profiles are often incorrect and often laden with myths. We have a typology that we think of as offenders, tends to be sort of male-oriented adults. We are often seeing at Little Warriors and the Be Brave Ranch that this is definitely a myth. While that's true that there are offenders who fit that profile, we also have children, older children offending upon other children, and we also have women who are offending.
Can I just slow you down and ask you a couple of questions on
Sure.
some of those terms? So when you're talking about grooming, can you actually explain what exactly grooming is? Because I think some people that aren't in your world might not really understand what grooming is and what it looks like.
Sure. So grooming is a term that's used when we describe how an individual manipulates a child over a period of time towards becoming sexually assaulted or offended upon. So oftentimes grooming takes the stage when we have offenders that will create special relationships with children. And they do this oftentimes right in front of the parents or guardians. Oftentimes this is a special family member. It can be an older adult that's involved in the family. It could be someone involved with their sports or recreation, oftentimes a friend of the family, and they create these special relationships by taking kids out to do their activities, sometimes stepping in for single family, single parent homes where a parent is needing more help to support their child in recreational activities. And so they do this under the guise of helping a child. And then they, over time, expose the child to various experiences. Sometimes they test out the water, so to speak, by providing them with alcohol or drugs or explicit material that they know that they shouldn't be seeing or exposed to. And then suddenly the child feels that they're involved in this with this person and that they have a special relationship or that they won't be believed. So that's the grooming process.
Can I ask you to explain what sextortion is?
So sextortion is happening a lot online. It's happening over all sorts of social media. It's where oftentimes online people will befriend a child. Sometimes they disguise themselves as another child or another teen when really they're an adult, sometimes in faraway countries. And then they begin to befriend them. They begin to ask for different pictures or to talk about sexually explicit material. They might videotape that. They might ask them to show nude pictures and to give them to them. And when this has happened, what they do is they use that in a way to basically extort them for other things, more content. They often will create a shame and guilt-based situation where children and teens feel that they are sort of stuck in a corner, that they'll be embarrassed or shamed, or they'll be outed to their families or other friends that are around them.
Right, and so just so I understand and everyone else, so they obtain sexually explicit material and then threaten to make it public unless the person does what they want them to do.
Correct.
Okay, and what about capping? Can you explain for us what that is?
So capping is kind of a new term, and what it means is that there's videos that are taken online in the interactions. Sometimes this happens really kind of insidiously through game playing, certain game, formats online that we don't think about. Sometimes parents don't even know or can't even recognize this. So things like roadblocks or Minecraft, when that's opened up, they can begin to befriend children or teens. They'll ask for certain videos. They use those videos, whether they're actually sexually explicit or they manipulate those videos in some way to create some sexual content that's related to it.
Okay, and AI manipulated child sexual abuse materials.
Yes, so this is becoming a worldwide issue for sure. What's being taken place is that you can have photos shared on things like Facebook, families just sharing with other families. It becomes open content on the World Wide Web. And then people take those photos, take those videos, and manipulate them into being pornographic.
Okay, and then you also list consent issues. What do you mean by that?
Well, the consent issues is there's a variety of different issues that come up. With consent, in Canada, we have consent laws that determine ages of consent. So for example, we have under the age of 12 and under, children are not able to give consent. They can't give consent for many things, but after 12 years of age, there's certain age categories and timelines for consent. So usually anything beyond 12, there's about a 2-year age gap. So you can say that there would be a child who is, say, 13 and another child who's 15, that although there's not sort of consent in the way that we think about it from an adult consensual perspective, that they might sort of be exploring sexuality together, and that would be okay. However, if you have a 13-year-old and a 16-year-old, which is beyond that 2-year age category, that there can't be consent.
Okay. Thank you for letting me interrupt you. I just thought it was important for people to understand those terms.
Sure. Okay. I think I'll just go on to the next. Just to give a few more statistics with regard to domestic and family violence in Canada impacting our children. Children's exposure, as I mentioned, to intimate partner violence between parents or caregivers is at about 21% plus, meaning that 1 in approximately 4 to 5 kids are exposed to this. Sexual offenses are most common form of family violence perpetrated against girls. The latest information, depending on the research that you look at, is about 1 in 4 girls under the age of 18 is sexually assaulted, and 1 in 6 boys. Given my experience, I think that those statistics are actually quite modest. We have many experiences of not having anybody report their sexual abuse as a child until well into their adult years. I recently read a literature that said the average age of reporting is into the 50s for a female. Coercive control is impacting our children. We see this at Little Warriors and the Be Brave Ranch in a few different ways, but most significantly, we have situations where there is family violence happening, and where I've had several cases come through our Be Brave Ranch location where children have been sexually abused by a family member, close family member, and they've given their testimony. They have been taped in giving their evidence. And what has been found is that there's not enough information that is presented forward due to their age, and the offender in these cases is often very close family, and they'll plead to a lesser degree, for example, have a peace bond, and there will be a requirement for them to maintain contact with their child that they have offended against. As a child has gotten older, say 10 or 12 years old, and they are saying, I don't want to have to visit this person. What's happening is the non-offending parent is having to step in and go against court orders to ensure their child's safety. If I can talk specifically about the internet and online safety for our children, Stats Canada reports an 80% increase in cyber-related extortion. Possession or accessing child sexual abuse material in the past 5 years since the pandemic has increased 20%. Rates of police reported child sexual abuse material has quadrupled in the last 10 years, and reports of sextortion to places like Cybertip have increased dramatically since June 2022, increasing 150%. Child luring within Canada is up 815% in the past 5 years. And the problem is that holding individuals, companies, and websites, other social media platforms accountable is and has been virtually impossible. We know that places like Instagram and Snapchat and other places really understand and know that there's these things going on, but turn a blind eye to this for the most part, which is why we are needing very much for the enforcing of the Online Harms Act, or Bill C-63, mandatory reporting of internet child sexual abuse material. The other thing that I just want to bring up today is that when we're talking about screening or standards of screening for those who are working with children, teachers, daycare workers, those with supporting children in recreational activities and whatnot, record checks should be mandatory, and these should be updated on a regular basis. We have had situations where teachers, for example, upon hiring, have to provide a record check, but that's the last time they get asked for a record check. It's not consistently asked for. We have daycares where there's not specific situations where the person owning the daycare has to provide the record check, but they have people coming in and out of daycares, or workers or family members of daycare owners who are abusing children. We have coaches and a lot of information related to the work that Kim Shore is doing for Gymnasts for Change, where there's failed reportings in sports for jurisdictional reasons. These are systematic abuses, and this definitely needs to be changed. Training with regard to child sexual abuse specifically, but child abuse generally, should be mandatory for anybody working with children. This would empower supportive adults and volunteers. And like I said, a lot of grooming happens right out in the open. It gets normalized, so it becomes very confusing for children to understand that if someone's saying it's okay to sit on, a stranger's lap, that's confusing when I know that something is happening to me, but everybody's watching. Sentencing of offenders and deterrence issues. We need to have more timely updates for survivors after sentencing and allowing survivors to be involved in the process. Often this is decided for children. Release processes should be more responsive to children and their caregivers' needs.
Can I just back you up for a little bit?
Sure.
So that your second point there, allowing survivors to be involved in the process, and then you put in brackets, often this is decided for children. Can you explain a little better what you mean by that?
We've had children come through Little Warriors and Be Brave Ranch, and they have worked very hard in their healing journey, worked in understanding how to move forward in a resilient way. We've had situations where courts it has taken years and years and years before they've been able to go up against their offender to see results. And at the very last minute, we've had numerous children and teens where Crown prosecutors, for example, have decided for them that they cannot speak up in court, or they shouldn't speak up in court because they think that it would be harmful to the child. And so they're, at the very last minute, they go through all of these preparations for only the last minute to be told they can't testify.
And I'm just curious, because you work with the children, and some might think it would be a traumatic experience for them to go through court. I think that's likely where the prosecutors are coming. But it's a little more to it than that, isn't there?
Absolutely. I think that, for a lot of children, at least children who have had a lot of supports and who have been treated in an evidence-based way for their trauma, part of their testimony is empowering them and to be able to speak up and have a voice. And I think the best people to answer that is for the child and caregiver, along with the therapists or whoever's involved with that child. Oftentimes children do want to speak up, and it would not, in most cases, be re-traumatizing.
Okay, so when you're saying involved with the process, you're specifically referring to the decision whether or not to testify?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah.
Sorry for interrupting.
In terms of research is mixed whether deterrence has any effect on offenders. We often see situations here in Alberta where we have high-risk offenders who are released, and there's oftentimes a visual picture of them in the media that's shared, explaining that they are a high-risk offender and likely to reoffend. In fact, in this past year, we had a situation where that was put forth to the public, and within 2 days, the offender was found reoffending again with sexual abuse materials in a hotel room. I would say that Canadian children and youth are overrepresented as victims of sexual abuse. RCMP research demonstrates that children under 18 account for 23% of the population, but are represented as 61% of sexual abuse survivors. As I mentioned, hearing children's voices, we are advocates to ensure that children and teens and their caregivers have voices. Their treatment in court, as I talked about, is not always what we would think as the most therapeutic for the child. There's a lack of consistency within the process of court. For example, the use or the allowing of uses of screens in the courts. And while this is getting better, we've still had situations where judges have requested that a child who's just a little child, 10 or 12 years old, instead of being able to sit comfortably, is asked to stand up, and not being trauma informed in that way. And the last thing that I just want to share is that there's this concern about non-disclosure agreements with children and youth, and NDAs should really be unenforceable in cases where there's child sexual abuse. We have situations where these NDAs are used similarly in gymnastics and hockey and a lot of recreation, where parents are signing off and being given consent, but it's impossible to have informed consent because you wouldn't put your child into these events or these recreational pieces to think that they're going to be sexually abused. So, but you've already signed a non-disclosure agreement. So I would say that that needs to be revisited. That's it for me.
So well, I have a couple of questions before I turn you over to the commissioners. We had in Vancouver testifying Mr. Barry Neufeld, who basically most of his career was a probation officer dealing with sexual offenders. And he's, he's in the small groups with the sexual offenders. He goes to prisons and works with them. And he was sharing with us that actually the schools are doing the grooming, the sexual offenders are reporting the schools doing the grooming for them with this sexualization of children and SOGI. And I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts on that.
I mean, I think that, as we've heard in other testimony today, I think that generally speaking, children and teens during that developmental period in all of our lives, there is this piece of identity and role confusion that comes up. And I think that we need to be very mindful and very careful about how we approach these things. And every individual is unique. And I think while we have to honor that, we have to support children and families making the right decisions for them in a very difficult time, often in teenage years. with the right information and information that's evidence informed.
Right, okay, so are you referring to giving kids room to gender identify, or like, I just want to make sure what you're referring to.
Well, I think what I'm saying is that it's important to make sure that children and families, children and teens and their families are well educated about the fact that during adolescence, during growth time, there's a lot of things happening for children, a lot of things happening from a body change perspective, a lot of things happening from a mental health perspective, that compounded with the effects most recently of COVID and anxiety that is related, and depression. All of those things have increased. And I think that it's important to have experts come forward to support parents with proper information, and schools with proper information. I think there's things that are brought forward that are not always evidence-based.
Right. And do you have any advice for parents how they can avoid having their children being subjects of sexual abuse? Because you've given some pretty startling statistics about, usually it's somebody known to the family or child. Do you have any advice on how parents can best protect their children from becoming victims of sexual abuse?
Yes, I think that parents need to be informed. At Little Warriors, we have a program. It's a free program called Prevent It. We support about 4,500 people across Canada with the information about how to prevent child sexual abuse. A lot of it has to do with being aware of things like grooming processes, also asking the right questions, making sure that you're checking your child's social media, internet involvement. Also, day-to-day things is getting involved with children and their friends families, not having sleepovers or allowing sleepovers without really knowing that child and their family. There's a lot of things that we can actively do to prevent child sexual abuse.
Thank you. Those are all my questions. I'll ask the commissioners if they have some questions.
Hi. I'm concerned about the sexualization of children in school. We know that during, like, my girl is in first grade. She had her first sexual course. And at the same time, they educate our children with sexuality. In fourth grade, maybe they will learn what is a fellatio, things like that. But in first grade, at the same time, they are starting to teach about sexuality. They have, like, the child of the day has the privilege to do messages to other classmates. So for me, it's concerning because it looks like the system is grooming the children into accepting touches from other classmates. And the teacher was telling me that it is very important for her that the children accept those touches, but the parent doesn't know. They don't ask the consent of the parents for our kids to be touched in school. So is it, in your opinion, a kind of grooming by the state of our children?
Yeah, I'm very sorry to hear that. What I have to say about that is that I absolutely feel that it's important to teach our children at a very young age about what and who can touch our bodies. So, but also giving them the proper language. So that can start very early. We tend to talk about our private parts as the places that our bathing suits are. Giving children that information is really important. The other piece that you're bringing up is really significant in that children need to, and parents need to understand that children have their own autonomy for their bodies. And so if they're being told that they should be doing this or they must be doing this, what we teach is that children, it's most important for children to be able to say what's right for them and to feel that gut feeling. And if they don't feel that a touch is right for them, and again, every child is different, every person is different, is to pay attention to that. Because what we actually begin to teach is that even though you're uncomfortable with somebody's touch, whether it's sexual or non-sexual, that you should do it anyways. And that includes in our own families. So you know, if grandma or grandpa is wanting a hug and we say to a child who says, oh, I don't want to give a hug right now, we say, no, you should do that. You should obey your elders. The problem with that is that when they're having a feeling that they don't want to do something, but they're told that they should do it, it becomes very confusing in a situation if someone is grooming them.
And I'd like to know what are the long-term effects of sexual abuse?
Yeah, so sexual abuse, child sexual abuse is one of the listed 10 adverse childhood experiences. So the ACEs questionnaire. And along with child sexual abuse, what we know the long term is that there is increase in mental health issues for sure, anxiety and depression. Oftentimes post-traumatic stress disorder. There can be somatic or body experiences as a result of child sexual abuse. Oftentimes very debilitating without the right treatment. A lot of ongoing addictions issues. So all of these things are related definitely to mental health and addiction and other health problems.
And the fact that a child wants to transition could be also a consequence of sexual abuse.
Well, I think a child being confused about their sexuality, about their gender as a result of sexual abuse, that's definitely possible. I don't think that it necessarily speaks to all of that, but certainly there can be some relationship with that.
And can you explain the phenomenon of memory recovery? When a child was abused when he was young, he doesn't remember, and then it comes back really later on in his life. So how
can that happen?
Yeah, what is the phenomenon? Can you explain?
If I'm understanding correctly, sometimes what happens is when children are sexually abused at a young age, they don't necessarily even understand that that's sexual abuse. And oftentimes they don't see it in that way. And often we actually see a lot of children or teens who come from communities where there's a profound amount of sexual abuse that they don't necessarily recognize it as sexual abuse until they start growing, learning, understanding things in a different way. And that's when some of those memories can emerge in a way that's, oh, wait a second, that was wrong. That did happen to me. You know, these things can emerge after the fact because there's a different amount of context for that child.
Okay, and have you heard about video satanist cults or ritual used on children?
Yes, we have had children and teens that have been involved in our treatment center who have been involved in a few different cults, some of them less familiar than others. It's not a common thing that we see coming to our treatment center. But yes, it unfortunately does exist.
Okay, thank you.
Wonder if I could ask you a couple of questions. First of all, let me commend you on your excellent work in this area. It seems that a lot of your time and energy is being used trying to repair damage that's already been done. And I'm feeling a little bit depressed. This isn't a criticism, but I'm feeling a little bit depressed that I don't hear anything from you really which can suggest we can make a significant impact on this problem. Background checks, you know, they're resented by people who don't have a history of causing sexual abuse. Charities complain now that they can't get volunteers. It may catch a few people, but not very many. And education, of course, education's in this area as well as every other area is vitally important. But I don't think those two things together are going to solve this problem. And I'd like to hear some sort of fundamental approach which is going to make an impact on this problem.
Yeah, I wish I had the billion dollar question answer for that. I think that it's about prevention, education, and giving people the right tools to answer the questions or have the questions answered of people coming into contact with children. It's becoming a bigger and bigger problem. Unfortunately, it's not just within our homes or classrooms. It's a lot of changes have happened in the last 5 to 10 years online, which then opens things up globally.
Do you think that the approach of introducing younger and younger children to more and more aspects of sexuality and sexual education might be a double-edged sword? We've heard presentations here at the NCI from people who find that their children of 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years old in school are being exposed to very explicit sexual material these days by the teachers.
I do think it's a double-edged sword. At the same time, I think it's vitally important to educate young children to understand. Sometimes people talk about good and bad touch. That's not a good way. That's not an evidence-informed way to talk with our children, because sexual touch can actually feel good in certain circumstances, and so that becomes confusing. But for children to be able to understand what is private and who to talk to, who are safe people to talk to, parents to talk about questions that they have, people that are safe people at school. And so I think that the education is important, but it has to be education and information that's informed by evidence.
I don't think my mic's, there we go. I'm wondering if you could, before you go, share with us a success story or two on helping some children that had some real trauma and managed to find their way out.
Yeah, we have a lot of, I mean, to your point about, you know, it being very depressing, the good news in working with children and teens and families is that when they're given evidence-based treatment and are supported in that way, children and families can be pretty resilient. We have a variety and a wide-reaching population that we serve. We've had children at 8 years old come to us, and they haven't been able to report their sexual abuse, but they've come to us because they have a sexually transmitted infection, and there's a question about whether or not they've been sexually abused, which is completely asinine. But when we are able to work with that child and work with the caregiver, providing them with the right information and the right supports, you know, as I mentioned, the 8-year-old that I'm talking about, he's actually doing really well. He's in high school now, developing very well. His mom is very involved with him and continues to volunteer and speak up about these things. We've had various types of individuals who have really done well in our program. We have a family that we've worked with for many, many years, a single parent who's raising 8 children, and their father was a sexual offender in the United States, and they moved to Canada as a result. And with trauma treatment, kids are doing really well. They're actually getting older, going on to university, and for the first time in our organization, we've had one of our adolescents who was in one of our very first cohorts come back to become a student of child and youth care, and wants to work to support others in this area. So we're really happy to see such positive success stories.
Thank you. Ms. Poulsen-Holman, on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, sincerely thank you for coming and sharing with us today. You have a unique perspective and it's been helpful.
Thank you for having me.
Commissioners, we're just going to take a second to have this witness's PowerPoint set up before I introduce the witness. Commissioners, our next witness is Mr. Drew Barnes. Drew, welcome to the National Citizens Inquiry.
Thank you.
And Drew, can you state your full name for the record, spelling your last name for the record?
Drew Barnes, B-A-R-N-E-S.
And Drew, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Now, just by way of introduction, you were elected in the 2012, 2015, and 2019 Alberta general elections to represent the electoral district of Cypress Medicine Hat.
That's correct.
You first started as an MLA with the Wildrose Party and then finally with its successor, the United Conservative Party.
Yes, and I ended up as an independent after I was removed from caucus.
Right, from 2021 to 2023.
Sounds right.
Right, okay. And as I understand it, you were kicked out of the caucus. One of the issues was criticizing these equalization payments with the federal government.
Yes.
And then independence issues for Alberta.
Yes.
And then some criticism to the Premier and the party over the COVID issues.
Yes, quite a bit of that, but looking for answers, and that's the basis of my presentation today.
Okay, so I'll just stop there as far as introducing you. Now, I know because we've been interacting that you've got some slides, and I can tell you, I'm going to let you run the slides, and then I'm still going to have a whole bunch of questions for you afterwards.
That would be great. I appreciate it.
Okay, so why don't you run through the slides for us?
Okay, thank you, Sean. I first want to start, though, with thanking the NCI for all your work and how on the edge you are of helping Albertans and helping Canadians get their voices heard. Thank you. But I want to answer your question. Yes, absolutely. Are children safe in Canada? As long as we're facing another COVID-19 style lockdown, many children are not safe. That becomes acute when it's your child or one of your friends. The only way to get safer is with political change. I'll add a second part. Are children safe in Canada? Children can be safer in Canada provided we get more choice in education. And I'm talking about real choice, not just the right to homeschool, the right to put your child in a different school, but the right to have some government taxpayer support for that as well. I was so grateful to the people of Cypress Medicine Hat to be their representative for 11 years. And I was grateful to be the voice of 50,000 people. When I look back on the COVID time in particular, but all 11 years, why was it so hard, if not impossible, to have my voice heard? And when I talk about COVID briefly, when it seemed like every jurisdiction in the Western world, especially in Canada, was going down the same path, and it was clear that some things weren't working. And I'll give you an example. I had talked to several teachers in Medicine Hat after the school system had gone on to the Zoom process where all instruction was by internet. And these were all good teachers. Classes of 24, 25 people. I said to them, how many on the average are on the other side of the screen? You know what the answer was? 1 to 4. 1 to 4. I reported that and it fell on deaf ears. Then when I heard good ideas, and unfortunately this wasn't mine, but when I heard about some of the youth having real troubles, and it was suggested that why don't we let families, okay, yeah, we get it, this isolation thing is out there, it's maybe something we have to do, but why don't we let families form cohorts? Why don't we let 4 or 6 families form a group? And that way the kids can have their connections, the parents can play cards, everybody can have their little group, we'll keep it small. When good ideas like that fell on deaf ears, I wondered why. And then it got really sad in Medicine Hat. The mental health crisis hit the extreme. We had 2 huge waves of suicide. 10 to 15 young men and children in the first wave, lesser in the second. It just is devastating. So I spent considerable time talking to my constituents and my friends about why we were and where we were. Start with the first one, please. You know what the first thing I heard? Oh no, we're going to get one world government. Everybody was petrified of one world government. And it sort of made sense. Every single jurisdiction in the Western Hemisphere appeared to be doing the same thing. Canadians were cursed with some very monopolistic businesses. We have the highest banking, the highest telecom, and the highest airline fees in the same world, in the world. A lot of my constituents, this added to their frustration. When we can get working again, when we can get back on our feet, how are we ever going to be able to do it? This was their concern. Let's fight hard not to get one world government. Then it turned overnight. All of a sudden, my constituents started to tell me, are you kidding me? We already have it. Every single jurisdiction is doing the same thing. We're locked down. My friend in Australia can't visit her dying dad. My cousin in New Brunswick can't visit her mother who's sick right now. And the question is, when you look at all the states and the provinces and many of the Western countries, I'm going to venture that all except South Dakota, and God bless Governor Kristi Noem when she said, it's not up to me to determine which businesses are essential and which ones aren't. South Dakotans will determine that. And of course, the joke in Medicine Hat was if you want to get married and you want to have more than 12 people, get married in Walmart. Huge time of frustration and anxiety. And is it dangerous for our future and the future of our children? Absolutely it is. Our Prime Minister, our government increased the money supply 30%, meaning that 1 out of every $3 in circulation now was put in during COVID. Is it any wonder that we can't afford food? Is it any wonder that houses are out of the reach of the average hardworking young man or woman? And the hopelessness that leads to.
Drew, can I just stop you there, because some people watching might not understand really how it affects them when the money supply is increased. So you just said, you know, basically increased 30%, so $1 in every $3. But maybe we should just parse that out so people understand why things cost more. So I'm just going to give you a scenario that hopefully makes it understandable to people.
Please.
So, you know, we hear people understand the term inflation, which they just think, oh, prices are rising. But if we actually go back to an old dictionary, inflation just means an increase in the money supply. And how it would work is just to simplify an economy. Let's say our whole economy were 12 loaves of bread and we had $12 circulating. Well, a loaf of bread would cost $1. We have 12 loaves of bread, we had $12. Now the government needs more money, so it prints another $12. And now we have $24 and 12 loaves of bread. Eventually a loaf of bread comes to cost $2 to match the money supply. So this is what you're talking about, is when you increase the number of dollars, those dollars eventually equalize with the goods and services. And so the prices appear to rise. Oh, we have inflation, but no, it just means we have more money out there. That's what you're talking about, right?
Absolutely. Thank you. You explained that brilliantly. And the only thing I'd add to it is every single government in Canada had a budget deficit, spent far more than they were bringing in to fuel the fire of adding cost, competing against families and small businesses, making it impossible or next to impossible for them to be successful. And that is why we need political change and NCI. That is why I started asking the question, how did we get there? How did we see a situation where every jurisdiction in Canada, all 10 provinces reacted the same virtually? Instead, we could have had 10 provinces that tried different things. Some would have worked, some wouldn't have, and then we could have compared notes after. Instead, we had people doing the same thing. Well, here's your answer. This is an article from CBC, where at the time Premier Jason Kenney, Alberta couldn't sell bonds earlier this year as he continues to push for federal reform. And Calgary economist Trevor Toome, his quote in the article is, "It's not surprising to hear that Alberta had challenges selling some of its bonds early on in the crisis. This was the case for most provincial governments, if not all. It was really one of the key reasons the Bank of Canada stepped in early on to start purchasing directly provincial government bonds." So because Canada is $1 trillion in debt, because the provinces are almost the same levels of debt, because the provinces all spent hugely and ran these big deficit budgets, and the reaction to COVID was, instead of looking for more productivity, instead of looking for ways to genuinely help each other, was just to throw money at every problem, our provinces had to go cap in hand to the federal government and say, please buy our bonds. And the question is, did our federal government say, I will only buy the bonds if you handle COVID this way? Even if they didn't say it.
So
did our politicians hear that?
Can I just slow you down? Because I just want to make sure that people watching understand. Well, what do you mean buy our bonds? Because a lot of people won't understand the bond market. Really, what you're saying is the Alberta government was spending more than it was taking in. Well, where's it going to get that extra money to spend? Somebody's got to lend it to it. And the bond market is just, you can go out into the market and say the Alberta government's selling bonds, so we'll sell $1,000, I'm just making it simple, $1,000 bond, and it'll have 4% interest. It's kind of like a GIC at the bank. But the bond market wasn't buying our bonds, so the federal government, we were beholden to the federal government to buy our bonds, basically loan us the money at whatever interest rate the bond was. That's what you're talking about.
Yes, thank you. Well explained again. That's it exactly.
And then while you're on the topic, because you raised it, and is, well, what were there strings attached by the federal government to the provinces? Because I'm guessing from your testimony so far that you believe the federal government dictated to the provinces how they were to handle COVID. Am I right?
I believe that's the case. There's no other logical explanation to explain why 10 provinces did everything in lockstep. And even if it wasn't direct, when you're borrowing money, sometimes you assume certain expectations of you.
Okay. Now, and I want, you're going to get into the, well, maybe we'll just do it right now. But we had an MLA when we were sitting in Regina last summer. I guess it was spring. It was May 30th, 31st, and June 1st. And we had Nadine Wilson, who I think you've spoken to in the past.
No, Nadine, yes.
Who, was an MLA in Saskatchewan during COVID. She's part of the caucus, so she's part of the governing party. And maybe let's go over that for people viewing. So, because most people don't understand how provincial governments are organized. So I'm going to just lead you and you tell me where I get wrong. But at the top is the premier.
Yes,
right?
Absolutely, yep.
And the premier is the leader of whichever party is forming the government.
Correct.
And the premier gets to pick the cabinet. Now the cabinet is, as you know, you have a health minister, you have an education minister. Your ministers form the cabinet.
Correct.
And the premier gets to pick and dismiss those ministers.
Yes.
So basically the people in charge of running the government are beholden to the premier who can fire them at any time.
That is absolutely correct.
Now, my understanding in Alberta, the premier also gets to pick the staff of the minister.
I understand that as the process, at least that was the process when I was there.
Okay, so, you can't even bring in the people you trust to help you run a ministry. You have to have the people loyal to the premier appointed as your staff.
Correct.
Which you'll agree with me, that's a pretty significant level of control.
Yeah, there's other levels of control, but that's a strong one.
Okay, so now that's the cabinet, but every MLA in the governing party forms what's called the caucus.
Yes.
And so the cabinet and premier are part of the caucus, but they're the ones that really run the government, is the cabinet.
Absolutely. And of course, you have your separate party caucus meetings, but a government caucus backbencher is really like an opposition member, not a member of the government per se, there to represent their constituents and hold the government accountable.
Right, okay, but you see, I think why I'm wanting to go here is I think it'll surprise people. Like if I complain to my MLA prior to speaking to you and some other MLA in preparation for this, I would expect that there would be some influence, especially when you're part of the governing party. So, but as I understand it, and again, I'm leading you, so you tell me where I get it wrong. In Alberta, when the caucus was meeting, you as an MLA that was not sitting in cabinet really had no power at all.
Really had no power, just only the power to question period. For the effectiveness of that, of course, is very low, and question period was pretty well controlled by the government. They always wanted to know what you were asking. They wanted to pre-read your questions. Question period, you very seldom get an answer anyway. And likewise, we'd have some caucus meetings where we'd have the opportunity to bring ideas up, but there was approximately 30 non-cabinet ministers in the UCP government, so 30 of us government backbenchers. We'd get the last 30 minutes of every meeting. So I briefly generally have 1 minute to bring up what was on my mind.
And you guys would have a meeting a week while the legislature was sitting?
Yes, and during the COVID period, a lot of our meetings were by Zoom or by phone.
Okay, now getting back to Nadine Wilson, the MLA who testified at the NCI in Regina, is she basically indicated, I mean, here, COVID's the biggest event of our lifetime. Like, I've had, clients under house arrest for really serious crimes that had more right to go out than all of us. Like, we're literally under house arrest. We're, having to be masked. Our economy's being shut down. I mean, it's more intrusive than in wartime. So we would all expect the public that the caucus, all these MLAs in the government party, you guys are debating what to do. You're being informed about the science and what's happening. It must have been really exciting and engaging to be told about the science and as the caucus be discussing what we should do. I know I'm being facetious. and
You
you're
are
gonna
being
correct me.
facetious because that didn't happen. We did get a couple of meetings with Chief Medical Officer Dina Hinshaw. That was more informative than us for a chance to inquire. And there just wasn't an opportunity to have any real meeting or any input into government policy. I'll even go one further. When I heard time and time again from my constituents who were upset and closures of their business or sickness, I sent letters to Health Canada and colleges of physicians and surgeons saying, please help me understand this, please explain it. I got 0 replies there too. And as a representative of 50,000 people, that made me wonder why.
Okay, so I just wanted, this is important. And, maybe it's helping the rest of us that we're ignored. I don't feel
Maybe it's just me.
so bad. But as a sitting MLA in Alberta, so you're writing likely on your MLA letterhead.
Absolutely.
So it's clear to Health Canada, it's clear to the college. So the college in BC of physicians and surgeons
In Alberta, yeah.
Wow. So
Yeah.
you're sitting MLA and even they won't answer your questions.
Yeah, and it led to anxiety. It led to being unable to give my constituents some hope and some safety, and of course it dragged on. COVID was a long time.
Okay, so and I know we're segueing, and I'm sorry, but we're here, so we might as well go there. You took a whole bunch of steps during COVID to try and bring about changes. Can you want to just share with us a little bit about that?
Well, sure. I started by saying that I had heard the PCR tests were wrong a lot of times, and I said they should be scrapped for that. I said that while we're studying the PCR tests, we should look at the effectiveness of masking. I got a call from a caucus member saying I had 10 minutes to publicly apologize.
This is important. Let's back up. You said this publicly.
I said it publicly to the media, yeah.
Okay, so you dare say to the media, maybe we should look into masking.
Yeah.
You're not even saying we shouldn't mask, you're just saying we should look into it.
Correct.
Okay, like look into it.
Is it effective? Does it work?
Right, okay, so you're asking the questions. So slowly tell us what happened then. So
I received a phone call saying I had 10 minutes to apologize.
So you received a phone call from the party whip.
Yep.
And again, I'm going to lead you and you just correct me where I'm wrong. So in every party in the legislature and in parliament, there's what's called the party whip.
Yes.
And it's an apt term because it's as if they got a bull whip and they whip you with it to keep you in line. But the party whip kind of dictates what you can say and what you can't say.
Yeah, that's what happens maybe unofficially. Officially, the job is to make sure we always have enough people in the house to make sure you're in your chair. But what happens is the whip's job becomes to sell government policy to the elected MLA, rather than the way the process should work, where the MLA should take their constituents' ideas and concerns to the government. It becomes the whip selling the government policy to the MLA, who's then expected to go to their constituents and say, this is what our government's doing.
Okay, and when you say something out of line, like, oh, maybe we should question masking, it's the whip's job to say, you retract that or we're kicking you out of the party.
Yeah, I never did hear the or on that one, but I presume that's what it would be.
Okay, so it was made very clear to you it would be in your interests and the interests of the party for you to, within 10 minutes, retract what you said to the media.
And then I apologized long and hard for regionalization COVID lockdown policies. Cypress Medicine Hat at that time was the south part of Medicine Hat, about 15,000 of the 65,000 Medicine Hatters, Redcliffe, Foremost, and Bow Island, and then Cypress County and 40 Mile County. It was 300 miles by 400 miles, and we had one positive case, and I believe that person wasn't even ill. And they were shutting down everything. So my recommendation was, well, okay, talk to the mayor of Edmonton and Calgary, talk to the councils there if you want to shut down the big cities because you feel that's necessary, but it doesn't make sense here. I said, how are you going to get people to comply on a long-term basis when the plan isn't based on sound logic? And I didn't win that one either.
Right. And when you say, like, I mean, these are conversations you're having within caucus to the premier personally, right?
Yes.
And to and to some cabinet ministers.
Yes.
Like, so you're actually talking to the decision makers as a member of their party.
Yes.
They need your vote when they're passing legislation.
Correct.
And like, so out of 100%, like how much progress did you make on these issues?
I think I made a little progress in a while. I was a big supporter in letting restaurants open up patios, letting people go golfing as an outdoor activity. Patios were open for a while, but then the premier and the COVID cabinet committee decided to close them. I can't remember how long that closure was. And of course, eventually they opened up golfing after having it shutting down for a while. So there was a couple of small victories, but I do want to be clear, there was many others in the caucus saying similar things.
Right. So would it be fair to say that, you know, here there's something you're passionate about, but really you felt helpless?
Very helpless, yes.
Okay. You see, and I think that would surprise many of us because we would think, oh, well, if we trouble our MLA and convince our MLA to do something, something's going to happen.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Just a quick anecdote. I stood up, I think, as much as anybody for families and for open COVID policy and logic. And one of my rewards is being kicked out of the UCP caucus for that. I went to one of the local businesses in Medicine Hat a short time ago that I support 2 or 3 times a year. And my friend unfortunately started yelling at me for being part of the government when he almost is losing his business. Here we are 2 or 3 years after, and the anxiety, the frustration, hey, and the financial hardship is still continuing.
Right. So, and this is an important question. And we're just talking Alberta. So if, you know, there's a policy that we feel really passionate about, like, so for example, I'm passionate that we are injecting children in Alberta today, starting at 60 days old with the COVID-19 vaccine. I can tell you, Drew, I'm passionate about that. There's really no point me talking to my local MLA.
No.
So how does somebody like me or anyone else watching, how do we influence provincial policy on issues that are important to us, or you know, at least have the opportunity to do it? I understand we can't. It's not like, you know, everyone has to listen to me or anyone else, but you're making it sound like we have no influence at all with our MLA.
Well, we're absolutely going to need political change. Our political system is so broken. And I want to talk a little bit about that as I proceed. But we, you know, like one of the examples that I like to point out about how broken it is. The government of Alberta legislature does private members business only Mondays for it's either 2 or 3 hours. In my 11 years, I got 1 private members bill because there's 87 of us, you get drawn. And if you're not drawn in the top 4 or 5, every time there's a new throne speech, it's a new draw and your rights expire. So basically the people of Cypress Medicine Hat sent me to paid for me to be their speaker on their behalf for 11 years. And I got 1 chance to stand up and put into law what was really important to me. Another thing that happens, leaders always said free votes. We'll let you have free votes. But if you're going to do a free vote, make sure you come and tell us before you're going to do it. And then that logic was so they could try to talk you out of it. And these are so I guess the only way for change is political change and to have some power and influence someday.
Now, would it be like, so let's say we wanted to run a campaign against getting kids jabbed with the COVID vaccine. Obviously, there's no benefit in targeting MLAs that aren't in cabinet, but would it be useful to flood at least the premier and cabinet members who are the decision makers with calls and letters and the like? At least that would be a better use of time. Would you agree with that?
I would agree. And I don't want to say it would be totally ineffective, because with enough support, being on the right side of the issue, as I believe you are, there are smart, caring people in there who you know, maybe you'll have better luck. I wouldn't think it would work. The long-term answer, though, is Swiss-style democracy with meaningful referendums. In Switzerland, 8.4 million people, if 50,000 of them sign a petition, it forces a referendum to put in a law or take out a law. If it's a constitutional change, the number of signatures is a bit higher. The barrier to get it started is a bit higher. It can still take 2 or 3 years, but it gives the people direct democracy and a real voice. In Alberta, the Jason Kenney government put in recall and referendum like this, but they made the bar so high. I'm sorry, I should have came with it prepared, but I think to recall your MLA, you need like 40% of the registered voters in the constituency, and you have to get your 40% signatures within 60 days. And let's be honest, when 35% voter turnout is a high turnout in a municipal election, good luck getting that. And it's the same, you know, we could technically have a referendum on anything in Alberta, but within 60 days, you have to get 300,000 or 400,000 signatures, which is too much, it's onerous. And if I remember the legislation correctly, they put in a poison pill. If somebody were to start a referendum, let's say on not allowing COVID vaccinations for under 18 years old or whatever, and it failed, it prevents somebody else from starting one for a number of years, I think 3 or 5.
Wow, okay. I totally segued with you while you're in the middle of your presentation. So
It's fine, it's the heart of it. So the long and the short of it, because of the Canadian structure, because of provinces overspending, our governments all acted the same, I believe, in their COVID response. You were involved in the decision-making process. This is what we were just talking about, and thanks, Sean, for mentioning that. Again, my experience, one private member's law in 11 years. I know many MLAs who get none. That needs to be changed. We need a law where every MLA gets at least one private member's bill per year. I mentioned question period. When I was a government backbencher, it was told to us. We want to know what you're asking. We'll even write your question for you. We certainly want to read it for you before it's asked. How is that holding the government accountable? But that's the system. And again, it was mentioned earlier, I'm trying to think of the person at the table, lobbying. I tried to do some serious lobbying reforms. Make it so lobbyists have to have longer cooling off periods. Make it so lobbyists have to have more arm's length between themselves and the government. No, lobbying is an integral part of our system, but I think we maybe got to go one step further and outlaw lobbying altogether. It's one of the reasons that the government has grown, taxes are over 50% of our income, and decision-making is farther and farther removed from our kitchen tables where it should be. Back to Ottawa's overreach. This is the Government of Alberta's budget from just a week ago. They're bringing in $74.7 billion. The number I want to draw everybody's attention to is the fourth one. I'm sorry, the sixth one. Transfers from the Government of Canada. We are getting over $12 billion given back to us from Ottawa. So Ottawa overreaches, taxes Albertans, families, and businesses, and then gives it back with strings attached. This is the health budget. I'm sorry, it's a little hard to read, but under revenue number 3, Canada Health Transfer, $6.16 billion from Ottawa to Alberta. And of course, we've all heard in the media and over the past, the strings attached to that. These are all the strings that province of Alberta, the hoops the province of Alberta has to jump through if you want that $6.16 $1.64 billion from Ottawa. You may remember Ralph Klein at one point saying when oil was really well and gas was well, that maybe we could go it alone and do it without.
Drew, can I just slow that down and unpack it? Because I think what you're talking about here, most people might not even realize that it might be the most important part of your evidence. So the province of Alberta under a constitution can only raise income directly. So like a sales tax or income tax, and obviously only within the province of Alberta, but the federal government can, under a constitution, can raise tax, raise money indirectly and directly, and they have the whole country to do so. So, and again, I'm going to lead you, and you tell me where, wait a second, this guy's not saying exactly what I'd say. So under Trudeau Sr., not Justin Trudeau, but at least the father figure that raised him, who was our prime minister in the early 70s, he started this game where he would use the federal government to raise money and then say to the provinces, oh, I'm going to give you money for healthcare spending, but you have to comply with the Canada Health Act in how you spend it, which says these are the priorities. And the provinces went, oh, I like this, you're giving me money. But now it's gotten so deep, like Alberta can't say no to $6.1 billion in healthcare funding, or our hospitals would close and our doctors would stop working. Am I correct?
You're absolutely correct.
So now, where under our constitution, the provinces are supposed to have this jurisdiction, really the federal government has stolen it with this trick of raising the money from the provinces and then saying you only get it back if you do what I say.
That's correct. And under the Constitution, health and education are both clearly provincial jurisdiction. And I think it's simple. They're taking extra money out of Alberta so they can give us $14 billion back. They should transfer those tax points to Albertans. Let Albertans have that ability to tax, and we can decide to leave that money with Albertans. Or we can decide on some benefits or programs we all agree to. It's odd, right? Currently, there's a health tax and a community tax where I think it was under the Stephen Harper government years ago, gave the provinces the ability to have those tax points transferred to them. They're small, they're only about a 1 percentage point each. But for some reason, Quebec was the only province that picked up the ability to have those tax transfer points honored to the province of Quebec instead of the government of Canada.
Right.
So therefore, if you live in Quebec, you pay less tax to Ottawa than any other province.
Right. But I just think it's important, and you were making the point that really the federal government now controls the provinces on important issues like health. So you're going to do health this way, and on education, you're going to do education this way. And the provinces are now the lapdog dogs. It's like money is heroin, and they're junkies. They can't get off the fix. So the provinces have become really meaningless on important policy issues because of this money game that the courts said we're okay. Like we were meant to be a confederation. Now we're a unitary state controlled by the feds. Do you agree?
I agree. And it's back to the source of anxiety from my constituents and people in Cypress Medicine had during COVID, and the fear of a one world government. We used to have a local hospital board. We used to have administrators right in the hospital, and they were very competent. They were excellent. Under AHS, we haven't had that for years. Now I understand when two professionals in healthcare and medicine have a problem, the problem goes up the chain to Edmonton, and an answer usually never comes back. Where we used to have that kind of hands-on. So we're dealing with the situation where you're talking about, Sean, where now the decision is made out of Ottawa as to how we're going to best provide healthcare. It's not near as good, near as effective, near as efficient as out of local decision-making.
And the provinces can't try different things to see what's really better.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's one system instead of the benefits.
Okay. Sorry, I'll let you go on.
Okay. Thank you. This is the government of Alberta from a week ago, their statement of revenue and expenses for education. education is smaller, but you see that government of Canada, transfers from government of Canada into education is 136 million. So the same game is being played in education. Thank goodness there's only 3 days left. But I believe that no politician has been more effective than Justin Trudeau. Even though I don't share many of his values. But you look at pharmacare we can't afford, dental care we can't afford. I think today he announced $37 billion more for $10 daycare. Alberta may lie outside that, but I think our program is $15 a day daycare. So I don't know the difference. And what did he get? 30% of Canadians voted for him? Where we know a good turnout at the federal election is maybe 70%. A good turnout on a provincial election is 55%. Doug Ford just won 3 or 4 days ago with 45% turnout. And of course, a good turnout in municipal elections, 25%. Is it any wonder that our youth have lost hope? Is it any wonder that Canada's standing in the world has slipped so much? Is it any wondering that collectively our GDP, our wealth, our retirement savings has diminished so much in the last several years? Without political change, it's going to continue. I put this one in here because to me it's all about local decision making. The closer we can get our decisions made to where the services are required, to where we're taking care of our grandparents, to where we're providing education for our kids, the better. And we've been working in a system, again, where this money, $12.5 billion coming from Ottawa, with strings attached clearly in the health, with maybe implied or perceived strings attached, is not for the long-term health of our children. Political change. The Vergers Law. Basically, this states that in a first past the post system, it will always lead to two parties centered in the middle and the electorate scared to split the vote. Friends, it's time for change. It's time to make government as small as we can. It's time to have some proportional representation, some smaller parties. It's time to get more of our values heard in our legislatures and our parliaments. Since the first Trudeau in 60 years, since John Diefenbaker, I don't know that my constituency's values have been represented in Ottawa. Solution: smaller government, local decision-making, more choice, and Swiss-style direct democracy. I'm just going to say it once more. The Alberta government is better than most. They do slightly support homeschooling. A homeschooling parent gets about $1,800 a year, but they have to pay a school board to oversee and supervise around $800 or $1,000, so it's about $800. Where I understand that the average student costs the taxpayer of Alberta about $25,000 a year. I would encourage the Alberta government to adopt a pod system where qualified teachers can put in more choice, where parents can be more involved, where we can truly have parents more involved in the education of their children. And instead of one big school system that has a lot of good people in it, but the system itself seems to struggle. Choice and competition are the answers. Swiss-style direct democracy. Yeah, Canada's my favorite country in the world, but Switzerland's number 2. Can anybody here tell me who the Swiss president is? Nobody ever can. 26 cantons. I understand those 26 leaders pick 7. Those 7 pick 4. and those 4 share the presidency on an annual basis, and the other 6 do the hard work. One's defense minister, one's finance minister, one's health minister. And because once or twice a year the Swiss people go to the Swiss, they all have referendums on various things, not just the binding ones on changing laws, but direction of where they want the government to go. You know, a true direct democracy. I have some friends from Australia, and I was just with a few of them. And they're talking about voter turnout of 96 and 98%. Friends, it's not that we're not Kerry people. It's not that we're not smart people. But our system is so broken, it's led to 45% voter turnout. That has to be changed, starting with more decentralization and more power for the provinces instead of Ottawa. Thank you very much.
Well, we have commissioner questions yet, so let's sit tight.
If I could, Mr. Barnes.
Yes, please.
I don't have a question. I have an apology and an observation.
Please go ahead.
Although I've lived in Canada for 40 years, you can probably tell I've still got a very tiny smidgen of a British accent. So I'd like to apologize profusely for dumping unceremoniously the Westminster system on this wonderful country.
I will accept that apology, but let's do something about it.
The second thing is my observation, and I don't know quite how to put this, but it's probably very little recompense for the damage which has been done to your professional political career. But I suspect you're a member of a very rare species which is rapidly approaching extinction, and that is a sensible, ethical, and honest politician. So my congratulations to you.
Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate that, but I will say there's a lot of good people in the system. It's a system that's broken. It took me, I was there 11 years. It took me 7 or 8 years to wake up. And it's hard because you want to be a team player. You want to do the best for your constituents. You want to, but then you start to realize that, you know, the change is impossible through our system. If I could, your earlier question to John Carpe about how we, and he had a great answer about changing the legislation. I always believe in choice and competition. I believe with the College of Physicians and Surgeons, the government of Alberta should create another one, and let's give our doctors the option of which one they want to join. That may solve some problems.
Well, those being all the questions, Drew, thank you on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry for attending today. We appreciated your evidence. And commissioners, we're going to take a short break before our next witness. So we'll adjourn for 10 minutes. Kevin, okay, good. We can hear you. We can hear you. So let's start. All right. Let's start at the beginning, and we apologize for that technical problem. So, Kevin, the first thing we do is we swear our witnesses in. So do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth today?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And I just want to have you state your full name for the record, spelling your first and last name.
Kevin, Kevin, McKernan, Mckernan.
And Mr. McKernan, I'm just going to introduce you to the people that are watching. So my understanding is from 1996 to 2000, you managed the research and development arm for the Human Genome Project at Whitehead Institute, MIT. From 2000 to 2005, you were the Chief Scientific Officer of Agincourt Biosciences, which is a provider of nucleic acid purification projects and genomics services intended for life science research. You were the President and Chief Scientific Officer of Agincourt Personal Genomics, a startup company which you co-founded to develop, and it's the word solid, but every letter is in capitals except the I, and that has a specific meaning. Can you explain for us what that is?
Yes, the solid sequencer was a sequencer that went to market to compete with Illumina. That stands for sequencing by oligoligation detection. It was a novel way of sequencing DNA that brought the cost of sequencing a genome down from $1 million to about $5,000. That was around in time frame between 2006 to probably 2011.
And, you know, just for those watching, this is important for you to understand that Mr. McKernan is actually an expert in developing procedures for us to do both cheap and accurate sequencing of genetics. Now, so he also currently serves as the founder and chief scientific officer of Medicinal Genomics. So, and that in that role, this company with Mr. McKernan's guidance developed a specific technique to do genetic sequencing that is now being used on the COVID-19 vaccines. So now, Mr. McKernan has also been involved in peer-reviewed publications that have resulted in over 57,000 citations and 29 patents. And I'll advise the commissioners we've entered Mr. McKernan's CV as Exhibit R001. And Mr. McKernan, you have provided for us to share with us a slide presentation. And I'll just ask you if you want to launch into that, and I'll just interrupt you to clarify some things.
Yes, absolutely. This is probably the most comprehensive presentation I've given on the topic. So there are a fair number of slides. Some of them are in there just for references, so people have the citations I'm referring to. But this began over a year ago when I should start to say I don't have any conflicts. I don't sell any PCR tools into the C19 space. I don't make any vaccines. Our business is very orthogonal to all of this. We're a company that makes testing tools for nutraceuticals, for the cannabis testing space, and for other nutraceutical agents, if you will, that are outside of perhaps FDA purview. So we're not involved in any of this and don't have conflicts. This is something that we stumbled upon somewhat serendipitously. And it resulted in this preprint, which has now been downloaded or at least viewed over 150,000 times. This was, I think, about last April when we put this forward. This is the discovery of finding DNA contamination inside the vaccine. So we sequenced one of the vaccines, and surprisingly enough, we found the plasmid expression vector that is used to manufacture the vaccine is still in all the files. We put this public and took some extra time to design some quantitative PCR assays that would make it very easy for others to replicate. The reason for doing that is the peer review process right now is utterly broken and controlled by pharmaceutical interest. It's very difficult to get controversial material like this public, although you will see that Bridget Koenig and her team has recently done that. They've gotten some evidence of this through peer review. It can be a long and daunting process. So to short circuit that, we designed quantitative PCR tests that would enable other people to reproduce this work. And it was quickly reproduced in Canada on 27 vials. I think the study's been expanded quite a bit since then, north of 30 vials. This got lots of attention as well, almost 190,000 views and 18,000 downloads. Now, the typical response that we saw when this came out was somewhat expected. We saw a large number of fact checkers and other, I would say, funded bodies out there refuting that this was real, that any of it was even present. You'll see throughout the course of this presentation that they have continually retreated on that comment, saying it's not getting into the cell, it's not getting into the nucleus, it's not clinically relevant. And I want to touch on each of those as we go through this. But I think what's important for the audience to understand is there's a massive asymmetry here. The amount of data that was required to actually get these vaccines approved, you're going to see through this presentation, does not exist. In the case of Pfizer, they approved vaccines on one method of manufacturing, and then they changed them when they scaled up. So they did a massive bait and switch. And the vaccines that actually went into people's arms were never put through a clinical trial. And the DNA contamination is actually quite pertinent to this because it exists in likely higher quantity in the material that actually reached the public versus what was in the clinical trial.
No, Mr. McKenna, can I just stop you for a sec, because you've made such an incredibly important point. So you're telling us that one vaccine goes through a clinical trial and is approved, but the vaccine actually used in the population did not go through a clinical trial?
It did not, no. In biopharmaceutical manufacturing like this, the process is the product. And if you change the process, you have to retrial. And that is because there's too many unforeseen consequences that you can have when you manufacture something like this inside of a biological cell. They're using E. coli cells to manufacture these vaccines. There's a lot of contaminants that can come out of coli that you can't potentially measure. And so as a result, when they make massive changes like this, they are supposed to retrial it. In fact, they attempted to retrial it on 252 patients, and that data was never put public. And the EMA, who was attempting to hold their feet to the fire, eventually surrendered and never demanded they put that data public. So they knew they had to retrial this. They attempted to and then hid that data. So there's a fairly, I think, dark meme that captures what's going on right now, is that people were taking these things, and many times in a coerced fashion, in parking lots. And now when you try to present to them that there's a problem, they're asking for 10 peer-reviewed publications when they took them for a donut. All right, this is not science. This is a very asymmetric, I'd say, pharmaceutically driven fact-checking environment. And many of the fact checkers that we find attacking this work, we can find ties back to pharmaceutical funding. Factcheck.org is one of them. We can see they have funding from Pfizer. Reuters is another news agency that always seems to negatively portray this information, yet their CEO is on Pfizer's board. So the important thing to keep your head around here is not whether things are peer reviewed. That's the first thing that they attacked us with. Now they are peer reviewed, but that peer review is less relevant. What matters is reproduction. Half the papers that are peer reviewed out there cannot be reproduced. So all we care about is reproduction. And in this case, many people have now reproduced this. We have groups in Japan who've done some reproduction. We have groups in France who've done reproduction. We have groups in Europe with William Engel's group who actually sequenced this as well and shared his data and came to the same conclusions. And if you even look through the EMA documents themselves, you can see that they have an 815-fold variance in the amount of DNA contamination they're finding within the 10 vials that Pfizer cherry-picked and gave them data for. The EMA didn't measure this themselves. They asked the manufacturer to measure it and give them some numbers. All right, so we can even see variation in the numbers that Pfizer's offered, and that was Pfizer being able to cherry-pick the best data they had. All right, in addition to this reproduction story, Dr. Philip Buchholz has replicated this. He's done this with some slightly different methods. He's used our PCR primers that we published and carried on with using Oxford nanopore sequencing, which is very helpful. Dr. Sin Lee used Sanger sequencing down in Connecticut. He's reproduced this. Dr. Bridget Koenig recently got her work through peer review and is using fluorometry, and we'll touch on how these different methods can sometimes give different answers. But there isn't anyone who is not finding the DNA contamination in the vaccines when they look, and this has triggered the agencies to now respond. So we now know the EMA, the FDA, and Health Canada have all admitted that the Pfizer vaccines have an SV40 sequence in them. They're disagreeing on what it clinically means, but they've confessed it's in fact there. And they've also confessed that they were not properly informed about it, but they nevertheless seem to still be running cover for the manufacturers. So here's an important paper that recently came out. It's a very helpful read because they touch on the fact that the regulators are allowing them to measure this DNA contamination using different methods. And when you do that, you enable the pharmaceutical companies to cherry pick certain methods that make their picture look most appealing. So in the case of measuring the RNA, they're allowing them to use fluorometry. But when they start measuring the DNA, they switched to using quantitative PCR. Now, quantitative PCR is known to undermeasure this problem. And I'll point you to some patents from Moderna that actually speak to that. They're also allowing them to measure them at different parts in the process, where the RNA is getting measured in the final vial, the DNA is getting measured upstream in a different step, and they really should be making both measurements at the same point at the finished product with the same tool for both of them. The fact that they're not doing this means that they can bend the numbers by orders of magnitude, and the regulators are either unaware of this or unwilling to face the fact that this is an incoherent way to go measuring DNA and RNA. Now, an important point in this is that Pfizer could have measured both things with RT-PCR and qPCR using the same method for both, because they provided the EMA with PCR primers to measure the RNA with qPCR. They chose to switch to fluorometry so they could inflate that number and use qPCR to deflate the DNA number. In the EMA documents, they have a ratiometric guideline. You have to have, for every 3,030 RNA molecules, you're allowed to have one DNA molecule. So if you know that, you can cherry pick different tools to game the system, which is exactly what they've done. So this is a very good paper. It's very worth the read. And I think it also highlights that when researchers use different methods, you can get different answers with DNA. And there's reasons for this. We have Substacks and papers written about this if people are interested in more details. One artifact that does come out of some of these measurement tools is that, quantitative PCR measures one particular region of the plasmid. And so it's not the best tool to estimate the entire plasmid DNA contamination. So you turn to a fluorescent dye that binds to DNA. Sometimes that dye can bind to some RNA, particularly if it's modified with N1-methylpseudouridine. And so a technique that wasn't used in Koenig's work was to treat it with RNAs to get rid of the RNA to see if there's any interfering signal. When you do that, the signal does come down a little bit, but it's still a log scale over the regulations that are in place. Now, the other thing that Dr. Arakawa pointed out was that while Dr. Koenig's work may have slightly overestimated the amount, she didn't measure single-stranded DNA, which could pump the numbers right back up. All right, so the verdict's still out on what order of magnitude they're off, but they're off by at least an order of magnitude in terms of the amount of DNA contamination they have. And this will get refined as more and more people publish. So how did it happen? You asked me about this. What was this bait and switch that happened? Well, they did the clinical trial using a PCR product. They had a plasmid that contained the spike sequence. They then PCR amplified that region that they wanted to turn into RNA. And by doing so, they raised the spike sequence up 1 millionfold above the background plasmid and then turned that DNA into RNA, as you can see up here. When they went to mass produce, they skipped this step because they couldn't scale it up. So they just went with using E. coli to manufacture their DNA. And now when you lyse open those E. coli cells to get your DNA out of it, you have all the guts of the E. coli present, the endotoxin and the plasmid backbone and everything else to contend with. So this is materially a very different biological.
Welcome back, everyone. Our next witness is Dr. Heather Harrington, with us in person. She has a CV that's about 5 pages long here. She's done all sorts of stuff. She's got books, she's given presentations, she's got a BSc from Dalhousie, she's got a ND, Doctor of Naturopathic Medicine from Seattle, Washington, Bastyr University. I hope I pronounced that correct. Anyway, this I believe will be part of the materials that'll be attached to her PowerPoint and whatnot. First thing I need to do, I guess, is have you swear an oath, Dr. Harrington. If you could give us your first and last name, spell your last name, and then I will do an oath with you.
Heather Harrington, HERINGTON.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth during your testimony today? So help you God?
I do.
Maybe given the lateness of the time here, you have a PowerPoint presentation, I
Yeah.
believe, ready to go.
Yeah.
And so maybe what I should do is let you just launch right into that. Like I said, I could take another 15 minutes on your CV here, but people can read that later if they want to. So I found it a very interesting PowerPoint when I had a look at it. So,
Thank you.
and after you're done, then maybe we'll kick some of it around, ask questions and
Yeah.
whatnot. Okay.
Well,
Take it
first of
away.
all, I'm so excited about NCI. I can't tell you. I had to come from Vancouver for this time. And I just thank you all for participating and just being out there and changing the world, because it needs changing. And I've been in practice since 1987, and I've seen children's health care quite abysmal, really, beginning with the shunts in the ears, which really just turned out to be dairy, or there was some kind of disagreement at home ongoing. It's just extraordinary to me how bad our healthcare is. So although I'd like to talk about a lot of different things, and maybe I'll come back if I can, I really want to talk about the Flexner Report of 1910 and how that changed medicine. And I just wonder if there's anybody with a show of hands who knows about the Flexner Report of 1910. One person. Okay, two people. Okay, three people. Okay, great. Okay, this is huge. Even the colleges like chiropractic stuff don't even know their own history. But I was lucky enough to have Dr. Joe Pisarno as the president at last year when I went there. And he was really clear about telling us our history and our philosophy. And one thing, in case I forget, because I think this is really cool, is that the founder of naturopathic medicine, Benedict Lust, came from Germany and married a very wealthy woman in New York. He went to prison 18 times for vaccination and vivisection. And that still gets me, that he would be so passionate about it and so clear about what was right in this world. And when I see what's happened in British Columbia during COVID, and how I even know people who died from getting the vaccine, and in the naturopathic profession, makes me weep. But let's get going. Don't have a lot of time. So it really was how our freedom of choice in healthcare was sabotaged. And that's my CV. The one thing I do want to say about it, I have these two books, Transforming Trauma and Surviving a Viral Pandemic Through the Lens of a Naturopathic Medical Doctor. Now, Transforming Trauma came from the fact that I did actually residential retreats with people who had been sexually abused, because I was contracted by the Archdiocese of Vancouver, because the first person was sexually abused by a priest and did not want pills. So they found my clinic in Kitsilano, and it was extraordinary how everybody started. Nobody knew back in the 80s how to treat trauma. And I was lucky enough to get all these MD, ND, psychologist, social worker. People would send people to me, and I didn't know what to do. I mean, I hadn't been trained that way, but I just took what naturopathic medicine gave me in terms of the school. And also I had been counselor at a camp in Nova Scotia where I lived. And I took that, and I also then took the expressive arts. So this is where that's coming from. So when I ask, are children safe in Canada? Absolutely not. The poor healthcare, when and how did this start? As I said, the Flexner Report. And that was the erasure of schools of natural medicine that led to a monopoly of medicine. And so because of that, what we've missed treating well is psychological trauma, treating anxiety, depression, suicidal ideation naturally. And there are so many things you can do, and I'll maybe have time to tell you my two-pronged approach. It works, balance the biochemistry, and tell or revise the story. It's life-saving. And the other thing I want to talk about is the toxins, the environmental and vaccines that are ruining our health. And examples is glyphosate. I lived in New Brunswick going to Mount A before Dalhousie, and I was just visiting there. They are spraying the whole province with glyphosate. And I talked to Dr. Stephanie Seneff, if you know her. She's a senior scientist at MIT, and I did 3 episodes on my podcast. This is known. When they talk about there's an endemic of asthma on the East Coast, I don't know if anybody knows that, but there's an endemic of it. Where is it coming from? It's coming from all these environmental toxins. The people there, you know, asthma has a lot to do with fear as the emotion. People in the Maritimes are awesome. Their children are not afraid. It's coming from poison. And they can't do anything about it because it's Irving, and the one politician that stood up to it, she couldn't. I don't know if she was threatened or what, but she didn't. But you know, in the Maritimes, you sit at these kind of kitchen tables. That's where you get your information and also the music and stuff. And they were telling me these stories. Like this one guy was sitting in his truck, and there was a plane going over, and he got soaked. I guess it was glyphosate. He immediately became very sick, neurological disease. Well, glyphosate also leads to neurological disease like autism. It is also an endocrine disruptor. So what's happening in endocrine disruptor, there's lots of them, you know, in our foods, our cosmetics, lots of things. It means that it's changing our hormones. And you can imagine all the people with PMS or uterine, different things, that it's coming from toxins. That's one of the major reasons people get sick, is toxins. So the emotional, the psychological trauma, and the environmental, that is not being treated properly by allopathic medicine. Okay, so natural medicine. This has been missing in hospitals, medical clinics, doctors' offices. I'm also board certified in homeopathy. It's going to make a comeback. I say it later, but I may as well say it now, is Dr. Luc Montagnier, who discovered the AIDS virus, and he was a Nobel Prize winner. He's passed away, unfortunately, a couple of years ago, but he came to our global homeopathic conference, and he wanted to present, because what he had found out from his physicist friends in France is that homeopathy works because of nanoparticles. And you can't imagine how all of us who have done homeopathy for years and looked at as pariahs, how exciting that was for us. But he said, what is it? Homeopathy is the future of science and medicine. So that was pretty exciting. But also naturopathic medicine, which was called eclectic or nature cure in the 1800s, nutrition, botanicals, hydrotherapy, homeopathy, mind-body. We should all know what that is. I mean, we know what traditional Chinese medicine is. We know we go to a chiropractor, go to an osteopath, and then there's Ayurveda. But those are all systems of natural medicine. And there really is a healing power of nature in natural medicine. And if you've ever experienced it, it's not like the people have asked me, how can I get better without pills? Well, you can get better. Look at like Wim Hof. He's really promoted cold water, you know, for healing. And that was very common. There was a cold water movement in the 1800s. And this is, you know, you probably all heard of the Hippocratic Oath. Do no harm. But given the influence of big pharma and big agro, this part of the Hippocratic Oath is rarely heard. Neither will I administer a poison to anybody when asked to do so, nor will I suggest such a course. So they even knew way back then. So sick care masquerading as health care. And we know, you know, chronic illness has just skyrocketed, 12% 1980s, 60% now. And then we can talk about medical errors globally. Vaccines, they're toxic? Are they bioweapons? Environmental toxins, iatrogenic illnesses, and also reliance on lab for diagnostics. You know, people used to smell the urine. No, it sounds disgusting, but and look at it, and you can see these grains, you know, but people don't do that anymore. And hospitals are killing people with no remorse. Example is my late husband, supposed to be coming home the day they killed him. So I know this really well. I can tell that story anytime. And there's really no understanding of the power of vis medicus vis naturae, which is the healing power of nature. And then, of course, you know, we all know, I think we all know in this room, that Canadian COVID policies were, the vaccines were very toxic and they were absurd. You could go to a pub, but you couldn't go to church. They're harmful. You can't play outside in the sun without the jab. Lockdowns have led to anxiety, depression, suicidal ideation. The bottom line, the recommendations were not based on science. So just consider that 1 in 10 children are obese, 1 in 5 are overweight, and this is a national crisis. That day-old babies have the highest death rate in the industrial world. There's poor hospital practices. Hepatitis B is a sexually transmitted disease or affects people with addiction. Why are we being forced to give this to our babies? And consider that Canadian youth, the suicide is 5.01 per 100,000, whereas globally it's 3.77. And that the second leading cause of death in 10 to 34-year-olds in Canada, I mean, that is really sad. And that the lockdowns led to anxiety, depression, and suicide. And what of the fact that youth can't trust authorities for advice, health information? Because they can obviously see that if you're not allowed to go outside and in the sunshine, I mean, I think that even young children can understand that's probably a pretty good idea to stay healthy. And then consider that breakfast cereals, Girl Guide cookies, etc., have been found to contain heavy metals. And this causes neurological disease like autism. And then I was just talking about the forests and the asthma. And really, the essence of most natural systems are really about finding the cause. You know, we've been directed away from nature's offerings into the science of medicine. But that science, the science is happening now, of course. Years ago, it was like, well, just that drug. But now we understand so many things. We understand that our brains are malleable, that you can really change them. And that's probably only in the last maybe 10 years, 10, 15 years. So the tenets of naturopathic medicine is first, do no harm, the healing power of nature, treat the cause or find the cause, treat the whole person, body, mind, and spirit, and that the doctor is actually a teacher trying to teach you, and of course, prevention. So why is the Canadian public not familiar with the benefits of natural medicine? Why isn't it used in hospitals in North America as it once was? We got my late husband better because we used homeopathy. They could not get him off the ventilator. And with homeopathy, it was actually quite extraordinary to me, and I've practiced it for a long time, but he was able to do that. That's a longer story than I can say right now, but why do we not know that there were all types of doctors before 1910? All of these doctors, whether they are eclectic, which funneled into naturopathic medicine, or I'll get to that in a minute, homeopathic medical doctors, all of these hospitals, were erased because of the Flexner Report. The women's medical schools were gone. They couldn't afford the labs that they were forced to get. And same with the blacks. I think Howard, and there was another black medical school that survived, but mostly all of these did not exist. Homeopathic schools gone, even though they did much better in the epidemics that would be in Louisiana and New Orleans in the 1850s. There's research I can show you. They've all gone. So what we're left with, and I'm not dissing allopathic medicine for what it can do, but it should never be the only game in town. And why is homeopathy ridiculed when so much of the world uses it extensively, like Germany, Sweden? So really what happened was the full spectrum of healthcare that we inherently should get was denied. And that was the Flexner Report, the event that changed the trajectory of medicine from drugless options to drug being mainstream. That is the Flexner Report. And the major stumbling block was because the oil barons, Andrew Carnegie and J.D. Rockefeller, hired a non-physician, Abraham Flexner, to go around. He went around to, I think it was 55 schools in Canada and the United States. And so the medical education went from proprietary, meaning that you own it, to a biomedical model, what they called a scientific education. And it limited the practice of medicine to regulars, as orthodox MDs called themselves. And it was a distinct turn against vis naturae that had been very popular in the 1800s. So that was all taken away because of the Flexner report. And he was, I don't know who said it, but there's a really good book by E. Richard Brown, who was a professor at UCLA in Los Angeles. And someone said of Abraham Flexner that he was ruthless and had an unforgiving judgment in advancing medical education. And Rockefeller's right-hand man said science could discover the causes of diseases and technology could develop the means to prevent or cure diseases. It was a hyper-rational system, and that was because Gates, and he's not related to Bill Gates, hyper-rational system of German science that would leave out the art in the art and science of medicine. So what they were focusing on was a mechanistic model mandating laboratories with cadavers and research facilities, but included little in terms of patient care and the results of this care. So, yeah, medical schools had to be affiliated with a university and teaching hospital or you lost funding. And it changed medicine drastically. So 46 medical schools, I'm not sure if that's the right number because you find different numbers, but approximately a lot of schools closed between 1910 and 1920 due to an inability to afford research facilities. And to give this context, I want to go further back in history to see what and how healthcare was perceived. You might have heard of humoral imbalance. It started with Hippocrates and Galen. Now, at that time, back in the 400 BCs, you know, everything was thought of more supernatural causes. Now they were talking about things that were concrete, you could see, and they believed in the 4 bodily fluids, blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile, and that they caused illness. And this idea persisted for more than 2,000 years in the West until in the late 19th century when the public got sick of their loved ones getting sicker and dying. So then there was cold water treatment. But to say with it's also called heroic medicine. And really what it does is it shocks the body back to health by 3 main methods: bloodletting, purging or vomiting, and calomel, which is mercury, which you've probably heard that mercury, you know, can cause autism. The other thing about mercury was it was used as a cathartic, and they were able to map Lewis and Clark across, you know, their journey across the states because it was toxic waste. And that's really toxic waste if it's, you know, a few hundred years and it's still there. All those little outhouses. But there's not really a lot of difference between that in terms of modern day toxicity when we're talking about glyphosate, and that these toxins are they're in cosmetics, they're in food, and they can mimic natural hormones. So they're really disruptive. And that's why it's really important to eat organic. So with glyphosate, it inhibits enzymes that detoxify harmful chemicals. And you probably know that it's Roundup. And so it's GMO corn or whatever else they're growing, they're able to manipulate it so that everything else dies with glyphosate, but not the GMO modified. And what happens is that it disrupts the gut microbiome, which is perhaps a lot of you have realized that the gut is really a lot of your sort of brain is in the gut. And so with glyphosate, the absorption is interfered with. So then you have nutrient deficiencies. It also cripples protein synthesis and disrupts the body's ability to use sulfur, which is incredibly important to have those pathways to be healthy. And it can lead to cancer, lymphoma, leukemia, allergies, autoimmune, Crohn's, IBS. And there's also a connection to the brain that might be a low-level encephalopathy that glyphosate contributes to. So the truth is, allopaths, the ones who practiced heroic medicine, who called themselves regulars, weren't the only game in town. All sorts of doctors practiced various types of medicine in the late 1800s in North America. Homeopathic MDs, eclectic MDs, naturopathic doctors, chiropractors, osteopathic doctors. But their schools were erased because they don't need labs to treat because of the Flexner report, and they've never recovered, as I said. So it was really a disregard for natural medicine, and it led to society gasping for air for the confidence that we can heal ourselves, even from a deadly viral pathogen. So a lot of us knew that what they were saying in COVID, like someone would say, well, how did you know not to get vaccinated? Are you kidding me? That was not a hard virus if you had a decent immune system. I mean, we may need to heal comorbidities such as hypertension or obesity, but we can do that. And then in terms of homeopathy, Hahnemann was structured the law of similars into a systematic medical science, like cures like. And he was a pretty cool guy. He was bounced along, in the 1700s. He would be bouncing along in his horse and buggy, making house calls, and he noticed that those at the end of this day fared better. He was using plant medicine at the time, but he noticed that the smaller the dose, he could have better outcome. And hence the shaking with the molecules, if some of you have heard, you need to shake it. And that's why Luc Montagnier said, homeopathy works. My physicist friends would say they've seen it, the nanoparticles, and they're shaken up. And of course, being in practice, you see amazing things happen with homeopathy. And I talk about Hahnemann too, not just because of that he figured out this system of, a lot of people knew around the world, indigenous medicine, understood like cures like, but he was one that he had no trouble speaking his mind, and he actually only wanted to dispense one medicine at a time, and so the apothecaries did not like him, and so he started doing it on his own. He was arrested, guilty, terrible. He was making his own medicines and dispensing them. But the Grand Duke Ferdinand, one of the many European royalty who supported homeopathy, gave Hahnemann a special permission to practice and dispense his own medicines, and his curing of a government official in asylum, a very challenging case, made him known as the first doctor to use a more empathetic and gentle approach. Because at that time, it's always been that the mentally ill would be burned at the stake, or, all those horrible things that they would do to people. And even now, to me, it's horrendous what's going on in terms of, like, even 2-year-olds are being giving these drugs, or people are getting on these drugs that they can't get off of, and then they have all the side effects. And so eclectic medical doctors were pretty incredible because they were botanical medical doctors, and they've had 114 years studying North American medicinal plants to create the eclectic Materia Medica that's now housed in the Eclectic Library in Cleveland, Ohio. And, people don't know about that, but there's just so many plants that we can use, and they've been studied so well. Anyways, the eclectics were ultimately funneled into naturopathic medicine. So you can see that allopathic medicine grew out of heroic medicine, and other healthcare professionals like nurses, pharmacists, and physical therapists, anyone who treats symptoms and diseases using drugs, radiation, or surgery, they're all practicing allopathic medicine. And there is room for all of us. The sad thing about the consequences of the Flexner report was that it affected our lives. COVID would not have happened in the same way if we had known certain things like water therapy, homeopathy, botanical medicine. We would have all known, because that's how, when I talk to people from, let's say, Armenia, a lot of Armenians in LA, I just moved back there after my husband passed, and just different parts of the world, when you talk to them, they understand. But in Canada, it's better than States, but people just don't know. I remember this one patient in LA said to me, naturopathic medicine is just not normal. I was like, really? So we really need to understand how we can heal ourselves. And that's what we really have lost. The reality of knowing what things can do. Like the Amish know that. But basically, it's time for us to understand how we can heal ourselves. And that's not just physically. In terms of, as I was saying I have a 2-pronged approach to treating trauma, and that's really balancing the biochemistry, which is naturopathic medicine, and telling or revising the story. You can just take that energy, even if you don't want to go back. Say you were raped, you don't want to go back to that horrible experience, but you can take that anger or that sadness and you can create something new. So I'm really big on using the expressive arts. I had a really challenging case of Graves' disease myself, and I always try to use myself as a guinea pig so I can know how to treat my patients. And there's just so many things that I could do, and they told me I couldn't do it, and I did, so I'm fine. Okay, so really, how can we bring natural and creative medicine back into our lives, especially in the context of the high suicide rates, the effect of lockdowns, and the physical and psychological harm of toxins? That's it.
Okay, I have a couple of questions, and then I'll turn it over to the commissioners. But to kind of put it really generally, we seem to be having a whole lot of new technology and new poisons, if you want, and things seem to be getting worse on occasion in that respect rather than better. For example, just to give you a couple of examples, I understand that the family that owns the company that came up with oxycodone, I think it's called. It's an opiate. It's a painkiller. And apparently they kind of convinced a bunch of doctors to get behind it when it actually is addictive. And now there's all sorts of problems with it. That's just one issue.
Wayne, can I just?
Yeah,
I just
sure.
missed something. I did want to also say, the fact is that there's people here, actually.
Is your mic on?
Oh, sorry.
There.
About medical kidnapping. So in that case, when you talk about technology, like that whole thing is, oh, we can do this in terms of the hospitals thinking that they don't look at anything else. This poor family basically lost their child. They won't even try to use homeopathy. They won't even try botanicals. They won't even try anything or ask anybody outside of the allopathic field. And that really breaks my heart because it's really possible that things, even though it may be a genetic disorder, there may be things that can work. So when you talk about technology, they are so focused on that and don't see that there's other possibilities that surround it.
Okay. Another one that comes to mind now after COVID, I think ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, I think, are almost natural remedies. I'm not a doctor or anything, so.
I don't know if they are almost natural, and I just never felt like during COVID that I needed to look at those because there were so many other things that were getting people better.
Okay.
But I mean, I support obviously people doing anything they want.
Yeah. The thing that comes to mind is that they basically, the colleges of physicians and the surgeons prohibited ivermectin during COVID-19, even though it's got a huge safety record.
That's right.
And it's been used for all kinds of years, prescribed to a lot of people for something else.
Yeah.
So even if it didn't work, I mean, what's the harm in trying it? But it was prohibited, except in the case of people that were powerful and knowledgeable, like Donald Trump supposedly got COVID-19, and he got early treatment real fast, and was cured in a couple of days.
A lot of people were.
Yeah, and so was Joe Rogan, so was Rudy Giuliani one day, So again, that's I believe it was aspartame. There was a sweetener that got approved for use, I think, by Donald Rumsfeld when he was in somebody's cabinet. I forget which president it was.
I don't know.
And apparently that one of those, the one that got approved is a cancer agent. So I mean, are things getting worse in this respect than they were, say, 50 years ago?
Well, I guess it's the way you look at it. I mean, in terms of aspartame, like a lot of these things are gut disruptors or endocrine disruptors, and so they're ruining our health. But because it's a possibility of a new drug that somebody can make money on, then, that possibility is, I mean, I hate to say it, but greed underlines so much in healthcare. And we saw that during COVID, and the whole control, and same with what J.D. Rockefeller and Andrew Carnegie did. They may have given a lot of money to libraries or whatever they did, but really they wanted control. They were robber barons, and they, so it's the same thing. That hasn't changed, and that's why it's really up to all of us to learn about our bodies, to understand what can make us better, to eat organic food, to stop having toxins in our bodies, and realizing a lot of chronic illness, a lot of diseases are really from the toxins, and that is kind of a thing that's gone on since heroic medicine, since they were using, bloodletting, and that's how the first president of the States died, being bled to death, and the mercury so toxic. And I mean, we have to do it ourselves. Nobody's going to teach us that.
Right. What was glyphosate? Is that something relatively new?
Glyphosate.
That's what's in Roundup.
Yeah, that's what's in Roundup.
Yeah. Was that around 20, 30 years ago?
I don't know how long it's been going on, but I'm sure it wasn't used in terms of the GMO until Monsanto.
All right. Okay. I'm going to stop there and ask the commissioners if they have any questions.
I do.
Yeah. Patricia.
Hi. Dr. Harrington. We had Dr. Perot in Vancouver discussing glyphosate. And she was very, very concerned about the fatty liver disease that we're seeing.
Yeah.
I wondered if you have any more information on that. She also testified that 80% of children who had urinalysis done tested positive for glyphosate.
Oh, I know. Yeah, absolutely. And it's an epidemic in terms of fatty liver. I mean, it's just because the liver is what detoxifies the body, right? So all of these toxins go there to be demetabolized.
Do you have any data on that for Canada?
Well, I just actually moved back here a few months ago, so I don't have the data on that. I look at stuff and I see what's going on, and you can see the direction that it's going, and I just try to change it.
Mm-hmm.
But I can get it for you if you like.
Yeah. Yeah, she was very concerned about the liver disease epidemic that we have.
Oh, absolutely. And it's not just, I mean, it is glyphosate, but it's also all the other chemicals, that that's why it's so important to eat organic. And I know that, your toxic load is really important. Yes, it's not going to be perfect with organic because there's, glyphosate is raining down on us. I mean, we can't do much about that, but it'll lessen your toxic load, and that's just hugely important in terms of cancer and any chronic illness, even acute illness, like that guy that was standing there and they sprayed it on him.
Would you say the glyphosate is more of an issue for autism or the aluminum and magnesium?
The mercury.
And the mercury,
yeah.
Sorry.
Well, I was just recently in touch with Dr. Steneff, and she gives me the latest research, and I think that we are surprised that glyphosate looks like it's as much as mercury. There's all these things that really, the thing with autism is because, like I was saying about the gut and the brain are so connected, and so anything that disrupts that. I remember one mother saying, I didn't have much money when I was pregnant. I just ate all this tuna. Well, what's in tuna? Mercury. So, and her child was autistic, but she was able to detox them. And that's basically what happens when children have autism and they go to, usually, there's other people, but we do it really well, naturopathic medicine, is to detoxify. So why aren't people paying attention to that and just the prevention and start that way? 1 in 36 children have autism, and it's getting more and more.
And then the other thing is the glyphosate is in our children's vaccinations.
Yes, glyphosate is in everything. I don't really know why it's there, what is the purpose, but it's in so many things.
And as I said, it's coming down in the rain.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Since COVID, we saw an increased interest in natural medicine, am I right?
Could you repeat that?
Since COVID-19, people were aware of, like, maybe more aware that medicine wasn't good for them, allopathic medicine.
Yes.
So there was an increased interest in natural medicine.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. But at the same time, there is also more attacks from the government and the colleges against naturopathy.
Yeah.
So, and also against supplements, vitamins. We saw legislation that was adopted by the federal government to.
They're very threatened.
Yeah. So can you give us the portrait of natural medicine now? How can it be, you know, is it like a resist, like we are in resistance, underground medicine when we are a naturopath? How do you deal with all those changes of the last years?
Well, I kind of ignore it. I mean, I just try to, you know, like I wrote my books and try to get the information out that way. And I do talks. So we're, you know, for me, I've always known how powerful it is. So whatever the government says, I really don't care. Like when I was first in practice in Kitsilano in Vancouver, what was that, 1987, they were going to outlaw garlic. I mean, it was really true. They were going to outlaw garlic. It was like, oh my God, the world is nuts. And of course, it's still nuts. But that's why you have to have your own little herb garden, because those antioxidants from those herbs are so powerful. And put them in your food, you know, like, so we can do things. We can do the water therapy, you know, jump in the ocean and eat really well. And also thoughts, you know, thoughts back in the late 1800s with naturopathic doctors, thought, feeling, and then body, you know, like they really believed in thought. And I think that's so true. I really learned that when I had Graves' disease, because Graves' disease, if you go back in time, if you ever want to, I did I think it's like a 20-minute radio play. It's episode 12 on my podcast, Dr. Heather Uncensored. And really, Dr. Graves in Ireland and Dr. Perry in England in the 1800s were telling people this comes from emotion. When you have Graves' disease, which is really hyper everything, it comes from some kind of shock that you've had. Well, they knew that in the 1800s. They don't talk about that. When I went to you know, the GP, because I really needed to make sure for my relatives, and they never ask questions like that. They just want you to give you a higher or lower dose.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, this Flexner report in the early 1900s, which essentially funded by the oil barons of the day, reaching a conclusion which effectively established an early form of regulatory capture.
Right.
And very convenient to the folks who funded it, who would corner the pharmaceutical market concurrently with the development of that culture in healthcare,
yeah,
which was then pushing out some of these alternative forms.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see maybe the pendulum swinging back a little bit towards your field of study and practice under the new regime in the States with Bobby Kennedy and his focus on many of the things you're talking about?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think that I'm really surprised how many, when people say that, like, Bobby doesn't, what's he doing? And I'm like, he's doing great things for the country, you know? I mean, this is what we need. And definitely it's going back. I mean, some friends of mine just released through Children's Health Defense, introducing homeopathy. And if you get a chance to watch that, it's a great documentary. Kim Aaliyah, who's part of that, he's a fabulous homeopath. He's the one, because I was completely out of it when my husband couldn't get off the ventilator. I called him up. He said, oh, gasping, laurocerasis. Give him laurocerasis. So we ordered that in, and it worked. It was like there were all these doctors and nurses in the room. Now, the doctors didn't want to know anything, but the nurses all came up to me afterwards and said, how do we learn homeopathy? Because it was really shocking how amazing it was. So yeah, watch that movie, Introducing Homeopathy. You can't, it's only an hour and a half or 2 hours of your life. And homeopathy can be miraculous. And I saw that, I've seen that, not just with my late husband, but so many people, like in terms of trauma. I think it's one of the best things you can use in terms of someone who's really got mental and emotional problems. It's a beautiful system, and it's been just banished, erased, ridiculed. Did I answer that question?
Yeah, yes, you did. But can I ask another quick one?
Sure.
Interesting statistic you indicated on one of your slides. 12% of people in the States and Canada suffered from chronic illness back in the early 80s, compared to 60% now.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm wondering, could that be an expansion of what constitutes a chronic illness for the purposes, again, of the industry of pharmaceuticals, and in other words, and would it include, for instance, conditions of obesity and diet-related inflictions?
Yeah.
And is it your suggestion that the dramatic growth in chronic illness over the last 40 years feeds into this perception that we have a, rather than health care, a sick care or sick management system designed to advance the interests of certain vested parties?
Big agro, big pharma. I mean, they're all there to make money, and they really don't care about your health. And we need to care about each other's health.
All of which would be compromised if the pendulum swung back towards the field of study that you specialize in.
Yeah, and I think that people are starting to realize that COVID sort of opened up that can of worms, that, well, who's really there for us? Who really has good information? I mean, when early days, like January, February, I remember there was outside of Seattle, there was a old folks home, and everybody died except one person. And I'm bragging about my type of medicine, but this man had a grandson who was in naturopathic medical school, and he had put him on zinc and all those things that we knew to take, and he lived. And I went, oh, okay, this is all about the immune system. If you have a bad immune system, so just work to get your family's immune system top notch. And there's tons of information out there, and there's lots of different techniques, and really good food is at the foundation of that.
Great, thank you.
I just wanted to, I don't know your name, I'm sorry. The English gentleman.
Miriam.
No, the one next, the English, yeah.
Oh.
No, you had said when Dr.
Perot?
Was it Hellman? Hellman?
Michelle Perot?
Maybe. Wanda. Remember Wanda? Okay, when you said you were disappointed that the Me Too movement was really good about getting people mobilized in terms of telling their story. And I see from being in Los Angeles and being part of the solo show community that things are going really well for people who had sexually abused. And I did a show, it was amazing what happened for me and my psyche. And I am very optimistic. So I just wanted to share that with you.
Okay, any last questions? On behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, I want to thank you very much for sharing your information with us today. Thank you again.
Thank you so much.
Commissioners, I'm just going to address an issue with the witness that we wanted to have attend, but wasn't. We weren't able to have the witness, and it raised an important point that's important for this inquiry to be aware of. So we had an application from a family who had had a child apprehended, and this family had several children. The state had had no concerns with this family before. Family was willing to travel from out of province to tell their story, and the child had been apprehended over a dispute concerning medical care. So there's nothing to do with parenting. It's just the child was going through a series of medical treatments, and the family started questioning them, and so the child was apprehended. The NCI witness volunteer team deemed this testimony as important for us to hear. And so the witness had been selected and had been put in the schedule. And when we were preparing, we discovered that there was a publication ban. And I'm just going to read 2 paragraphs from the publication ban. This court further orders that pursuant to Rule 8 sub 11 of the Provincial Court Child, Family and Community Services Act rules, this matter is not to be posted on any form of social media or elsewhere on the internet, and no photos are to be taken of anyone who is part of this proceedings. This court further orders, and pursuant to the same rules, that the publication of the names of the witnesses in this proceeding be anonymized. We found ourselves where we couldn't identify the name of the person. No witness would be able to share the child's name. There can't be any posting of the matter on the internet, and we live stream, let alone post on the internet. And so there was a court order prohibiting us from having this witness testify, which we found somewhat significant. And then in looking into this, I mean, because I'm looking at the rules, we've got this court order, and I actually can't believe that there's a publication ban on a child apprehension file. And I came across, and this is a British Columbia matter. So Rule 815, which reads, unless a judge orders otherwise, no person other than the following may search a registry file respecting a matter under this act. And this act is child apprehensions. So, you know, we had Clan Mother Dorothy testify about 300 apprehensions in a 4-year period. Well, you would think that maybe there's public interest in the public being able to see what the state is doing with apprehensions. But this court rule says that no person can look at the court registry file except a party, the party's lawyer, a person authorized in writing by a party, or a person authorized by a party's lawyer of record. So we just thought it was important for the inquiry to be aware that we had some pretty important evidence that we wanted to share with you. We were prevented by the court, and we thought that this inquiry should also be aware there's actually, the court rules in British Columbia do not allow the public to supervise what's happening with child apprehension files, and that's a matter for you to consider. So with that shared with the committee, I'd like to call our final witness of the day, Alex Schoenberg. Alex, how are you today?
It's been a long day, my friend.
It has been a long day. It's funny, we usually end up sitting till a little after 8, and today we're going to end up sitting a little after 8. But the reason is it's so much work for the volunteers to put on these hearings. We do, 3 days at a time. And it's just so important for people like you to be able to share with what's being shared that, we don't want to stop at 5. And so we really appreciate you coming here. We understand you've traveled from Ontario to be here, and we feel honored. We'll start. Can I get you to state your full name for the record and spell your last name for the record, please?
Alexander Schadenberg. Last name is Schadenberg.
And Alex, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Now, you are the executive director of the Euthanasia Prevention Coalition, and you have been the executive director since July of 1999.
This is correct.
You're the executive director of Euthanasia Prevention Coalition USA, and you have been since January of 2023.
Correct, yeah.
You're the chairperson for Euthanasia Prevention Coalition International, and you've held that post since November 2007.
Yes.
You have authored a large number of articles published in newspapers around the world.
Absolutely.
You maintain the world's most widely read blog on issues related to assisted death, and because this is going to be recorded, I'll give it's www.epcblog.org.
Yes.
You've co-produced the film Fatal Flaws, Euthanasia Deception documentary, and Turning the Tide.
Yes. Yep.
You've published the book Exposing Vulnerable People to Euthanasia and Assisted Suicide.
Absolutely, yeah.
And you've published another book where basically you're compiling all the top articles on euthanasia.
That came out in 2020. Yeah.
So you are highly motivated and highly well-versed in issues of euthanasia, and you've come here today to give us a presentation.
Absolutely.
So I'll invite you to start that presentation. And
very good. So I'm going to have a mixture of bringing you up to speed as to where things are with euthanasia, assisted suicide in Canada. Then I'm going to talk about the issue of child euthanasia, which is apropos to your topic today. And so basically Canada, I should first say what the difference between euthanasia and assisted suicide is. So euthanasia is an act of actually how we legalize this in Canada is we created an exception to homicide in the criminal code. So if you look at our criminal code, is very clearly that you can see that euthanasia is the exception where either doctors or nurse practitioners can participate in directly causing your death by lethal poison, lethal drugs. Assisted suicide is when that same doctor or nurse practitioner would give you a prescription for those lethal drugs and you would take it yourself. The law actually gives physicians and nurse practitioners the right in law to cause your death, and it clearly does that. I'll make a comment that's not in my PowerPoint. The law says, like everyone says, well, yes, but this has safeguards, Alex. The law says that the doctor must assure these things are first within your approval, that you have a condition, et cetera, and it goes through, you must be at least 18, et cetera. You must have an irremediable medical condition. Your suffering must be for you something that you consider unacceptable, et cetera. But then it says the doctor only has to, or nurse practitioner only have to be of the opinion you fit the criteria of the law. The law, therefore, has no way to ever prosecute a doctor or nurse practitioner who does the act in a way that someone would consider totally unacceptable. The law was expanded in March of 2021 by Bill C-7. It removed the terminal illness requirement in the law. That was related to the Truchon case in Quebec from 2019. The Truchon case, though, dealt with only that question of terminal illness. Truchon decision said that it was essentially discriminatory to prevent people who are not terminally ill to have access to medical aid in dying. They also, in 2021, removed the 10-day waiting period from the law, and they permitted euthanasia for mental illness alone, which is very interesting because that's been delayed and delayed and delayed for mainly political reasons, but right now that's scheduled for to be come into place in March of 2027. The law still prohibits you to have euthanasia for mental illness alone at this moment. So when we passed Bill C-7 in March of 2021, I have an image here of two people with disabilities saying, why us? And I think their argument was absolutely correct, because when you removed the terminal illness requirement in the law, what was remaining in the law was you had to be 18 years old, you have to say you're suffering. The problem with the suffering criteria is it's completely subjective. If you are telling someone, telling a physician or telling me you're suffering, I have no idea because you're experiencing that. I can't tell you you are or you're not. I can't assess it. It's not possible. Anyway, the law, by removing the terminal illness requirement, it said that you can now be approved for euthanasia based on having an irremediable medical condition. That's what remained in the law. They created a two-tier law. They said that if you are terminally ill or deemed to be terminally ill, now remember, we're not talking about someone who's necessarily nearing death. You'd have to have a terminal condition. That's not defined. So therefore, you could have a terminal condition, which means that you're not actually dying, but you will die of that condition down the line. That would qualify for a possible same-day death. But if you're not actually having a terminal condition, so let's say you have a chronic pain condition, as an example, could be very significant, you would have a 90-day waiting period. Euthanasia for mental illness alone has been allowed, but it's not in place because the government put a moratorium on that. And at first it was a 2-year moratorium, then they expanded it. Now it's March of 2027. So when I say essentially to be able to be approved for euthanasia in Canada with a 90-day waiting period, you would need to have an irremediable medical condition, which is not defined in the law. Health Canada in 2023. The 2023 report is the most recent report. It actually came out in December of 2024. What took them so long? I don't know. We're just talking about mainly data in the report. It's a lot of data, but it's mainly just data. Nonetheless, it said there was 15,343 reported euthanasia-assisted deaths in Canada in 2023, which represented about 4.1% of all deaths. That was up from 13,241 in 2022. So you see the numbers are growing quickly. I have been able to obtain the Quebec, Ontario, and Alberta data from 2024. That represents about 75% of Canada's population, those 3 provinces. And I'm predicting that we had about 16,500 in 2024. Obviously, it's a raw number because it's based on 3 provinces and the trend. It's not based on actual numbers in 10 provinces. In 2024, Quebec had 6,058 euthanasia deaths, which was up again from the previous year, and it represents 7.6% of all deaths approximately. Highest rate in the world.
Alex, can I just jump in? So when you tell us that for the whole nation, we're looking at 4.1%.
In 2023, it was 4.1% of all deaths.
Of all deaths. Do you think that's an accurate number? Like, are they accurately reporting deaths as, assisted suicide or euthanasia under this section? Or are some of the deaths being recorded as cancer?
There's no way to actually prove it because the government, for instance, if you look at the Ontario data, Ontario, as an example, only collects data from the doctor who did the death. So how the law works is you need a doctor or a nurse practitioner to approve you. Doctors and nurse practitioners can do the act. You need 2 sign-offs. That's how it works. The doctor who carries out the death is also the doctor who has to send in the report. So it's a self-reporting system. There's no way to track if a report never showed up. Meaning it was a euthanasia death, but the report, there's just no way to track it. Now, Quebec actually does have a way to track it. Quebec's more interesting because they have a triple reporting system. The pharmacy must send in the report. You have a regional coordinator in Quebec. In every region, they have assigned a regional coordinator. They must send in a report as well as the doctor. But if you look at the data out of the Quebec report, you see the numbers don't add up. So either there's under-reporting going on or the numbers just never add up every year. So when we're looking at 6,058 in 2024, that was 6,058 times the doctor sent in a report about a euthanasia death. There might have been more. Okay, there might have been more. If you look at the Netherlands, there's about a 20% unreported rate in the Netherlands. They know that because they've done studies of all deaths. So they do every 5 years a study, and the average is around 20% underreporting. Is that happening in Canada? I don't know. I'm just saying I don't know, and there's no way to prove it. So I'm going to tell you a few stories. We had a case in Ontario of a 23-year-old man. His name was Keanu. This was soon after COVID. Keanu was approved for euthanasia. He was going to die at the euthanasia clinic in Toronto. It's called the Maid House. His mother was shocked by this. So Keanu was an insulin-dependent diabetic. He had several health issues related to his diabetes, especially since during COVID, he became very depressed and he stopped taking his insulin for a period of time, which wasn't very good for him. He lost some of his eyesight. He could still see at this point. Anyway, he was approved for euthanasia, and his mother was very upset by this. So she actually saved his life by starting a media campaign. She contacted Health Canada. She made a big deal about it, and she also named the doctor who was planning to do the death. Now, that's a pretty gutsy thing to do if you think about it, because you could be sued, etc. She did that, and of course, the doctor decided not to do the death. Keanu's alive today. Amir Farsu, many people know this case. It was out of St. Catharines. Amir is a man with a disability. He's got a severe back problem. He's on a disability benefit, which in Ontario is about $1,300 a month right now. And he was living in an apartment, which was a subsidized apartment. And the owner had sold the building, and he was told he needed to find a place to live. And there was nowhere that Amir could rent. There was nowhere he could find that he could afford with his disability benefit. Therefore, he applied for and was approved for euthanasia based on the fact that he said, I can't be homeless. A GoFundMe page was set up for him. They raised about $60,000 for him. He's alive today and happy to be alive. The Veterans Affairs issue is significant because of the fact that you have people who've served our country, and they've come back from serving our country, and they're going through significant health issues. The first case that came into the media was a soldier who had PTSD, who went to Veterans Affairs for, and many of you would remember this story because it hit pretty heavy in the media. He went to Veterans Affairs for help for his PTSD, his psychiatric type issues he was having, and he was told he should consider medical aid in dying. This veteran was very upset about this. He went to the media about it. He ended up actually receiving treatment in the US. That's how the story ends with him. Nonetheless, what happened is a couple days after that, Lawrence McCauley, our Veterans Affairs minister at the time, had a press conference where he said it was one bad employee, one bad case, and of course, by him doing that, other cases hit the media. As things started to settle down, then the story of Christine Gauthier came forward. Christine served our country in the military. She became disabled while serving our country. And then after she retired from her military, she became a Paralympian. She served our country as an Olympian. And she needed a wheelchair lift at home. And that seemed reasonable enough, but Veterans Affairs were not approving her wheelchair lift. She was a bit of a squeaky wheel trying to get the grease. You know, she admits that she was constantly calling Veterans Affairs because she believed she was appropriate to receive that funding. And she was told, madam, if it's really so desperate, we can give you medical assistance in dying. Now, you would think, is this just a bad employee, a rogue employee? Well, actually, a lot of research has been done into this because there was, I know Rebel Media is sort of following this right now, and they did their own investigation, and they were able to, through access of information, get information. They found out the Prime Minister's office was directly involved in this case because they were trying to shut it down because it was just too hot for them to handle. I predict, actually, I'm saying that I think the reason they kicked the can of euthanasia for mental illness down the road to 2027 was actually the Veterans Affairs issue was very hot for them politically. In June of 2023, Catherine Mettler was experiencing suicidal ideation. If you read the story, you realize she makes it very clear she's gone through suicidal ideation at several times. She knew she needed protection from herself. She went to Vancouver General Hospital for help. Now, this tells you several things about our healthcare system. First of all, this was June of 2023. The counselor told her, Catherine, we don't have a bed for you. Still bed for you. Well, that means there's just not enough access to mental health beds in Vancouver. Secondly, the counselor said, well, you can't see a psychiatrist till at least November. So you start thinking that, do the math, it's 5 months. You can't see a psychiatrist for these 5 months. And then the next question was, have you considered medical assistance in dying? Catherine was very upset about that. I spoke to Catherine on several occasions about this, and it took her a few months before she actually went to the media because she was in a bit of a shock over the situation.
Can I just slow you down? Because,
yes, absolutely.
Yeah, so I mean, so somebody who's suicidal in the Vancouver area, like so suicidal that they go to the hospital to protect themselves.
Right.
They're basically being told they can't see a psychiatrist for 5 months.
So the story was quite clear. They said that we have no bed for you and we can't schedule a meeting with a psychiatrist for you until November. That's what she was told.
She doesn't have any other morbidities, no other conditions. So
correct.
She's not supposed to be referred to MAID for mental illness
it's
alone.
technically not legal. That's correct. She would have to have another comorbidity in order to be approved for MAID euthanasia in Canada at this time and at that time, correct?
And that would be the same with the veteran with PTSD on the previous slide.
Well, the PTSD is more interesting because the veteran might have comorbidities, might have other issues related to their health. It might not have been psychiatric alone, but obviously PTSD was what the veteran was seeking help for. The veterans also have a whole organization that they try and look out for each other. And so one of the reasons why the issue of the veterans sort of blew up so much was because there were other veterans within that whole organization who had also been told, you know, you should consider medical aid in dying. We now know that at least 2 of them died by euthanasia. We don't know more than that. So,
Do you know, are there any incentives for, you know, basically referring people to MAID? Because here you're giving us examples where Veterans Affairs is doing it, where it's happening at Vancouver General Hospital. Like, why would these people be suggesting it?
So in the case of Catherine Mettler, the counselor said to the media afterwards, after the case blew up a bit, that she was only trying to assess how suicidal Catherine actually was at the time. The ridiculous nature of this is that, and there's actually more to the story, and I could spend more time talking about this story in particular, but the ridiculous nature is somebody going to the hospital because they're experiencing suicidal ideation, and they say they've experienced this before. That's why they've gone there, because they want to be protected from themselves at this time. To be asked such a question is pretty damning if you think about it, because obviously they're thinking of suicide, and then they're told, have you considered medical assistance in dying? It's almost like feeding the emotion that the person's going through already. It's very much, if the counselor is correct that that's what she actually was doing, it's not a great way to assess the actual nature of one's suicidal ideation. A little bit more about medical treatment questions. And this is a very important thing, because Canadians are dying by euthanasia also because a lack of access to medical treatment. The story of Alison DeCluso really hit home. She lives in Victoria, BC, and she had abdominal cancer. The doctor told her that we don't, with the nature of her cancer, the whole thing, the type of cancer, they said to her, well, we're not going to offer you medical treatment. You can have medical aid in dying. Alison was not interested in medical aid in dying, so the doctor told her, well, you should go home, you should prepare your funeral, say goodbye to your family, etc. Instead, Alison contacted the several cancer centers in the US. She ended up receiving treatment at the Institute for Cancer Care at Mercy Medical Center in Baltimore. And so this story actually hits the media in Victoria, because Alison was suing the British Columbia Health Ministry for the cost of the cancer care she received in Baltimore. Because she did not receive treatment in Victoria, she went to Baltimore, therefore she was suing them for the cost of the treatment. So that story comes into the media, and what happens? We soon after, it was like a couple days after, the story of Mary Griffin hit the media. Mary had cancer. It took her 10 weeks to see an oncologist, and when you're reading the article says, in the newspaper says, well, the oncologist said to Mary, I wish I had seen you earlier, your cancer has spread at the point. Treatment is really not applicable to you at this case. And this time she died by euthanasia on March 17th, 2023. An even sadder story was the story of Dan Quayle. He died on December 5th, 2023. And this story came forward also because of the Alison DeCluso story, hit the media. And Dan's widow was making it very clear, we had no choice. We did not have enough money to even consider going for treatment to the US. In the case of Dan, he was approved for treatment, and then he waited and waited and waited in the queue for treatment. So is this happening everywhere in Canada? Well, I don't know if it's happening everywhere in Canada, but this was certainly a British Columbia issue at the time. You're here in Edmonton. It might not be happening in Edmonton at all, right? Because medical treatment varies for its availability based on where you live. The story of Joan Rowaway seems ridiculous. I share it with people because it was actually a story that was confirmed in the media. So Joan had cancer, and Joan was at the point where the oncologist said there's no further treatment we can offer you. And that's not what I'm arguing, whether there was or wasn't. What happened is in that discussion about the no further treatment being available to her, the oncologist brought up the option of medical aid in dying. Now, the family says that Joan was partially sedated at the time, or she had been taking meds at the time. She wasn't perfectly clear at the time. So it's possible the doctor misunderstood her responses, but Joan was very clear she had never asked for medical aid in dying. The doctor actually approved her for medical aid in dying. The family got a call from Fraser Health. Fraser Health is the health integration region just outside of Vancouver, saying we're coming to pick up Joan for her May death. She was living with her daughter and son-in-law, and she was being cared for by them. And the family said there's been no request for maid. They said, well, you're denying your mother-in-law her right to die. Ridiculous. They actually sent 2 people over to pick her up. They refused to let them in the house. And you have to read the story. You think this is ridiculous, but then what happened is that Fraser Health sent somebody else over who was more conciliatory and asked Joan if she wanted maid, and she said no. It seems pretty pushy, actually, if you start thinking about it.
Well, you know, it kind of begs the question. So in what other situation are we going to have 3 health professionals coming to our house for a house call?
Well, it's very interesting because that brings in the issue of the northern parts of our provinces. So for instance, the president of our group, his uncle lives in Flin Flon, Manitoba, and he had a terminal condition. And so he was considering maid. Well, he brought up the issue of maid with his doctor. So there's no doctor providing euthanasia maid in Flin Flon, Manitoba. So they sent a plane with a doctor and a nurse practitioner up to Flin Flon to assess him and everything. And in the end, he decided he didn't want to die by maid, so they flew back. And you're thinking this through. The cost of that alone is quite ridiculous, but that's just one more story.
And before you move on, it's just because you study these trends, and one thing that's troubling me about the Joan Rowaway scenario is, well, what if it was Allison, you know, who went and got cancer treatment in Baltimore? Well, what if she, because with some illnesses, you're really not of full mind, and the medical system wants you to do maid and the family's not consenting. Do you see a scenario where eventually the state will take control of the person who's not in right mind, just like they take control of kids when the parents disagree with medical treatment, so that they can be subjected to maid?
Well, you've already had other people talking about the issue of consent, and consent is not so black and white as we think, because, you know, a doctor is actually assessing your ability to consent, and you might appear fully capable of consenting, but does that mean you actually are fully capable of consenting? And if you're talking about people who have mental health issues, as an example, or people who might be taking certain medications at that time because of their dealing with their pain and symptoms, are they fully capable of consenting? At times they are, and at times they're not, but it's not a clean issue. It's not like so black and white that we're saying, oh, but they consented. I think this is a very important report that came out from the Ontario Coroner's Office. There's a couple reasons why it's really important. First of all, the Ontario Coroner looked at all the deaths between 2018 and 2023, and they had a committee of 15 professionals look through these cases. This report came out in October of 2024. The other thing about it, of course, being an Ontario Coroner's report, you can't say that, oh, well, you know, this is from somebody who's, you know, pro-maid, anti-maid, or anything. It's a government report looking at the cases. So I already told you how the law works, that the doctor or nurse practitioner who carries out the death is also legally responsible to send in the report. So it's a self-reporting system. So even in that, you know, right from the beginning, in a self-reporting system, it's likely that the report sent into the coroner's office in Ontario might be a little bit cleaner looking than it might actually have been, because you're self-reporting. You're not going to self-report something that seems very, very, very controversial. Nonetheless, the Ontario coroner pointed out that there was 428 non-compliant euthanasia deaths in Ontario between 2018 and 2023.
And I'm just going to stop you there, because you said something really important, and I want to make sure that people caught it. Well, when we're looking at these statistics, and I appreciate we're referring to this Ontario report, but likely these statistics would apply to any reporting of deaths under this system. And you basically indicated, well, you know, if you really weren't complying with the law, you're not likely to report it because you're going to draw attention to the fact that you weren't complying.
Right.
I mean, this is an exemption from the murder provisions of the criminal code.
Correct.
So, I mean, you get it wrong, you're committing murder. Although I appreciate they've limited you to 5 years instead of life for
No, but the
these.
law has been designed that you can't actually, it's impossible to prosecute somebody under this law.
Well, I
because of how they
appreciate you
wrote
said
the law.
because it's
but
based
like-
on opinion, but
Right.
I don't know that it's totally black and
No,
white.
you can cause a great difficulty for a physician who's doing something that's egregious. That's correct, because it is considered an exception to homicide in the criminal code.
So, but it's just interesting because this report that you're bringing to our attention is showing a whole bunch of non-compliance.
It's a lot of non-compliance. Now, the other thing about it is they did, in the report, have 6 particular cases, case studies that they, and I have a few of them I'm going to go through a little bit, that they published. And the interesting thing is the people who are very, very pro-MAID kept on emphasizing, yeah, but there's been thousands of cases in Ontario, and you have reported on 6. Well, these 6 cases, according to the coroner was quite clear. There were 6 representative cases that they put in the report to show you some of the things that have gone on. Nonetheless, the other very interesting thing about it is it shows you the number of MAID doctors, because the data showed that 25% of the euthanasia providers had done something of a non-compliance at least once. So that means you have quite a few physicians who might have done only a few deaths, but one of the reports showed non-compliance. You might have had some doctors who had several non-compliant reports, right, that the coroner had uncovered. As I say, there's a committee that looks at all these cases, so it's important. This is an important case because it really hits home about how a decision was made. Now remember, this is a case where this person has died by euthanasia. Mr. A was in his late 40s. He experienced suffering and functional decline following 3 vaccinations for SARS-CoV. So 3 COVID vaccines. He received multiple consultations with, this is directly from the report, okay? It's just word for word, okay? So, you know, you can look at the report if you want to. He received multiple consultations with extensive clinical testing completed without determination, diagnostic results. Amongst his multiple specialists, no unifying diagnosis was confirmed. So they've got no diagnosis for this guy. He's got health problems, okay? He had a significant mental health history, including depression and trauma experiences. While navigating his physical symptoms, Mr. A was admitted to hospital with suicidal ideation. Psychiatrists presented concerns of an adjustment disorder, depression with possible psychotic symptoms, illness, anxiety, somatic symptom disorder. During a second occurrence of suicidal ideation, Mr. A was involuntarily hospitalized. During this hospitalization, post-traumatic stress disorder was thought to be significantly contributing to his symptoms. He received inpatient psychiatric treatment and care through a specific team. He was also diagnosed with cluster B and cluster C personality traits. Significant issues here, okay? Remember, he's died by euthanasia. The MAID assessor's opinion was that the most reasonable diagnosis for Mr. A, clinical presentation, was severe functional decline, was a post-vaccine syndrome in keeping with chronic fatigue syndrome, also known as, okay, I can't pronounce, someone else can pronounce that, that's fine. Nope, and here's the thing, he'd had an autopsy. So with the autopsy, no pathological findings were found at the time of the post-mortem examination. The cause of death followed the post-mortem examination was provided as post-COVID-19 vaccine somatic symptom disorder with post-traumatic stress disorder and depressive disorder. Remember, he's dead by euthanasia. And you look in this and they found nothing physically actually wrong with this man, but nonetheless, he is dead. So obviously, the approval was based on the fact that he was asking for it and he was having health issues. Another case, Mr. A was in his 40s with inflammatory bowel disease. He received extension treatment for his illness. Mr. A did not have an active social network. He could not maintain employment. He found personal relationships difficult to sustain, and he was dependent on family for housing and financial support. As a result, Mr. A lived with reduced social supports. He had declined multiple social support programs and social service, psychosocial services. I have an autistic son, so this almost sounds similar, okay? Nonetheless, Mr. A had a history of mental illness, previous episodes of suicidality, ongoing alcohol and opioid misuse. He lost his driver's license secondary to his addiction issues. During a psychiatric assessment, the psychiatrist asked him if he was aware of MAID, presented information on the option, while Mr. A was believed to have maintained decisional capacity. His substance use was not explored in the MAID assessment, and he was not offered addiction treatments. Think about that. During the MAID process, there was no documented input from Mr. A's family, nor a statement about whether there was why there was no engagement with the family. The MAID provider documented the family had concerns about his request for MAID. The MAID provider personally transported Mr. A in his vehicle to the external location where the provision was. So he picked him up at his house and brought him for his death.
So I just have to stop you, Alex, because people in Alberta are going to be getting jealous of people in Ontario, because clearly in Ontario, the healthcare people come to your home and drive you to treatments. And I can tell you in Alberta, they don't do that.
Well, you know, part of the whole issue was the coroner pointing out how this case was actually brought on by the psychiatrist, actually bringing it up, and not only bringing it up, seemingly encouraging it, and on top of it, picking him up and bringing him to his death. So if you look at all this, I have to say something. Alberta has not had a MAID committee yet. They're talking about having one. On top of it, Alberta's not produced any report like this. So when you look at the Ontario report, I can't refer to Alberta cases because there hasn't been any published like that. British Columbia is even worse in that they have a committee. The head of the committee is a euthanasia doctor. Miss B had multiple chemical sensitivities. She was in her 50s. I can actually sort of jump past it. I think you get the idea. This is a woman who has multiple chemical sensitivities issues. She was not properly cared for. She had housing issues, and she died by euthanasia. And really, what she needed was a clean place to live. That case actually hit the media also. So euthanasia for mental illness has been in the debate for quite a while. I want to explain to you how this all came to be. So in 2020, when we were talking, the federal government was debating Bill C-7, the original bill, David Lametti was the justice minister at the time. He said he specifically excluded euthanasia for mental illness in that original bill. That bill was passed. It went on to the Senate. It was a group of senators who said that they would refuse to pass Bill C-7 without the addition of euthanasia for mental illness. So this came out of the Senate. There's a few senators in particular who are heavily behind that. The government said, well, we don't really have rules yet around this question, so they put a 2-year moratorium on it. And as I say, now it's going to be March of 2027. Dr. Sonia Gain is a psychiatrist who's a professor at the University of Toronto. He's also a past, president of the Canadian Psychiatric Association, and he's been very much opposed to euthanasia for mental illness. He's actually not against MAID. He was part of his own MAID committee in his hospital that he's part of, but he made it very clear that it is impossible to predict whether mental illness conditions are irremediable. I've already explained that in the law, you have to have an irremediable medical condition. So obviously, if you cannot ever determine that a mental illness is irremediable, obviously it cannot qualify for MAID, yet the government, this current government, continues to hold on to that as a possibility. Alberta case, and I know this case extremely well. There was that case in Alberta. So you have the case of the 27-year-old, she's now 28, autistic woman in Calgary who had been approved for euthanasia. Her father was absolutely shocked by this, and so was the mother, but nonetheless, the father was the one who took action. She was supposed to die on February 1st of last year. That was her death date. Instead, the father launched a court case based on the fact that he said, my daughter does not have an irremediable medical condition. In fact, he says, my daughter does not have a medical condition. She was certainly suicidal. She had suicidal ideation. She certainly wanted to die. She was certainly autistic. There's no question about any of that. But she had been approved for euthanasia. So that case went to court, and the justice in the case, when he published his report, said there's nothing in the law I can do to prevent the death, but he did question the role of Alberta Health Services in the approval of this woman's euthanasia. And that's what sort of caused this sort of stir, because the young woman is still alive today. Sadly, she has been approved for euthanasia again and has the family on pins and needles because they want their daughter to be alive, and she's been approved for death. The doctor approved her death based on an unknown cause of pain. There's a lot more to this story I can give you, but the fact is it was in court, and the courts put a ban on information. We had intervened in the case, so I have a fair amount of information in the case that I cannot share with you. June 17th, 2024, Dying with Dignity and the family of Sam O'Neill. So this is a case where Dying with Dignity is now trying to remove the rights of religious institutions in Canada, religious healthcare institutions in Canada, from preventing euthanasia at their institutions. Now, I don't know where you people stand on that. That's, people might have different feelings about that, but currently, right now, across Canada, Catholic healthcare institutions are not being forced to be involved with medical aid in dying. So this is a case of a woman who was at St. Paul's Hospital in Vancouver. She was in the palliative care ward and she asked for medical aid in dying. And she was told, we don't provide that here, but they did transfer her out to another institution where she died by euthanasia. The family and Dying with Dignity then challenged, they first of all sued the hospital, sued the BC government, saying that their daughter was denied her right to die at this location, and that because they received full funding, this should be allowed to happen. In December 2023, the BC Ministry of Health responded by expropriating a piece of property from St. Paul's Hospital. So St. Paul's Hospital in Vancouver had a piece of property which was had grass and everything. It was expropriated from them, and a euthanasia center is being built right there. I'm not 100% sure if it's open yet, but it's directly beside the hospital so that euthanasias would take place in that building. This was the response. Since then, also, Dying with Dignity has they launched a charter challenge, and they're challenging the right of Catholic healthcare to be exempted from euthanasia. So that's what's going on.
Are you, my understanding just in preparing for these hearings is Dying with Dignity is a charity that basically helps educate and facilitate people into this process. And so my question is, are you aware of where they get their funding? I'm just curious if the federal government funds them, and here they are now bringing a lawsuit.
So the federal government has given funding to Dying with Dignity for quite a few of their projects. So that's correct. The Liberal government has done that. The Liberal government is actually more so involved with funding this group called CAMAP. So the doctors and nurse practitioners who were involved in doing euthanasia, they set up an organization called CAMAP, and they then have received over $3 million a year in funding from our federal government in order to do training for euthanasia for doctors and nurse practitioners across Canada. So that's probably the biggest source of funding towards the what I would call the euthanasia lobby in Canada from the federal government. Now we get into the minors issue, and I know we're moving on in time. Yeah, we're moving. Okay, so the issue of mature minors, people have brought this up already, and it's quite important because in Canada, Quebec's a little bit different. That's why I say in most of Canada, a mature minor refers to a person who's under the age of 18, and they've been deemed to be mature based on an assessment by a physician. So a mature minor is not based on an age. It's not based on being 12 or 13 or 14 or 16. It's based on having an assessment that the doctor has determined that you're capable of consenting to a medical act, okay? And this only usually comes up when there's a difference of opinion between a doctor and the teen, the young person, about whether or not that medical treatment should take place. Why I say Quebec's different, Quebec's age of majority is 16, so it's a little bit different than the rest of Canada. Most of Canada is 18 in the case of medical treatment questions. Therefore, this distinction of being a mature minor is not based on an age, it's based on their ability to consent, okay? And that's determined by an assessment procedure. When we're talking about the euthanasia for mature minors, then you're talking about a doctor assessing somebody as to whether or not they can go ahead and cause their death. It's pretty serious. If the mature minor is deemed to be capable of consenting, parents don't have to know. That's how the law works. It's exactly how it works. Parliamentary Committee on MAID. So there was a parliamentary committee that looked at the questions on euthanasia for mature minors and also euthanasia by advance request. That report came out in February of 2023. During those hearings, the Quebec College of Physicians, they presented to the committee saying that they supported euthanasia for mature minors, but they also supported euthanasia for newborns, infanticide. And they believe that based on the concept that a child who's born suffering should have the right to be killed. Now, this would be a decision that would be most likely made by the parents. Both of these issues, though, euthanasia for mature minors, euthanasia for infants, also the issue of euthanasia by advance request, totally changed the concept of consent, the nature of consent, what consent actually would mean, especially since we're talking about life and death.
So I just want to stop you there because, you know, when abortion came in, right, I'm not entering the debate with anyone here, you know, do you support it, do you not support it, but we would we create the term, we use the term fetus because we can't use the term baby. And so, but we set a time, you know, up till this time, we will permit the abortion of what we call a fetus. We don't call it a baby.
I have to
because
correct you. I have to
language
correct you.
isn't-
We never had a gestational law in Canada. That never existed. There was no gestational rules in
So
our
it
abortion
just
law
varies
in Canada.
from province to province.
No, there are certain regulations based on certain provincial health, but there is no gestational law in Canada. It does not exist, never did exist.
So we can literally abort, like,
I'm not talking about abortion, so it's not my topic. I'm just correcting you because the fact is there's never been a gestational law in Canada. The original law in 1969 was not gestational, and the current situation is an absence of law. There's no gestational issue. Doesn't exist.
okay. But we are entering, at least the Quebec College of Physicians and Surgeons,
Yeah.
suggesting, well, we're not going to
Newborns.
abort, we're just going to kill after birth.
Right. So the concept is the same idea, and I'm going to go into it a little bit later with the Groningen Protocol in the Netherlands. The concept is that if a child is born with a disability, the parents and the doctor should have the right to end that life based on ending what they call suffering. But I will go into the Groningen Protocol, and I think that's where the Quebec College is getting their ideas from, because they seem to be expressing something. When you looked at their input to the federal government committee, they refer to it as a protocol. So they use the word protocol, which would mean it's very similar to the concept of what's going on in the Netherlands. Okay. On October 10, 2018, I published a commentary on a study that was done by the Hospital for Sick Children in Toronto. So this was just a study Hospital for Sick Children in Toronto did. They looked at the question of if euthanasia for minors was allowed, how would they carry it out? So it was just looking at the question. Okay. And the study examined the issue, and they said, the study concluded that the hospital would respond in the same way as they respond to medical treatment issues. That is, that the child who is capable of consenting, the child would be able to decide to die by euthanasia with or without parental consent. They made it very clear that obviously they would encourage parental consent, but you know, a child today at the Hospital for Sick Children in Toronto or at any sick children's hospital, if that is in Edmonton, if they're deemed to be mature, they can make decisions for themselves, and that's how it works. And I think this is quite serious because, of course, first of all, euthanasia is not technically medical treatment. And secondly, of course, we're talking about life and death. We're not talking about treatment options, which may or may not result in your death. The Quebec College of Physicians, so what Dr. Louis Roy said to them, this is coming to that point again, is that he was referring to adopting a protocol. So this is why I sort of really picked up on the whole question when he said this to the committee on September 7, 2022. And he said it would be rare circumstances, which would probably be correct. It would likely be rare. Now, the Belgian euthanasia law was amended in 2014 to allow euthanasia of what they called emancipated minors. So the bill was signed into law on March 3rd, 2014. So what it means is that previous to this, you had to be 18 in Belgium to have euthanasia, and now they removed the age group. So it's based on consent. It's based on the ability to consent to the Belgian law. So the bill allows minors with capacity of discernment to request euthanasia for a hopeless medical situation in death and who have reported a constant and unbearable physical suffering. I've already commented on physical suffering. I'm not saying people aren't physically suffering. I'm not suggesting that in any way, shape, or form. What I am saying is it's completely subjective. There's nothing you can actually say, I can put my hat on that, and I know that that's true. I can't. Suffering is a totally individual experience. Anyway, for emancipated minors, that unemancipated minors, at least one parent would have to consent. So let's say you're 9 years old, etc., and you're not considered capable of consenting. The Netherlands law permits euthanasia for people who are 12 years old or older. The Netherlands law says that if you're between 12 and 16, at least one parent must consent to the death. After 16, you're considered to be a full adult in the Netherlands. The Netherlands does have something called the Groningen Protocol, which was approved in the Netherlands in March of 2005. You see the publication in the New England Journal of Medicine of the document. So what this says is that it's based on the euthanasia death of a newborn. So what they had is they had several court cases in the Netherlands dealing with a doctor who did the euthanasia of a newborn, which was considered then, of course, illegal. And then it went to the courts, and the judges said that if you're eliminating suffering, that's fine. All the court cases all dealt with the issue of spina bifida. That's just a historical reality, okay? Under the Groningen Protocol, the termination of life under age 12 is acceptable for 4 requirements: the presence of hopeless and unbearable suffering, the consent of parents to termination of life, medical consultation having taken place, and then it says careful execution of the termination. I don't know what you mean by careful execution. I'm not sure about that one, okay? I'm just throwing that at you.
That is unfortunate language.
I'm one who is opposed to killing people, so obviously I look at that and I think, very interesting. That's directly out of the protocol. There are 3 acceptable conditions for euthanasia. 1, the infant has no chance of survival. I've always said when I look at that, I say, well, if they have no chance of survival, why do we need to kill them? You can palliate their condition. They're going to die naturally. Just leave them alone. Infants with a poor prognosis who are dependent on intensive care. That's the next group.
Can I just ask, like, because infants with no chance of survival, I mean, with the exception of maybe 2 people, none of us have the chance of survival when we're born, right? None of us are getting out of this alive. So what are they meaning? Are they meaning immediate death? Are they meaning 2 years down the road, 3 years down? Like, are there any guidelines here? Because you see how vague this is.
So here's the problem with what we're saying. Obviously, the doctor is going to interpret that certain lives are unworthy of life. They're going to say that certain conditions are likely terminal. So let's say you're talking about a trisomy 18 or trisomy 13. Now, obviously, the problem with the concept of trisomy 18 or 13, which are considered incompatible with life, is those conditions actually aren't incompatible with life. It's just that if they require significant medical care in order to survive those children. But if you read medical literature, that unfortunate term incompatible with life comes up when you're talking about trisomy 18 or trisomy 13. Infants with a poor prognosis, okay. Infants with a hopeless prognosis, whatever that means, who are not dependent on intensive medical treatments, but for whom a very poor quality of life associated with sustained suffering is predicted. So these are children who do not need medical treatment, right? They're not requiring intensive medical treatment. They're going to survive. But it's said that they're probably going to suffer. Well, you know, remember the example of this came from spina bifida. And you have to understand that someone with spina bifida today, with the surgery techniques and everything, many of them have almost, well, they might have an inability to use their legs, so they end up in a wheelchair, but many of them have no cognitive issues. They go to university, they're getting degrees today. It's a totally different ballgame than it was maybe 40 years ago for these people. And yet, of course, they would fall under that infant 3 group. So group 3 is based on possible future suffering, if you think about it. That's what it's based on. Now, why am I saying this? Because the Quebec physicians were referring to a protocol. There is only one protocol in the world. It's called the Groningen Protocol. There's nothing else. So they've obviously been discussing it. Dutch physician Rob de Jong challenged the principles of the Groningen Protocol in October 2007. So this is a little over 2 years after it came out. And he is a physician who deals with children mainly with spina bifida, et cetera, these type of conditions. And he said unbearable and hopeless suffering cannot be applied to newborns with MMC, spina bifida. They are not terminally ill. They do have prospects of a future. And these end-of-life decisions, quality of life judgment should not be applied. When such a newborn is not treated, modern palliative care always will suffice in eliminating possible discomfort. There's no reason whatsoever for active life terminating of these newborns. It was an important study he came out with because he showed clearly that this was totally inappropriate, not necessary, and yet the protocol was based on 22 babies with spina bifida who had died. That's what it was. That's what the protocol was based on. And you can read it. They say it right in the protocol. That's what it's based on. Now, where does this all come from? There's several places it comes from, but in the modern day, I think it comes from Peter Singer. His book, Practical Ethics. Now, I don't know, people here must know who Peter Singer is. If you don't bother reading him, but he is probably the most influential philosopher of our day. I don't agree with pretty much anything he says, but I must admit he's very honest, incredibly honest, actually. And what does he say in his book, Practical Ethics? He says that present parents can choose to keep or destroy their disabled offspring only if the disability happens to be detected during pregnancy. There is no logical basis for restricting parents' choice in these particular disabilities. If a disabled newborn infants were not regarded as having a right to life, until say a week or a month after birth, it would allow parents in consultation with their doctors to choose on the basis of a far greater knowledge of the infant's condition than is possible before birth. So he is clearly, and Peter, it's well known, Peter Singer has no problem with the concept of infanticide. He's a big promoter of euthanasia. And so this concept is that why wouldn't you do so? If you could do so in utero, why wouldn't you do it after birth? And I'm saying history is repeating itself. A German T4 program began in September 1939. If you know anything about it, it was the German T4 program that led to the gas chambers in the killing centers in World War II. They started with 6 psychiatric hospitals where they instituted the whole gassing method, and that continued until 1941. I'm not going to get into why it moved, but they developed their techniques. It was all based on actually a book by Binding and Hoch, who came to a conclusion that certain lives were not worth living. The German program was based on eugenics. When we use this word eugenics, you have to understand the Germans didn't invent eugenics at all. It does not come from Germany. The Germans at World War II liked eugenics. They did not come up with the idea. It was already quite prominent here. In Alberta, actually, eugenics was also very prominent. There was a lot of criticism of Alberta policies around eugenics. The US had quite a few states that maintained their eugenic policies up to, quite recent, actually. To be clear, euthanasia was not created by the Germans. I'm not saying that they did anything right. They didn't, but it's a program. So 70,000 people with disabilities were killed by the T4 program, and approximately 250,000 people were killed by the euthanasia program in Germany. And as I say very clearly, that whole technique was developed and then exported into the killing centers to result in millions of people dying. So euthanasia sold to the culture as enabling personal autonomy and choice. It's my body, my choice is what they say. This doesn't make sense, actually. It's a sales technique. It can't be your body, your choice when somebody else kills you. It's just philosophically, it doesn't make sense. It makes us feel good because some people, of course, would say, I don't want to suffer. I can understand that. I don't want you to suffer either. I have no interest in your suffering. I don't want to suffer either. We're told that euthanasia is for people who are suffering and nearing death, but when you look at the reports, you actually realize with the data that yes, there are people who are suffering and nearing death. Absolutely, that's a tragedy. It's actually not necessary. We can do things to help those people. Nonetheless, they're the minority, they're not the majority. People who are dying by euthanasia are usually not dying because they're suffering and nearing death. The data is quite clear. We're told that euthanasia is not a form of suicide because the person is rationally choosing to die. Is that true? Are they all rationally choosing to die? I say these points are philosophically wrong or simply usually not the case. The clear issue is, why do people ask for euthanasia? Well, most people are dying by euthanasia because they're going through a difficult health condition. Absolutely. Most of them would be terminal. Absolutely. But most of them are also feeling depressed, lonely. They're experiencing feelings of hopelessness. They believe their life has lost meaning, purpose, or value. And you actually see this in the data and the studies. There was actually a study done at the University of Toronto which looked at so many euthanasia deaths in the Toronto area. And the conclusion was the majority of those deaths, the person was asking for based on existential suffering. Therefore, legalizing euthanasia is not about freedom, but it's about abandonment. It's cultural abandonment. We're killing people for cultural abandonment. These are deaths of despair. And I believe clearly, I'm opposed to killing people. I've made it quite clear. Obviously, Euthanasia Prevention Coalition, I'd be opposed to euthanasia. There's no question about it. I believe there's only one line in the sand in a culture, and that is either you can kill somebody or you can't. Once you cross the line, that's, there is no new line. There's no place you can say, oh, I can rationally choose a new line in the sand. It doesn't exist. So that's why we're debating euthanasia for children, incompetent people, by advanced requests, people with Alzheimer's, dementia, people with mental illness. Why are we talking about killing these people? Because there was only one line in the sand, and once you crossed it, what are we debating now? We're debating who can do the killing and for what reason. That's what we're talking about. That's all we're talking about, because we've already accepted that the line in the sand could be crossed.
If I can, just interject, I've been a lawyer. I'm in my 30th year of practice. Oh, I guess I'm on my 31st year of practice now. And it was the Sue Rodriguez case that failed. It was a very sympathetic fact pattern, and the Supreme Court just said, no, we're not going to go there.
That's correct, yeah.
And then they waited until there was another sympathetic fact pattern. And the Supreme Court of Canada said, yeah, we're going to allow this. And I can tell you, Alex, in the legal community, I think the expectation was, maybe we'll have 3 or 4 of these a year. Like these, just hard, desperate cases where, call it murder for crying out loud, but you're doing it for total mercy reasons. Like nobody, like when you're here saying 4.1% and, agreeing that it could be underreported, I don't think anyone anticipated that. So when you come here and you share, the reason why we're discussing now, well, who and by whom is because we've crossed that line. And I suggest that's something that we should consider. I think you've raised a really important philosophical point.
Well, I suggest people read a lot from the Ontario Coroner's report because it doesn't come from a media source. It doesn't come, and there will be other reports like that coming out looking at these cases. And you start realizing that, there's a theory of euthanasia. We can have this, we can control this, it'll only be for those few cases, and we're going to eliminate suffering, and this is a good thing. That's the theory. But the reality is we're human beings. It doesn't work. The theory has never worked in any place in the world. It just hasn't worked. So now we open the door. The other thing is some physicians like it. I hate to say it, but it's true. There's several doctors, this is all they do. And I didn't get into all these different stories, but there's several cases that are quite concerning. I didn't get into those ones. But you start asking the question, how did that person get approved? Like the 27-year-old girl, the autistic girl in Calgary. The judge said, well, there's nothing I can do by law to prevent this. But he was actually asking, how did this approval happen? I can't understand it. That's what he was asking. So.
Thank you, Alex. I have no further questions. I'll see if the commissioners have questions for you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schadenberg. I have to declare a conflict of interest here because before I was a sheep farmer, I was an oncologist for 35 years with a special interest in palliative care. In fact, I was the go-to guy for our local hospice system when patients needed radiation. I think it's important to realize that doctors have always assisted patients in dying, and it was never illegal. I've seen it many times. I've done it myself. Presented with a patient with widely metastatic, incurable cancer who's in terrible suffering, the ethical thing to do is to deal with their suffering. And dealing with their suffering is often in the complete knowledge that giving them the adequate amount of the drugs that are required will undoubtedly kill them. And I don't think anybody's ever suggested that that's wrong.
Yeah, but can I interject for a second? Because I think you would agree that you're talking about a double effect.
Yeah.
Your intention is to deal with the suffering.
That's right. That's right. And I don't want to get into the area of euthanasia for mental illness and other conditions because that wasn't my experience. I have my views on it, but I don't want to go there. I remember, I'm old enough to remember in 1968 when the Abortion Act came in the United Kingdom. And it came in with perfectly laudable aims, which was to get rid of dangerous backstreet abortions. And when that was passed in Parliament, the phrase that was used by the Prime Minister at the time was, "This will ensure that abortions are safe and rare." And now, in 2024, over 250,000 abortions take place in the United Kingdom, the vast majority of which are healthy babies in healthy mothers. The problem we have with euthanasia for patients who are in the terminal stages of cancer is a very simple one, actually. We know from the data that between 85 and 90% of patients who are dying from metastatic cancer can have their symptoms perfectly adequately controlled by skillful palliative care.
Yep.
But unfortunately, we don't have very much skillful palliative care. And I wonder whether you agree with me with my rather cynical point of view, the reason that politicians are so keen on medical assisted dying is because it's a hell of a lot more convenient and cheaper than providing the good quality palliative care that Canadians need and deserve.
Yes, I would agree with that statement, but I don't know very many people who would admit to it because of the whole political backlash to say that I'm in favor of this because it would save money and it's just easier. There's been another problem with euthanasia, and that is a lot of the good palliative care doctors wanted nothing to do with it, and they were being pressured to participate, so they left palliative care. We've got huge numbers of physicians and nurses who were well-trained who left or felt they were being forced out. And so then you have this lesser availability of excellently trained, qualified palliative care physicians and nurses, and you have MAID becoming even more common. So this becomes even a greater problem with it, because obviously there's a whole bunch of them that said, I want nothing to do with it. And, you know, they were being pressured because obviously they're dealing with dying people. So they were facing it and they moved out of it.
Thank you.
I would like precisions on the sentence non-compliant deaths. Does it mean murder or made offered without respecting conditions of the law?
So it actually had a variable. So if you read the report, the coroner broke it down into different types of non-compliant deaths. So there was the 6 case studies that they were presented in there, and they each had different types of non-compliance within it. And those 6 case studies were not referring to that was the only case of that. They were saying these were representative cases, okay? So you see, I read a few of them to you and I jumped past the last one, but I only went through a few of them with you. So the non-compliance would have varied. In some of the cases, the coroner's admitting that the paperwork simply wasn't filled out properly, meaning there wasn't a second signature. There are certain things. There's significant data that was just simply not there, these kind of things. But for the most part, we're looking at the non-compliance having to do with something that was just simply not within what the coroner would consider acceptable decision-making. So it did vary, and you can actually, like he does break it down in the report to what level of non-compliance they're talking about. The other response, the important thing is I didn't have it in my slides, the one non-compliant death was very, very incredibly serious, and it's the only one that actually resulted in a reaction by the Ontario College of Physicians. So that one doctor was punished by the Ontario College, but the punishment was they were told, you can't do any more MAID deaths. You can continue being a doctor and do everything you were doing before. We just don't want you doing any more MAID deaths. So this one doctor, that's the only thing that's happened in Ontario with these cases. The coroner makes it clear there was a couple of cases that he sent to the college, and the college says, well, that's not our jurisdiction, that's your jurisdiction. Well, you know, what do you do with these cases when you have something quite serious, and how do you deal with them? It's a problem because the jurisdictional basis was never defined properly in the law. The part of our euthanasia law, which is so problematic, is that if you actually read it, it lacks definition. So you have terms being used in it that are not defined. When you lack definition in something, or you have certain things you say, well, this is going to be a type of a protocol, but you don't define it, you have a problem. So one of them is jurisdiction. Because it says, that, for instance, in the law, that this is, you know, if you break the law, it's punishable and da-da-da-da-da-da. But, you know, as I said, you can't punish them anyway, because the law also says that the doctor only has to be, or nurse practitioner only has to be of the opinion if fit the criteria of the law. Well, you know, obviously that level of, we're all of the opinion. Who's kidding who? So you can't prosecute them. It's not possible. The college could do something, yes. College of Physicians and Surgeons.
Also, the notion of MAID fits so well that the population agenda.
Yeah,
I was wondering if there was UN indications or WHO indications for that, because we see it in many countries too. So is there like a globalist agenda on this question?
So the answer is yes and no. From the UN side, so the World Health Organization, for instance, continues to not support the concept of euthanasia. Okay, so the World Health Organization remains opposed. But if you're talking about the globalist agenda, where does the money come from the euthanasia lobby? It comes from very similar places as these other issues under population control, et cetera. So, you know, Soros money has been involved with this from the very beginning. For a very long time, money has been going into this from that group of people and their interconnected friends. So, yeah, so there's a worldwide sort of network seeing this. Now, as for the population issue, it's more so an issue of, because obviously these people who are dying are most often terminally ill, but not always. But when you're looking at it, it does help to balance our healthcare budgets. And it's no accident that in 2020, the federal budget officer came out with an estimation of how much money would be saved if they passed Bill C-7, which would have expanded euthanasia, right? There was no accident by that report. That was actually looking at, well, you know, what is the dollars and cents of this thing? So, and that report actually was very, I made it very clear, that report was actually very moderate because the estimations in the report were false. It estimated that the average person would die about 2 weeks early. And so it was based on the money savings on about 2 weeks of hospital costs, more related to being in palliative care rather than, you know, so if you start looking at the full data of how that report came together, and it came saying that there'd be about $136 million saved in 2021 type thing, it was very conservative how the numbers came together. If you go even further, the lady with multiple chemical sensitivities who died by euthanasia in Toronto she was 51 years old. She could easily have lived who knows how long. So not only was her death premature, but she was collecting a disability benefit. And it could have been 20 years of a disability benefit. And you start thinking that through, how much money was saved. So, you know, I also find this very eugenic, and I think it is eugenic. Whether the average person who's pro-euthanasia thinks of it as eugenic, the concept is eugenic because the decision is that there's certain lives not worth living. You can only come to that point of view is if you believe that it's okay to eliminate lives in order for the greater happiness of the whole of society, which would be how Peter Singer would express it. It's very eugenic.
And it seems that we took away the natural medicine. We lack the proper medical care. And then we give the solution, it's made.
Yeah, and the solution's made. And in Quebec, it's really been bought into quickly because it's mixed in with some social ideology that doesn't exist everywhere in Canada, but certainly exists in Quebec. And as for the issue of palliative care, well, I agree, but you know, there's things we could do for people even when, as you would know, even when they are going through extreme suffering. You can sedate someone. Someone would say, what's the difference between sedation and euthanasia? Well, you didn't actually kill them. They died a natural death when you sedated them. I'm not suggesting sedation should be taken lightly. I'm just saying you didn't have to kill them.
But I mean, like for cancer, there may exist treatments in natural medicine, or for mental illness too, or other illnesses, they exist remedies in natural medicine.
Correct, yeah.
We prevent or we put a lot of barriers to get natural medicine, and then we lack the proper medicine in the allopathic field, and we offer them.
Yep. So I also am a strong believer in natural death, and I think sometimes treatment goes too far. There are times when we should say enough with treatment, that sometimes the treatment is worse than the disease, and we're all going to die anyway, so we should accept at some point to say enough of the treatment, because you find today that there's a lot of people who've gone through so much extensive cancer treatment that their body is actually quite broken down by it, and then it leads to a very, very difficult death. But if they had just had someone say to them ahead of time, it's not going well for you, like obviously I believe someone should have the right to continue treatment if that's what they absolutely want, but at the same time, at a certain point, the benefit becomes a problem, and you're causing them to have a terrible death. And it should just stop. You should say, well, you know, at a certain point, it's going to be very hard to palliate you because your body will be so broken down from the treatment, right? There's limits to what we should say is what we should be doing. And then that also feeds into MAID. But the biggest thing about MAID, as I say, is a philosophical point of view that it's okay to kill somebody. I don't believe it's okay to kill somebody. Once you open the door to killing people, there is no way to close that door because of the nature of what it means to be human. We all suffer.
It all comes back to the question, why are we here and what is the purpose of life? Because if you have no purpose, then you can say your life is not important.
And if you look at the data, primarily people are asking for this. They are going through difficult health conditions, but they're feeling their life has lost meaning, purpose, or value. They feel they have no reason to live. And we're saying, oh, we're giving you the freedom. This is no freedom. This is abandonment. We're abandoning these people to lethal poison. It's insane, actually, if you think about it. But that's what we're doing. Yeah.
Thank you.
Alex, I just wanted to bring it back to the kids because the focus is on that. And it doesn't apply yet to children, but you've raised the philosophical problem that, well, we've crossed the line we shouldn't have crossed. And now we're having just discussions about who and when and why. It seems then that it's inevitable that this is going to be extended, basically to babies and to children. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, not necessarily to babies.
Well, it's just, you're talking about.
But the children, the problem is that court decisions have already been done based on what we call mature minors, etc. And so let's be very clear. Euthanasia, if you look at our law, it is not medical treatment. It's an exception to the criminal code for homicide. That's what it is. We call it MAID just to feel better about it. We come up with the terms that we know. And just so you know, MAID is a made in Canada term, Canadian invention. Makes us all feel better about killing people. Anyway, but Quebec would legalize euthanasia first, right? And they did so through their health ministry, right? So in Quebec, it's defined as healthcare, and the rest of Canada is considered an exception to the criminal code. So we've got two different laws in Canada. But outside of Quebec, it is not healthcare. But it's being deemed to be healthcare just by the practice. So the problem is that if it's considered to be healthcare by the courts, then you cannot deny it to a 17-year-old or a 16-year-old or a 15-year-old or a mature minor. How can you do so? Because we've already had court decisions dealing with other medical treatment questions. That issue settled. So why did the government put in the issue of the 18-year-old adult? It's because they were trying to sell it. They were trying to sell it to Canadians, and they say, well, we're going to keep this tight. You have to be they said you have to be a competent adult who is freely consenting and capable of consenting. Well, all of those things are being thrown out the window. Because right now, what are we debating in Canada? We're debating euthanasia by advanced request. Well, that means at the time of killing you, you're not competent. So you're not a competent adult. You'd be an incompetent adult, but you asked for it ahead of time. And because you asked for it ahead of time and you signed a document, we're going to have to go kill you now because you're incompetent, but you qualify. Like, this is the kind of stuff we're dealing with. And to me, the whole thing about how it was sold to Canadians was all based on a sales approach. Competent adults capable of consenting, though. And as you said, it was only going to be a few cases. The Quebec health minister announced in the Quebec National Legislature in 2014, there'd be about 100 cases a year. Over 100. Well, to me, 100 is a tragedy, but last year there was over 6,000. So, in Quebec alone. In Quebec alone, right. And Quebec is become like absolutely the highest number in the world percentage-wise of deaths. And when you look at that, you say, well, how fast did that happen? That's concerning. Like anybody, even people who say, oh yes, but I'm afraid of a bad death, because that's what really sells this to most people. I can understand that feeling. I'm a human being, but it's gone crazy. And they should be concerned about where we are at. The fact that we opened this door and we've come here today to be at this point. Now, as for children in general, as I say, if it's deemed to be healthcare, we've got a problem. There hasn't been a court case yet, but if there were a court case, the only argument against extending it to children would be this is not healthcare. And clearly, according to the criminal code, it's not healthcare, but it's being deemed to be already. So it's being treated as if it were, right?
Thank you, Alex.
And I'm not trying to create problems by saying that, but I think it's well known already that that is a problem.
No, and the way we classify things depends on how they go. Like
Absolutely.
language is so important.
A language is actually everything.
Mm-hmm.
It's everything, yeah.
It's definitely how you control a population. So, commissioners, just for the record, the criminal code section begins at 241.1. And if somebody reminds me, I'll make sure that I make it an exhibit for Mr. Schadenberg's testimony. And Mr. Schadenberg, on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, I sincerely thank you for traveling from Ontario to come and be here in person and share this information with us. You've given us a very valuable perspective, and we're indebted to you.
Thank you very much.
So, commissioners, that will go off the record. Those are our witnesses for today, and then Mr. Ted Kuntz is going to give us a closing address.
Commissioners, for the record, my name is Kuntz, first name Ted. I'm the chair of the board of the directors of the National Citizens Inquiry. I've been given the honor to have closing comments for these hearings. Before I get into commenting on today's testimony, I just want to acknowledge our four commissioners for their commitment to this service to Canada. This is a difficult task to hear this kind of testimony for 3 days and then to provide some guidance to our governments and to our agencies so that we can do this better. I also want to acknowledge our lawyers and the many, many volunteers that it takes to conduct hearings such as this. As you all know, these are citizen-led, citizen-funded hearings, and they wouldn't happen without average Canadians finding value in these kinds of hearings. And now to the testimony of the day. I have to say that the final testimony from Alex was very disturbing for me. And I think what it underscores for me, there are many ways that we could look at this, but I would suggest that ultimately what we're witnessing is a violation of the sanctity of human life. And it's being expressed in all kinds of ways. Dr. David Martin's testimony really spoke to, but the evidence suggests, no, the evidence is more than suggesting. The evidence confirms that what we've witnessed over the last few years with the COVID experience was intentional harming and killing of humanity. Reckless homicide, I think he said. Criminal negligence causing injury and death. But I would suggest that the root cause of that is the same. It's a lack of honoring of the sanctity of the human life. And I, like Alex, believe that what is happening is not health care. It's not even sickness care. It is abandonment of the human condition. It's introducing these notions that any suffering is unacceptable, and if there's suffering, then life isn't worth living. And I want to challenge that narrative that seems to be pervading humanity at this time. I spent 30 years as a psychotherapist working with people struggling with life. And I came to the conclusion that suffering is the gateway to wisdom. Of all the hundreds, if not thousands of people that I saw in my clinical practice, not one of them came to my office and said, "Ted, my life is really good, but I want it to be better." They came because they were suffering. And the suffering motivated them to look at their lives and to make changes and to do some of the hard work that was needed in order to experience a different kind of a life. And many, many of those people were transformed through the suffering to become wiser, gentler, more compassionate, and of service to humanity. And we've heard that in the testimonies that we've heard at these NCI hearings. I'm thinking of a couple of the women who gave testimony in Vancouver in the fall when we asked the question, "Are children safe in Canada?" And they talked about the horrific sexual abuse that they were exposed to, the harm of the transgender agenda, trans confusion agenda. And as we listened to their testimony, many of us in the room were weeping out of the suffering that they had gone through. But there's a couple of women in particular who became transformed by that experience, and their lives became one of service, of healing others, of living a life of gratitude beyond what they had experienced in their earlier years. And so I know that there is value in the struggles of life. Some of you know my journey with my son. Josh was severely injured by his very first vaccine shot at 5 months of age. He developed an uncontrolled seizure disorder and required 24-hour care for his entire life. There was suffering in our lives, in his life, and his mother's, and in mine, and his sister's. But there was no moment in his 32 years of life that I did not want him to be alive every day. And I witnessed how his journey transformed others. One of the stories that I tell when I talk about my son is when he was in grade 7. There were 2 male teachers that year, and they had about 70 students to divide between them. And these 2 teachers decided that the way to assign the students to their class was to flip a coin and then to alternate picks back and forth until all the students had been assigned to the 2 classes. And a teacher by Jeff won the coin toss. And with his very first pick, he picked my son. And the other teacher said, "Jeff, I don't understand that selection at all. There are kids on the list that are great athletes, smart students, funny kids. And you picked a child with an uncontrolled seizure disorder with the capacity of a 2-year-old that will need all of his curriculum modified, will have to be monitored all the time because his seizures were uncontrolled. And why would you pick him with your first pick?" And Jeff was one of those unusual people that he saw past my son's disability. And he said, "Let me tell you what I see. I watch how the kids welcome Josh when he comes into the school. They run down the hallway because they take turns pushing his wheelchair to the class. I watch during lunch how they take his lunch kit and they take a sandwich and they break it into small pieces and they feed Josh bit by bit. I watch how they alter the rules of a game so that Josh can participate to some degree. But most what I see is that they're kinder and gentler when they're in his company. And I think if I have Josh in my class, it'll make it a kinder, gentler place for all kids to learn." And that teacher taught me a lesson. He taught me that there was value in my son's disabilities. And I actually started delivering messages actually around the world. I was invited to speak, and the topic of my speech, the title of my speech was How Disability Saved the World, because of the value that compassion, suffering, and compassion can have on the human condition. I think we are losing something when we're trying to eliminate all suffering. I think that what we're experiencing is an existential crisis, a crisis of meaning. But I would also suggest we're experiencing a moral crisis. And the solution is not better medicine. The solution is not our education system or our system of law or courts. I would suggest that our solution is that we have to reclaim a moral foundation to this country. And I also believe that we can't do that unless we have conversations like we have here at the National Citizens Inquiry, because the truth matters. Thank you for honoring the witnesses today by your presence. You served them, and I know you are being served by being here as well. We have 2 more days of testimony. I expect that our lives will be enriched and we will be different people by Saturday evening. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow.